Good day, everyone. And for those of you who do not know me, my name is Brad Tolkien. And along with my brother Jeff, we are the owners of World Travel Holdings. And I want to welcome everyone to our 2020 National Conference, appropriately named 2020 Vision. So many of you have reached out to me over the past 7.5 months. And I want to thank you because I hear your passion. I hear your commitment. I appreciate your support. And I just love the positive feedback that you have provided. It is so inspirational to me, to my colleagues here at WTH, and especially at Dream Vacations, CruiseOne, and CruisesInc headquarters. You are making us stronger. And as much as you think you need us, we need you just as much. Also, we must acknowledge the tragedy that has befallen the entire world. Many of us have suffered economically, some of us have fallen ill, and some of us have lost loved ones. The toll has not been taken lightly by me, my brother, or the team here at World Travel Holdings. We feel you. We feel for you. But I can assure you the future is very, very bright. Your future and our future. We are getting closer and closer to traveling again. In my 62 years on this earth, okay, now everyone knows my age, and my 41 plus years in travel, this is the greatest buildup of demand we will ever see and we have ever seen. Thank you and have a great conference.
It is perhaps the end of the beginning. I'm not exactly sure where we are, but I know we're not at the beginning and I know we're not at the end. I know how hard each of you have worked to build your business, and to see the impact that COVID has had on each one of you has been heartbreaking. I also know how hard each of you have worked to survive the impact of COVID and take care of your customers. I also know now is not the time to celebrate an end, but it is also not a time to go dark. You have worked too damn hard to let that happen. Because although not the end, as Churchill and Kirby said, it is the end of the beginning, and you made it to this point. Your customers are dreaming about travel. Our suppliers are staying in front of them to let them know when we can sail. They want them back. It is your responsibility to ensure your customers know they have you when they are ready.
So we believe in you, and I admire and frankly in awe of how you've juggled the simultaneous demands of work and family, the economic pressures, the pressures that we all as human beings feel of, God forbid, we get sick. And so this pandemic has been a gut check, a learning lesson, and I'm glad to see that together we're getting through it. Your contributions to our company are critical. Without you, we would not have achieved the many incredible accomplishments that we have over the last several months and years. With all that is going around us, I urge each of you to take a moment, step back, just take stock of just how much you've accomplished, we've accomplished together during these unprecedented times, both personally, professionally, and to appreciate that we have indeed overcome as much as we have previously thought of as impossible. We should also bear in mind that the environment we are in, while overwhelmingly at times is temporary. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I can see beyond that light that we're going to come out of this just fine. It'll take some time. This is not turning on a light switch, but the world has overcome pandemics and crises before. I know I personally overcome crises before, and my guess is that you have as well. Keeping these thoughts in mind will go a long way in giving us the courage and confidence to take on the challenges that most surely lie ahead, and give us hope that we will indeed make it through this together. And don't forget the three most important ships that we share: friendship, fellowship, partnership. Thank you very much.
First of all, thank you. Thank you to each of you for your tremendous support this year. You've been critical to helping your clients navigate through this unprecedented pause in operations. And we so appreciate your partnership and your loyalty to our Carnival family, including, of course, Princess, Holland America, Seaborn, Cunard, and, of course, our namesake brand, Carnival. Now, there has never been a time when the travel advisor community has been more valuable than right now, as we look to move out of the pause and begin cruising again.
Your vision going forward, how the industry could possibly be different than it looked in 2019?
Well, first of all, I think I'm a little more optimistic that once we get going, it'll be faster than that. Yes, we'll have a difficult time in the end of this year, but once we get into 2021, with the therapeutics getting better, the testing getting better, the vaccine coming along, I'm really quite optimistic. So I don't think I have to look as far as 2022 to get to a more normal time.
Oh, okay.
As we've said, nobody knows, but I am optimistic. And I do think once we turn the corner, once we reach that tipping point, it goes fairly quickly. And I do think that cruising will be different. I've said this before. I think the people who say it's all going to be different are wrong. We have, over the years, remember our mantra, you know it, David, is continuous improvement. We always change our product. And it'll be different now than it was a year ago. It was different a year ago than it was 2 years ago. It'll be different in a year. But it's gradual changes. The things that make the cruise so special, the socialization, the going to new places, the ability to provide a level of service and society that people aren't used to, and entertainment, all of those things are going to remain the hallmark of the cruise industry. Some of the protocols that we're doing will reduce actually some of the health issues that were there anyhow. We will be better prepared in the future. But I think the cruise experience a year from now, you're going to say is just a little bit better than it was a year ago, and a year later it'll be better still. That's the whole concept of continuous improvement.
Do you see the role of the travel advisor changing as we go forward? And how do you perceive that you would continue to support them throughout the challenges that we face going forward?
Well, I think we've been very transparent about this. We believe that the travel advisor role was critical. And will be even more critical as we're going forward. And I will make it clear, this isn't we're supportive of the travel advisor community because we're good people. Although we are good people. But we do it because we think it's in our business interest. The travel advisors have always been the one that create the demand, that push people in their way of cruising, and particularly in our brands, each of which tries to be at the top end of its market segment. It becomes more important that the travel advisor explain what's the difference between going on Royal Caribbean group ship and somebody else's ship. For us, that knowledge is very important. Now, in light of the pandemic, that becomes even more important because no normal human learns as much about what ships do, what shipping companies do, what guests do, as travel advisors do, because they have the time. This is their field. So they understand it and they can communicate it. That's what we need. Knowledge is key to our future. I'm a very strong believer. Knowledge is what drives success. It drives good decision making, and that knowledge will drive people into the agencies, from the agencies onto our ships, and that will be good for all of us. So I think there's so much misinformation out there and so much crap on the web that we need the travel advisors to guide people to make them understand what's going on.
Next time you're going through security, when you get up to that conveyor belt, they make you take your shoes off. Put them up there. Right after you take your shoes off next time, go ahead, take your pants off. Put them up on the conveyor belt. Nobody's looking right at you. They're only seeing you out of the corner of their eye. So don't make a big deal out of the pants thing. Make it smooth and natural. Right after the second shoe, slip off your pants, fold them up nice, put them on top of the shoes. It's going to take practice. But if you do this right, people behind you in line will start to take their pants off. I wish I'd have heard about this before I got to the airport. I would have worn different underwear, I think. These are my comfortable, I'm going to be flying all day underwear. Not my strangers might see them underwear. I'm originally from California. I think there's a lot to be learned from my place of birth. It was the first place to make it illegal to smoke cigarettes indoors. And ever since then, the whole state has been on fire. I think that might be why. I just did some shows back home, and you drive across the Golden Gate Bridge. There's a kid with a gun standing there now, a Coast Guard guarding the bridge. I'm guessing this wasn't this guy's first choice of duty. Guarding a bridge, if you're not a troll or a billy goat, I don't think they should make you guard a bridge. I don't live there anymore. 24 years ago, I moved from Northern California to Houston, Texas. That's a weird move. There is a completely different cost of living. I sold a 1,200 square foot condo in California, made enough money to move to Houston and buy the Astros. You know, during the shutdown, I've heard a lot of people say that they're very concerned about the kids because some of the kids are going to have to resort to online learning. They're not going to be able to go to school. I'm not worried about the kids. I am worried about us. My generation invented the internet. None of us know how to use it. Have you seen the kids use their devices? It's like second nature to them. They're going to be fine. They have instant access to all the information on the planet. When I was a kid, if I got assigned a report in school, I had to pick a topic that started with the letters A through H, because those are the encyclopedias we got before my parents stopped paying for them. I tried to do a report on Constantinople. It said, see Istanbul. I'm like, we don't have I. This is due tomorrow. I got to pick a different city. Did a report on Abu Dhabi. First city I found. I'm even jealous of the books the kids have now. My 7 favorite books are the Harry Potter books. Read the Harry Potter, especially if you're old. It's printed in a larger font. It's written at a 7th grade level. You feel like you're kicking butt. I read 100 pages one day. I only had to look up 4 words. I was embarrassed to be caught reading a kid's book, so I wore my invisibility cloak. If you're not laughing, you're a muggle. Harry Potter is an orphan. Harry Potter doesn't have any living parents. You know who else is an orphan? I looked it up on the internet. Spider-Man, Batman, Superman. What are we saying to our kids? If I didn't have these parents, I could fly. People saying they were worried about having to change Halloween. Halloween has been changing since way before COVID. When I was a kid, Halloween was still scary. My parents would drive me somewhere in the middle of the night, drop me off alone, make me trick-or-treat my way back to the house. I didn't know where I was, and I couldn't see out of my mask. I had to say, trick-or-treat. Do you know which way I live? They'd always put me in the same homemade costume, too. An all-black costume with no reflectors. I don't want to be a ninja again. Tommy, remember, ninjas are quiet. And they walk in the middle of the street. If you're lucky enough to make it home, what'd you have to do when I was a kid? Dump all your candy out on the floor. Spread it out. If anything was unwrapped or tampered with, you had to eat that right away because it could go bad. Halloween used to be scary. It hasn't been scary for such a long time. I had a kid come to my door last year, trick-or-treating at 3 p.m. 5-year-old boy dressed as the devil. I open the door. Trick-or-treat. Trick-or-treat, it's the middle of the day. Why aren't you trick-or-treating after dark? He goes, oh, I'm scared of the dark. You're the devil. You're the prince of darkness. Halloween's all about fear. You can't handle fear. You're not getting any candy. Get into character. And I closed the door. Yeah. Feeling pretty good about myself till a minute later when the devil's mom came to the door. She is way scarier than the devil. Did I mention I was dressed as a fairy princess? It was early. I still hadn't put on my costume yet. For sure she's going to die first. That's rare. Women know. Women live a lot longer than men. Well, this is the truth. My wife is 13 years older than me. Yeah. My wife is what they call a cougar, which means that when she caught me, I was the slowest of my herd. I try to be an optimist. I'm trying to think of things every day to be positive about. And I do believe that as difficult as this shutdown has been, it's making me a better person. I realize now there were so many things that I took for granted before that I will never take for granted again. And one of the things that I took for granted is every night for a very long time, I got to be on a cruise ship performing for a wonderful packed live audience. And I didn't know how special that live audience was until it went away. I'm never going to take that for granted again. I'm also going to never take for granted you guys who have been responsible as travel agents for bringing those live audiences onto the ships for me to perform for. I will be forever grateful to you guys and forever appreciative to you for taking the stressful part out of vacations and just letting people come and do the fun part.
Show you a little setup right here with my bling glass, because you guys know I have to have a glass with bling on it. This is called the poinsettia, and it's my calorie saving measure to get away from eggnog and all of the extra bad things that we do during the holiday. But so basically it's a twist of orange. You rim the glass, little cranberry juice to make it a poinsettia color. Whoops. See, I told you I was going to spill something. And then, of course, the really small magnum of champagne. See how complicated that was, everybody?
Sarah, you're so funny. I love that. You better finish that champagne, Karen.
No. I don't want to hang over tomorrow for conference. No. I spend my
Prosecco too, Karen.
Yeah, it works with Prosecco too, and of course, it obviously works with. I've had them with a little bit of mango juice, which it's really good in the summer. But this is a kind of a holiday thing, and I wanted to cheers you on my only bling glass left out of 4 that's left. So cheers, you guys. Thanks for joining me.
Cheers.
And Lainey wants to disco with everyone tonight at the disco.
I'm down, Lainey, I'm down.
Me too.
I know it's unusual, I know it's different, but I've been so blown away by the Facebook and all the posts. I wanted Karen to continue with her conversation, but miss you all, love you all, and I can't wait till we're in person.
Love you, Drew.
Hi, Drew. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. Mine's gonna be
Really looking forward to this conference. It's my favorite. Don't tell anyone else, but it's true. Truly my favorite. Over the dinner tables, dressed in our costumes at cocktail parties, or as we run into each other all over the ship, you have shared your stories with me, and the connections we created last year are what have stayed with me. And so many of you continue to make a positive impact in my life through your kind words, your thoughtful cards, and emails and phone calls. I believe that when we can share a part of ourselves, just as we did on the ship last year, this opens the doors to genuine, authentic connections. I believe it is important that we all share our stories, whether it's sharing with a colleague that helps bridge a gap, or sharing a story with a friend that helps build a stronger connection. Stories are what unite us, and travel stories have the transformative power to open minds, explore new perspectives, and encourage empathy. This is actually all backed by science. A recent neuroscience study may explain why telling stories builds empathy, and also why, when you tell a good one, people act as if they're watching it unfold before them. A team of scientists at Princeton had a woman tell a story while in an MRI scanner. They recorded her story on a computer and monitored her brain activity as she spoke. They then had a group of volunteers listen to the stories through headphones while they had their brains scanned. When the woman spoke, the volunteers understood her story and their brains, synchronized. When she had activity in the emotional region of the brain, the listeners did too. By simply telling a story, the woman could plant ideas, thoughts, and emotions into the listeners' brains. When you listen to stories, you experience the exact same brain pattern as the person telling the story. When you tell a story to a friend, you can transfer experiences directly to their brain. When communicating most effectively, you can get a group of people's brains to synchronize their activity. As you relate someone's desires through a story, they become the desires of the audience. So think about a destination you want to talk about. It doesn't matter if you have been there before or not. Write down the name of that destination and what is it that place speaks to you about, and what is it that people who've been there before might not know about it or might want to know about it. What has made it a great place to visit before? Step 2 is now we undergo a change. What is different that makes us want to go to that place now? What has changed to our traveler or to the destination that makes us look at it differently? Step 3, after the change occurs, how do we now think about the destination? We cannot think of it in the same way because of the change, so what does that look like now? So in your next client meeting, remember the power of storytelling. Remember that even in a straightforward sales transaction, a story helps illustrate a point better than a set of facts. A story gives people a reason to care about what you're saying. Your travel stories will help them relate to your narrative and, most importantly, to you. Your adventures or those of your other clients will help inspire others to imagine their own travel opportunities. When they see it, they can be it. You will see how the gift of a story may just become the most powerful tool in your arsenal. In the spirit of this year's conference theme, Vision, I ask you to commit to what your vision of introducing stories or building more stories for your business may look like in 2021 and beyond. Write down what you want to achieve through storytelling and commit yourself to making that vision a reality. As Joel Barker said, vision without action is merely a dream. Action without vision just passes the time. Vision with action can change the world.
All of the challenging news this year, I have to tell you, we do have some really exciting and positive news at Carnival this year. Number one is the amazing Mardi Gras. I would say that the Mardi Gras is a revolution in the way that we've been designing ships. And this ship is going to be totally different from any of the other ships we've ever built. Number one, she's 180,000 gross registered tons, which means she's our largest by almost 30% than the Vista class. So right off the bat, that gives us so many more opportunities to make this ship amazing. And some of the places that you'll see on board are going to knock you off your socks or whatever that line is. Knock your socks off. That's it, Janet. Thanks. English is my second language, so. One of the, I can use that excuse. One of the really cool things that we've done on board the ship is we've put in 6 different zones that we call fun zones. And starting from Grand Central, which hopefully recently you've seen some of the stuff we put out about the new atrium and how it's going to serve multi-purposes with entertainment, with places to relax, have some snacks, some drinks, and how it's going to evolve over the day as the sun moves across the sky and into the horizon, and the ability to really make so much use of that atrium that's normally in the middle of a ship. Now it's actually on the side of the ship. And then summer landing, great outdoor space for pools and deck chairs, French Quarter, which is going to have some great new areas for dining. Janet will talk a little bit about that. The Piazza, which is our Italian area. and then the ultimate playground. And I have to say that the coolest thing on board this ship, and I always thought Skyride was pretty cool, but I would say that the Bolt Ultimate Roller Coaster at Sea is absolutely the coolest thing on board this ship, where you'll be able to ride a roller coaster that you control like a motorcycle across this amazing track that goes around a big portion of the ship. So you'll get amazing views, and you'll have the excitement and thrill of being on a roller coaster that you get to control. And then I think that some others have favorite areas that they might want to share, but that one's definitely mine.
Well, I'll tell you, nobody loves jambalaya more than me, so I'm hoping that Emerald's Bistro, 1396, will have some of that wonderful food. So I'm really looking forward to spending time in one of our specialty restaurants, Emerald's Bistro, his first restaurant at sea. We're very, very excited. And of course, I love the multi-purpose atriums. That's my favorite place to go for a before dinner drink. And of course, we have wonderful entertainment there as well. It's really the heart and soul of the ship. I really love that area. And I do have to echo Adolfo's comments. I'm really looking forward to Bolt, as is my 12-year-old daughter. She's so excited. So those are some of the areas I'm looking forward to sailing, to enjoying while I'm sailing on board the Mardi Gras.
Those are all great, but I have to tell you honestly, this is where I vision myself. Back deck here.
Can you afford that?
I'll have to work really hard, but I'm going to try and make it happen. It's a goal. 2021 goals. But yes, our Excel class suites are absolutely phenomenal, and they come with so many beautiful amenities. And I just think it's going to be an absolutely fun new addition to our ship. You're going to hear me talk about them a lot in the next months to come, and we want to make sure that you get well versed and are very comfortable selling them, as I know your customers are going to really, really enjoy the new features that they offer, with concierge service, priority restaurants, private areas. I think they're just going to be a fabulous addition to the Carnival suites and ships.
Yeah, I think there are about 21 different categories of suites on board the Mardi Gras, and this is obviously one of the most beautiful ones that we have. They have private sitting areas with bedrooms, and you can see this beautiful wraparound balcony that has its own jacuzzi. I can't point at it, but I can point it out on my screen. It really does take cruising to a new level on board a Carnival ship. And, many times people think that, Carnival is just for short 3 and 4 day cruises with, lots of people. And yet that is the bread and butter of Carnival. But this ship takes it to a new level and gives you the opportunity to sell not just to the typical Carnival guest, but also think about your higher end guests who like to have fun, have multi-generational, groups on board ships, bring their kids, their grandkids. Grandparents can stay in the Excel suites, and maybe the parents in a Havana Cabana, and then the kids in the family zone. Who knows? I mean, it really does provide you with so many different opportunities to sell, and kind of not pigeonhole Carnival in a certain demographic or cabin type. This really elevates it to a new level. And the other thing about Mardi Gras that I didn't mention earlier that I think is really important, the environment is obviously ultimately very important to all of us, the oceans that we go in. And we are so proud that this is going to be the very first cruise ship sailing out of North America that's operated or powered by liquefied natural gas, or LNG. Very first cruise ship out of the U.S. We have other brands in the Carnival Corporation that have already taken delivery of a couple of these, AIDA as well as Costa, now P&O. We're next. And then, of course, even more exciting is that we got the approval to build a sister ship to the Mardi Gras, and that's going to be the Carnival Celebration. And I can tell you, I've been around long enough to have seen the original Celebration, and I can assure you, and as well as the Mardi Gras, honestly, but the Celebration is going to be magnificent. Again, sister ship to the Mardi Gras, but she's going to have her own new spaces that we're going to be releasing over the next few months. And she's going to be another spectacular flagship in the Carnival fleet, and we cannot wait.
Say it's amazing technology, but it's not about the technology. It's about giving people more time back to enjoy their vacation, reducing those friction points that can occur on a cruise, less time waiting in line, more time enjoying yourself. And the most important thing is, well, what do our guests think of it? And we track, of course, the most important metric is what's called the Net Promoter Score. And that is ultimately whether you recommend that product or service to your friends or family. And if you do, that's great. If you don't, well, that detracts from the score. So we have a very positive score overall, but on the ships with medallion class, we see a double-digit increase in the ships with medallion class versus those that don't have it. So that tells you everything, that people like it and the service and the experience is there. Now, there are 6 main areas I want to talk about for medallion class, but I also have some new enhancements I want to mention real quick. I'm going to go through this very quickly. Medallion class allows you to board your ship so much faster than before. We call it from curbside to poolside in a breeze, and it works. You're there, it's really seamless. Makes it a lot easier than ever before. And then you get to your stateroom door, it recognizes you and automatically unlocks, and so you don't have to fumble for your key card. And it might sound a little silly, well, how hard is it to get your key card? Trust me, once you've done it, you can never go back. It is amazing. You can find your way around the ship. People get lost all the time, and so the Medallion Class app is basically like Waze at sea. It lets you find your way around the ship, but you can also find people in your travel party. And so I can always know where my twin boys are, which is always good. And as an adult, you can actually turn that feature off. So if you as a husband don't want your wife to find you, turn it off. Hypothetically, of course, you can turn that feature off. Games are available for free, as well as gambling as though you're in the casino without stepping foot in the casino. So you can sit on your stateroom balcony, play some blackjack or slots to your heart's content, never have to step foot in the casino. And the Medallion Net is blazing fast, best Wi-Fi at sea. It is so fast. Streaming Netflix, FaceTiming people at home, it's that good. And then also you've got the delivery service, pretty much anything you can imagine, which is my favorite feature. We've enhanced this now in the last few months. So pretty much everything you can imagine that you might want will be delivered to you wherever you are. And any crew member can place that order for you if you don't have your phone. That's the beautiful thing about Medallion Class, is that you don't have to have your phone. You just need that medallion. I'm not even mentioning the messaging system that's free for you to message people who are on the ship, which is really cool. There's been some enhancements to the system, which is great. So there's 5 new features I want to talk about briefly. One, you've got what we call truly touchless embarkation. So all you have to touch when you get to the terminal is your own passport, your own hand luggage, and that's it. You won't have to sign anything. If you do everything that you're supposed to do, getting ocean ready with the Medallion Class app, you just basically walk on the ship. So we're going to make it as safe as possible. And we're going to have staggered arrivals. So when it comes to embarkation, gone are the days that everybody's showing up at 11:30 and hoping to get on board as quickly as possible, and there's people queuing up. Because even with Medallion Class and how fast it is, everybody shows up typically at the same time, but we really want to prevent that because we want to keep that distancing and smaller groups of people rather than large groups. So you can schedule your arrival time using the Medallion Class app. And then the safety drill is streamlined, much, much easier. You don't have to sit in the lounge and wait for the video to be played. You can watch a video on your phone or even in your stateroom TV, and then you just have to go to the venue, and then they will see your medallion. They'll say, hey, Mr. Shnesky, they'll check you in, and off you go. You don't have to sit through anything because we're going to train you using the video, and then just go to make sure you know where your muster station is, and off you go. The health questionnaire and those check-ins will happen before you get on board, as well as when you're on board using the Medallion Class app. Touchless payments has always been there, so you don't have to sign anything, touch a pen that somebody else has touched. And then I think this is really cool. It's called real-time visibility into what's going on in each venue. So you can say, I want to go have a drink before dinner, but I want to go to a place that's less crowded. It will tell you basically where to go so you can avoid the crowds, which is pretty cool there. Now, Alaska. I mentioned Princess is the #1 cruise line in Alaska. I think I mentioned that. We're very proud of that, not only because we carry more people there than anybody else. We've won the Travel Weekly Award 16 times. Hopefully the 17th time, please vote for us in the competition that's going on right now. Will be announced this December. And then the Gallup survey has ranked us as #1 for 19 straight years, which is pretty amazing. But we don't rest on our laurels because it's so important that we continue to invest in our experience and make sure it's the best out there. Even though we've been going there for over 50 years, it's hard to believe that, but it's just amazing how we invest in it. The Medallion Class experience takes care of the onboard and how that is such a seamless experience, but we've also got great cruises and cruise tours, and I want to talk about cruise tours with you here today. You know, the onboard experience, like I mentioned, in terms of how we bring the destination on board, we partner with Discovery Communications, and that includes Animal Planet, and so that helps us do some great events on board, as well as special shore excursions and exclusive opportunities there. We've got those onboard programs, which I'll talk about. And I have to say, it is great for all ages. So if you've got somebody that has a multi-gen family that's looking for a vacation, you cannot beat Alaska. So I'm going to talk about 3 ways you can visit Alaska with Princess. You've got 3 basic ways. You get to see Alaska, basically see Alaska using a round trip cruise, which is going to the Inside Passage, and that can be out of Seattle, San Francisco, LA. There's a couple cruises next year doing that. And so that's just a good way to see Alaska. You get to see more of Alaska by doing what we call the one-way trip or the voyage of the glaciers. And then you get to see all of Alaska through a cruise tour. And then we'll talk about a couple of those just to go in depth in case you're not already aware. The voyage of the glaciers, where I'm saying you get to see more of Alaska, is because you get the 7-day trip, and it's from Vancouver up to Whittier, which is near Anchorage, or you can do the other direction. You get 2 glacier viewing experiences, and I have to say Glacier Bay National Park is one of the wonders of the world. And if you're going to Alaska and you're not going to Glacier Bay, trust me, you are missing out. You have to go to Glacier Bay. I don't even recommend Princess cruises that don't go to Glacier Bay. I'll be honest with you. Let's keep that a secret between us. In addition to Glacier Bay, you also get Hubbard Glacier and College Fjord, or College Fjord, and both of those are stunning. But as great as they are, they're nothing compared to Glacier Bay, in my humble opinion. You get more of the Inside Passage because you're going farther up. And let me show you an example of this on this little map here. And so in the blue is a round trip Inside Passage cruise out of Seattle. So this is a round trip Seattle. It's great Inside Passage. You get to see Glacier Bay. It's awesome. But when you do the voyage of the glaciers, that's in the red. You just basically continue going north, and you get to go farther up into Alaska and get a chance to see more of Alaska, is what we like to say. And it's also the gateway to doing a cruise tour, which I will talk about in a second. I mentioned Glacier Bay, some pictures there I wanted to show from our trip a few years ago as a family. And that's the picture in the background I took, which is the same one on the top right there, is Marjorie Glacier, which is probably the most iconic of the glaciers. Did you know that the ice, I should say, that is at the waterfront, that's about to go into the water, and on the left you can see the glacier calving. That's when the ice falls into the water. How old do you think that ice is? Trivia question. It's about 200 years old. From the time the snow fell off the mountain peak miles away and made its way to the waterfront, it took 200 years. So there's my boys back when they were young and cute, standing in front of Marjorie. Highly recommend it. I mentioned the onboard programs, and what we have there is called North to Alaska. It's a great program. It's won some awards, but it's really, I think it's so engaging because it's about bringing the local food on board. So if you've been to Alaska and some of the local eateries, we're bringing some of their food on board, so you feel like you're standing in Juneau and at Tracy's Crab Shack, having some wonderful king crab. We actually bring that on board, as well as the park rangers. And of course, why not put an axe into a guest's hand? I think that's really important. We do that in Ketchikan. The highlight to me is Puppies in the Piazza. So if you're not doing a shore excursion that involves sled dogs and puppies, we actually bring the puppies onto the ship in Skagway. Very safe, controlled environment for the dogs. You get a chance to interact with them, and they are a bundle of energy. Get your picture taken. Very, very cool experience. We also do this amazing trip, shore excursion called Cook My Catch. This is where you go out and you actually get a chance to fish, either for salmon or for halibut. And if you catch something, we will bring it back onto the ship for you. You don't have to stuff it in your backpack or anything. And our professional chefs will make that for dinner for you that night. I also want to say thanks to all those that have served in the military. We have the best military benefit out there. Princess does up to $250 in onboard credit for active duty, retired, disabled military for US, Canada, Australia, UK. Once you're registered in the system, it's always there. It's our gift to your clients who have served. It's near and dear to my heart, as my dad was in the military back in the day. He was in the Navy. He was captain of Battleship Missouri for his last stint before he retired. So pretty cool. Now,
I'd just like to introduce our panelists. First off, we've got Dondra Ritzenthaler, Senior VP of Sales, Trade Support and Service at Celebrity Cruises. And I believe, Dondra, this is the first time you've been on one of our panels. So welcome. And we're very excited to be having you host us next year.
Woo-hoo. You and me
We
both.
also have Vicki Freed, our SVP, Sales of Trade Support and Service at Royal Caribbean, who's been on this panel several times, as well as Adolfo Perez, SVP of Global Sales and Trade Marketing for Carnival Cruise Lines. Michelle Sutter, who I think joined us last year for the first time and had a great presentation, a Senior Director of National Sales and Field Sales for Holland America. We have Michelle Ladizavel, SVP and Commercial Sales Officer for MSC. John Chinesky, SVP of North America Sales and Trade Marketing at Princess Cruise Lines. And also for the first time on our panel, someone not new to us, but new to you, Katina, I struggle with the last name, so I'm going to say Katina Soy.
One name, it's like Cher, Madonna, just one name is fine. It's Katina. Hi, everybody.
Chief Sales Officer for Norwegian Cruise Lines. Is how will COVID-19 change life on board? And this question will go out to Dondra, John, and Vicki. Let's start with you, Dondra.
Okay, so I want to echo what everybody else said, David. We're so thrilled to be here, and hi, you guys, and I know your conference is doing amazing things. So how will COVID change the world? The way I want to start answering that question, David, is you remember before 9/11, nobody took their shoes off at the airport. Everybody had big bottles of shampoo and conditioner in their bags. And then the world changed, and now it's very much become the normal, right? It's just the way it is now when you go to an airport. I think some of these protocols will be very similar. And so in our company, you know, we're all waiting on the CDC to give us approval. All of the lines are. And so we don't know what we're finally going to actually get approved, but I feel confident with things like, you know, the muster drill. I think it's actually going to be better. It's not even different. It's better, right? Because now you can watch the video in your room at any time you want during that 2-hour window. Go to the muster station on your own time. Check it off that you've seen where you need to go if you ever needed it, and you're good to go. You can have a glass of wine in your hand while you do that. And then also things like, you know, the way that the buffets work. You know, now we're not going to have everybody serve themselves in the buffet. We will literally have employees that will just serve you whatever it is that you're asking for. So that's, to be honest, another thing that's enhancing the experience. I believe that there will be masks. I think you will have to wear a mask when you're transporting yourself from one place to the other, very similar to what you have to do all over the world right now. And then when you get seated, you simply take the mask off. When you're outside, you won't have to wear a mask. So these are just a few of the things. But I think when we really get the final, I think we will, certainly I will only speak for Celebrity in this case, we will come fast, we will come in different ways, training you guys and giving you tools so that you will then be able to get the confidence from us, but then also give the confidence to the customer. So we are so close, David.
Great. So John, I think obviously when Ocean Medallion came out a few years ago, it did not have, you had a lot of great ideas in mind for that, but certainly you did not have or expected to have some of the benefits that we can expect from it during the COVID-19 era in cruising.
Yeah, I think it will support a lot of some of the functionality that I feel will be required. And obviously we're guessing a little bit here because we haven't locked down our requirements. And I would say to what Dondra's talking about, it's important to remember for all of us here, we will be very consistent in what we're offering, right? Even with, so medallion classes is a different way of approaching the problem, if you will. But at the end of the day, we're going to be very consistent in terms of the standards we're all adhering to. We've always been very open in sharing when it comes to health and safety. We don't believe that any brand wins by saying we're healthier or safer than another, but it's all just how we do it, right? Because we're all in this together, to say the very least. But we're excited for what medallion class will do because picking up on what Dondra is saying, arrival to the terminal. In the old days, everybody just showed up at 11 or so and it was a throng of people and you got on as quick as you can. And we're going to have to support some sort of physical distancing and spacing. And so the medallion class app will do that. Dining, we can't have 400 people waiting to queue up and go into the dining room before dinner. So those kind of things, we expect more staggered kind of dining times. And even being able to see where are people, so I don't have to go there. If I want to get a drink before dinner, we're actually going to be able to show you utilization by venue. So you can know where the crowded bar is or where the least crowded bar is. And also just being able to have things brought to you. So those are the kind of cool things with medallion class that you're right. We never predicted this. It was never about that. But nonetheless, we will all be operating, I think, on a very standard platform when it comes to all the protocols.
Great. And finally, Vicki, how do you see COVID-19 changing life on board Royal Caribbean ships?
Well, thank you, everybody. Great to see everybody again. Just imagine a year ago, we were all on the beautiful Symphony of the Seas. So how will things change? It will still be a Royal Caribbean experience, and your clients will still enjoy our fabulous entertainment, our wonderful food. But there will be, some safety measures put into place, like we've just spoken about with masks. But all the activities, even the flow rider. Now, you won't have to have a mask when you're on the flow rider. You'll take it off. You'll go on the flow rider, you'll go get off, and then you'll put your mask back on if you're going to be in any crowded areas. But one thing you should know is that our Healthy Sail panel has been working for months and months on really fine-tuning the protocols that we need to put into place. There's 74 of them. We've already trained all of our strategic account managers for both the Royal Caribbean brand as well as Celebrity and actually Azamara. So we are ready to go as soon as that green light, turns. And so we will make it a healthy, a safe experience, but it will still be a true Royal Caribbean experience. Initially, we won't be at 100% occupancy. We will be at a much lower occupancy so that we can make sure that the protocols are followed and that everything is being managed properly. And then as time evolves and vaccines happen and different protocols, you will see us making the changes necessary. We've already expanded our medical facilities. We have additional doctors that will be on board. We have infectious disease specialists. We have an ICU unit. So we are prepared in the event that something goes wrong, that we will make sure it'll be a very safe experience for everybody.
In your opinion, what is your view on this survivability of the travel advisor and the value that they bring to the consumer?
Well, I do believe that travel advisor is going to be around for a very, very long time because you really are the value interpreter. You help guide the consumer into making the right buying decision. You're really not selling anything, but you're helping them so that, to what Katina said earlier about value, cruising represents the best vacation value in the industry. And if you can articulate the value proposition and help guide the consumer into understanding that they're going to get the best ROI on their vacation dollar when they cruise, you're priceless in your knowledge. And, oftentimes people ask me, well, Vicki, but the internet, people Google and they go online. And I think the internet's your best friend because there is so much information on the internet that what happens is the consumer says, I'm confused, there's too much here. And you really help them match the right vacation. So you become the value interpreter. Consumer confusion is what happens when they go on the internet. They will go on to the web and they will look at things, but it's where you step in that's going to make the difference. And so, at Royal Caribbean Group, we are doubling down even more on all of you because we believe in the future of the travel advisor. We understand the value that you bring to the equation, and we know the difference that you make in helping guide the consumer into making the right vacation choices.
Thank you. That certainly gives us a lot of confidence to make sure we're bringing in new to cruise.
Well, I think, first of all, I want to say thank you for letting me be here today. I'm truly honored to spend some time with you guys today and with these esteemed colleagues of mine from around the industry. So a couple of things that I want to point out is, number one, one of the biggest things that really motivates me is that despite the fact that we have sold 4 of our ships, by 2022, when the Carnival Celebration, which will be the second XL class ship that we bring online, we will actually have more capacity in 2022 after that than we did in 2019. So it's not like the industry is shrinking. So more than ever, as we continue to go towards that point in time, we're going to need new to cruise. Now, clearly right now, one of the things that has been going on is people have pulled back on top of the funnel advertising for consumers. And it's understandable. It's hard to get that message out right now during this crisis. So, and by the way, I'm not crying. I just have allergies and my eye keeps watering. So I'm not really crying. So, we have been focused, just like we've been asking you to focus on FCCs, past guests, people that for sure have a desire to cruise. And, the limited capacity, the ramp up time it's going to take, that is going to probably help us, fill those ships during those times. But as you pointed out, David, it's not enough, obviously, going forward as we continue to grow each of our brands. And things like bringing out new ships, that excites people when you put new things on cruise ships. So, for example, the Mardi Gras is going to have first roller coaster at sea. Carnival Celebration is going to come out with new and exciting features that the Mardi Gras doesn't have. So by innovating our products across the industry and really creating excitement for people to consider cruising that may not have in the past is a big deal. I do believe that once we start feeling confident about doing more consumer advertising other than to past guests and FCCs, and all of us start spending more money in consumer advertising through various media channels, I think that is going to help drive excitement for new to cruise. Not to mention, I think that one of the things that we've done at Carnival is we've put together these virtual cruise parties that you can download all the stuff that you need. How about bringing a past guest and ask your past guest to bring someone who's never been on a cruise to join you for this, virtual party that you host. Those are all ways that you can get people excited about it. Think about the exciting destinations you've been to. Think about the great cruise shots that you have. Post them on your social media. Tag your clients that you think might be interested, that have maybe done land before that might reconsider cruising. It's going to take time, as all the things that that everyone has really talked about, all the things that we're going to do as we start to resume cruising. I think that we've done a really good job as an industry coming up with a way to present the CDC with one plan, so everybody doesn't have to consider, oh God, I'll go on this cruise line because they're doing 75 things, and this one because they're doing 72 things. I think that once we pass that barrier, once we have people actually sailing on the cruise, once we have people sharing the experience on board, and the fact that we will deliver a fun and safe vacation for your clients, that we're going to start seeing that kind of excitement come back to new to cruise. So you shouldn't give up on them right now, obviously, but you probably have a lot of work with your FCCs and past guests. But there's going to be a time where the capacity is back up, and we're going to need you more than ever. Your value, as Vicky was saying, and everyone was saying, the value that the travel advisor brings is immense, because no matter how much money we spend on marketing, we can't reach everyone like you can. You're in your communities, you have access to pools of demand that we could never touch, and because of your expertise, because of your excitement about what you do, you can bring new to cruise as well.
Great, thank you, Adolfo. Habits, what's selling, what's not selling, what's enticing customers to book, or just trends in general. So we'll start off with John Chinesky on trends for 2021 and what you're seeing.
Yeah, I think we're definitely seeing an interest, and the research is, I'm sure from all of us, is backing this up, that people are less likely to get on a long-haul flight to far-off places. They're interested more in the closer to home type of cruising experience, and I think that has seen a positive impact on places like Alaska, or Princess with our California coast cruising, Mexico, Caribbean, Canada, New England, etc. I think that is just a natural reaction, that if you can drive to a ship. I know Carnival has an amazing home port strategy around the country, and that is perfectly suited for, I think, when we go back into the waters, that Princess is known as being this destination leader traveling the world, South America, Southeast Asia, Australia, and I think those are going to be definite. Those are going to take longer to bloom, put it that way, in terms of coming back. But the beauty of a ship is it's flexible, and we can relocate it and put it in a place where people want to go. And so I think that is a definite trend. Having said that, it's also amazing to me what we're seeing for people's interest in going to Europe, because people, they realize they've only got so many years either on this earth or with their kids when they'll actually listen to them. And so they want to schedule these trips. They want to go to these far off places. World Cruises for 2022 has never sold better. I mean, so those kind of things, people do want to travel. That wanderlust is still there. And so we're very thankful for that. And I think that about does it for Princess.
Great, thank you, John. Dante, what are you seeing in terms of what's selling? I've heard a lot of, well, we've seen Caribbean certainly, great deal of interest in private islands. Michelle talked a little bit about Alaska earlier. We're certainly seeing demand there. We're seeing mixed results on Europe. What are you seeing at Celebrity?
So, it's a great question. Two things. Number one, we're actually seeing tremendous interest in the Galapagos. And I think John said it, people are pent up, they're ready to go. This is a bucket list trip. And so our bookings are really, really showing some great interest and progress in the Galapagos Islands. Another trend that's interesting that is kind of along the same lines as what John said is that we're seeing people when they're going to places like Europe actually upgrading and buying a business class airline seat instead of coach. We're seeing way more bookings in the retreat, which is, our ship within the ship concept than we ever had before. So I think what's happening is that people very much deserve and believe that they deserve to go on vacation, and they're making these changes to feel a little bit more secure. I think Caribbean's going to be super hot, because everybody's talking about staying close to home. But I definitely would not count out Europe because we are seeing still a great deal of interest. And honestly, we look at what the airlines are doing all the time. And, we look at what some of our peers or competitors are doing in the Europe marketplace, and they're doing really well and in the water right now. And so I think that what we're going to see is trends continuing with people getting more and more confidence. Frankly, I think after the presidential, well, actually, it's now already over.
Yes.
Not as we knew, but I think now that the presidential election is over, and I think when the vaccine comes, and I was just reading this morning that there's, now they're predicting a vaccine in March. We don't really know, but I think the trend will, as we see cases getting under control, as we see vaccines, and as we see people being pent up and just wanting to go, I think we're going to continue to see these trends of 21 and 22 bookings getting stronger and stronger.
Great, thank you. Agreed.
John and Dondra, Caribbean and Alaska for us are neck and neck in terms of destination currently for 2021. I'll tell you though, a close second, which is really interesting, and I think this kind of goes back to the pent-up demand, are some of our exotic itineraries into late 21, like Q3, Q4. Primarily because I do believe people are pent up. They had to suspend and pause their vacations from this year. They are so excited to be able to actually travel. And so the exotics have been doing really, really well with us, which is a big reason that we've actually brought back the air component and the free air component specifically for our exotic itineraries. So for that, we've seen great demand pickup. And then from a demographic perspective, which is quite interesting, at least for us, is that our increase in millennial travel has shot up over the course of the pandemic. And I think greatly because they're excited to travel. They may not have as many things holding them back. Concern, their comfort may be a little bit different. So our millennial travel has spiked. Family travel is still very, very strong. It's just that the millennial travel over this time period has definitely picked up.
Great, well, that's interesting. That's good to know.
The demand environment in 2021 and beyond has been quite good. And interestingly enough, like Katina mentioned earlier about the brand loyalists, our brand loyalists have actually been booking those longer voyages, and we have some that are 90% plus oversold, and those are like Voyage of the Vikings or Grand African or World Cruise in 2022. So that's an interesting trend. But another trend that we've seen that's been also very interesting is that we've seen a huge increase in demand for veranda staterooms and suites. Again, I think that's indicative of people wanting to have kind of their own space, private space, I should say. And like everyone's been talking about, that pent-up demand that everyone is experiencing, we've had our freedom to travel has been taken away, and so people are really looking towards the future in booking their next travel plans, and that's been really reflected in our booking trends.
Good, that's good to know.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of demand with Perfect Day at Coco Cay, and as you know, those of you who were on conference last year, that is the perfect all-inclusive island. It is safe, and so we're seeing a lot of demand for short cruises. We're also seeing demand for Alaska, and I think Alaska, after we've had some crisis in the past with 9/11, people tended to stay closer to home. Alaska is a beautiful destination. We have 4 ships there this summer in 2021, and we expect that to be a very popular destination.
You know, we hear a lot about people looking for outdoor adventures as well. And, you know, when they are finding any time to vacation, or when they do vacation, they are going to national parks, et cetera. So I think Alaska really fits into what some people are looking for as well.
Sure, and thanks. I guess starting off with trends, I think my colleagues covered many of them, and they're all spot on. I think the one that really is not surprising, but if you asked probably this panel a year ago in the top 10, what are the decision makers for those cruisers for your clients? And flexibility would not have been in the top 10. And today is absolutely at the top of the list. And that was one component in a trend that we're seeing hands down as a consideration set in terms of making that booking and locking it in. So I think it's something that we really need to spend time on, and urge all of the advisors to get to know everyone's program, especially MSC's, our Total Cruise Flex, because it really is the ultimate in flexibility, allowing you to move your cruise to another date, another ship at your will, up to 48 hours prior to cruising. So that's a trend that I think is going to continue, which is the need for flexibility. And I do think that the highlight of sustainability and the want of the world to be environmentally friendly, especially for cruise lines, especially as we sail the ocean and visit other communities, that's going to come to the fore again. And that's something that is at the heart of what we do at MSC, our technology, all of our actions that we do on board and shoreside to make sure that we're being friendly to the environment and the communities that we call on. And one of the main reasons why we created Ocean Key Marine Reserve, which is just a phenomenal paradise waiting for all of your clients. When we need to get away, it's great that we can combine that environmentally friendly beaches with snorkeling and paddleboarding, and really being able to step into the marine reserve and be a part of nature while you sail with us. So those are the trends that I think that are also going to be here and continuing as we go forward. Going back to the question on how we're seeing protocols moving from Europe over into the US. You know, I think one of the things when we look at what we were able to put in place and taking that first step, and I want to thank all of my colleagues here, because the support that you gave to MSC and the travel industry as a whole, all of the advisors really rooting for us to be successful. And we're happy to say that, you know, we've just had our 8th sailing on Grandiosa, and we're starting Magnifica this week. And things are going very well. It's something that we never take our eye off of. We want to make sure that safety is #1 priority for our guests and our crew, and that we continue that. At the same time, we want to make sure we deliver an incredible experience, and we've been able to do that as well. So they're not exclusive at all. And what we're actually hearing is incredible positive feedback from our guests that have sailed with us, as well as some of them repeatedly saying, you know, I feel even safer on board than I do in my normal day-to-day life. So I think that really says the level of protocols that we've put in place, and that we'll bring over to the US. Obviously, if they're working in Europe, we'll bring them over. But as time goes on, as technology is enhanced, as we start to understand this virus better and better, and how to fight against and how to provide safety measures to make sure that we stay safe in our day-to-day lives as well as on board, we'll continue to evolve those. So I think until we get the CDC recommendations and we work with CLIA as we are now, and we work as individual cruise lines, we'll have the definitive of what those protocols will be. But I think we can, at minimum, look at what we've done in Europe and bring over to the US with success as well. So we'll have a good head start when things get going.
Well, keep up the good work.
You truly can get free media coverage for your events. For example, Dream Vacations franchisee Lainey Melnick hosted a World of Luxury garden party with Crystal Cruises and secure calendar listings in Tribeca, Evency, and Shalom, Austin, an article in the Jewish Outlook, and a story on the local Austin event website, do512.com.
Way to go, Lainey. Congratulations.
I'm Neil Broomhall. I'm the captain of Star Legend. I've been at sea for all of my life. We have 6 ships, 3 of them are sail, 3 of them are motor. Once you're on board, you're going to have the same Windstar experience no matter which ship you're on. The Windstar experience is this fabulous little close community, an environment where people not only enjoy their holiday, but there's a huge amount of social interaction between everybody. The significant thing with Windstar is that we get to some of the smaller, out-of-the-way places. And those smaller, out-of-the-way places can be somewhere that's difficult to get to. The nice thing with a shallow draft vessel like this is we can take her along many of the longer rivers and canals to get her to some of those places that the big ships obviously cannot access. All of the ships feature a water sports platform. We visit some fabulous little bays. We put the anchor down, we put the water sports platform down. We have an open bridge policy, which means the passengers will come and visit me on the bridge. They will ask me all sorts of questions about where we are, what's on the chart, how does the radar work. All of these questions we're more than happy to answer. It's a very rare thing these days to be able to have access to the bridge. Windstar are quite unusual in permitting that. Here on board, of course, we're delighted that we can do it. It's a great pleasure to be able to welcome the guests onto the bridge. We have a very close relationship with our passengers. We get to know their names, we get to know what their favourite drinks are, the waiters get to know what their requirements are in the restaurant and so on. And so we are noted for having perhaps the friendliest cruise at sea. I have to say that it is the best experience that I've had at sea. I'm thoroughly enjoying it, and I hope that I'm able to pass that joy onto the passengers, because it really is a wonderful experience here on Windstar.
They stand out as the best of the best. So these top 10 sailings are unforgettable. They have more unique UNESCO heritage sites and more hidden gems and really unique cultural sites than most other places that other cruise lines go. So these are the top 10, going into Alaska and Greece and into the Italian and French Riviera, Italy with the Dalmatian coast, the Holy Lands, Iceland, and Tahiti. So Condé Nast magazine put us on the 2019 hot list and said that as far as Alaskan expeditions go, this itinerary does give passengers more access to so many aspects of the state's culture than any other competitor. So we're really thrilled about that endorsement. As far as Greece, no one does Greece like Windstar. We do have fantastic Greek adventures, such as our Ancient Wonders of Greece and Ephesus, round trip Athens for 10 days. This is going to be on the Windsurf, which is our largest sailing yacht, or the Windstar, which is our smaller sailing yacht. So that would be a 10-day cruise vacation. It is combinable with a extended stay in Greece for one of our cruise tours as well. And all of our Greek Isles cruises do have an evening in Ephesus. All of our Greece cruises that go into Kusadasi, Turkey, I should say, do have this evening under the stars in the ruins of the Celsius Library, a beautiful dinner we call Destination Discovery event. So that would also be on our Treasures of the Greek Isles 7-day round trip Athens, a beautiful itinerary, optional extended stay in the Greek Isles as well, and then an opportunity to go through the Corinth Canal in this beautiful Mediterranean cruise. And this is really quite unique and really quite popular. And then we have 2 sailings to the Holy Lands next year, one in May and one in October. This is going to be round trip from Athens, and it also has an optional overland tour, which would take folks into to see the pyramids, and also take folks into Jerusalem and meet up with the ship a few days later. So this is our Italy with Dalmatian coast. I wish we had more time to really get into all of these wonderful details, but we're a little bit pressed on time. So just so you know, this is also combinable with our overland tour, which is Lake Como with the Adriatic Romance Tour. We also have a Vatican with the Croatian Coastlines Cruise Tour, and our Under the Tuscan Sun and Down the Dalmatian Coast Cruise Tour for those folks that want the extended stay in Italy. And now you have the French and Italian Riviera. I had the pleasure of doing this cruise in 2017. It was a 7-day cruise vacation, very similar to the one you see there. And I was on the Star Legend, which will be in this region in July of next year. But the Windsurf, our largest sailing yacht, is there for a larger number of sailings as well. So this is a really great itinerary, and I really enjoyed it. Visited some real hidden gems such as Sanary-sur-Mer, which is the sunniest place in France and also the most festive place in France. So moving on, we also have our Around Iceland itinerary. This is a 7-day cruise, and I mean, it's priced to sell at $4,000 per guest. It's a phenomenal price for what this is. If you were going to try to plan a upscale or luxury land vacation in Iceland for your client, it would be extremely difficult and would cost a lot more than that. Iceland just doesn't have a lot of luxury hotel accommodations, especially in these smaller villages. So this is the best of both worlds, a circumnavigation of Iceland with also the luxury of an all-suite motor yacht. We do also have our comprehensive Iceland cruise tour, which is an extended stay in Iceland, and that would be taking folks into this region here, which is going to be an overland into the interior of Iceland. And then you also have our Dreams of Tahiti, which is a 7-day cruise round trip Papeete, starting price point of $19.99 per guest. Now those rates are going to vary. We do have a lot of sailing dates to choose from. As you can see, the Wind Spirit is there pretty much almost every Thursday in 2021 and 2022. She also has a 10 and 11 night cruise that she does as well. And then the Star Breeze, our all-suite motor yacht, is going to be there December of 21 through April of 2022. So that is the Society Islands, going to 6 different islands, including Papeete, an overnight on the ship in Bora Bora, an overnight in Raiatea. We do have an amazing destination discovery event, complimentary in Tahiti, when we do our overnight in Bora Bora. So I know a lot of you are wondering, what's Windstar doing to protect the guests and the crew? Well, this is an ever-changing document. There's going to be more information added as we get closer to our relaunch, which right now we're planning to relaunch in January of 2021. But we will have these great strategies in place, including a very, very advanced technology for air filtration, incorporating multi-filters and UVC light, plus EPA sanitizing solutions, and a lot of other procedures as well. I'll have a flyer for this that you can download from our packet of information. So I want to say thank you so much.
It is our leadership team that I know Brad will rely upon. And look, but again, it is a closed session. No cruise lines or media representatives are here. So all of this information, this is asking Brad any questions. So this is where it gets really interactive. We want you to submit your question, and from there, I will go forward and ask Brad the question throughout. But obviously, we trust that all this information you'll keep confidential, but it's an opportunity to hear directly from Brad, his insights. But first and foremost, Brad, what kind of pajamas are you wearing here?
Are you ready? So we're going to go with a little spice, just a kiss of spice, and then we're going to build a really fun cocktail out of it. So with it, we're going to take a little serrano pepper. Okay. We're going to cut that serrano pepper, and we're going to put it right into the glass, and we're just going to press it real quickly. You're going to hear a crunch. That was a crunch.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yup, that pepper's ready to go. Next, we're going to take a little bit of citrus and a little simple, and we're going to pop it right on in.
So citrus and simple sugar, is that right?
Yes, simple syrup, agave, any sweetener, just so you can get a little flavor from the front of the palate to the back. Then we're going to do a little cranberry juice, just to give it a little color. So if you're looking out over the ship and just seeing that beautiful water and those clouds, you're really enjoying yourself. Then we're going to take a little vodka, a little orange vodka, and put it right over the top. And now we have the building of a beautiful, beautiful Alaska adventure in a glass. Next, we're gonna take. I know this is gonna be good. I can't wait till you taste it.
I don't know. How's that going to work, by the way? Because, I mean, I have a glass here.
You do have a glass
empty.
there.
It's empty. I don't want to be negative, but I'm just saying this is an empty glass, okay?
It is an empty glass. I don't think you'd appreciate it. Now, our guests would probably really appreciate it. They probably have a better palate than you. I think of you more as a light beer sort of guy, you know, or you know, just those the simple pleasures for you, where our guests are like something more elevated. Meisterbrow. That's great. Maybe an acai light or acai dark. So we're going to do a little sugar on the outside and make it have a little snow dusting across that.
So you lined the rim with the lemon juice. You cut the lemon and swirled it around, and now you're dipping it in the sugar. That is so clever.
Absolutely. We're going to ice this up, a little pebble ice.
Okay.
And we're going to shake. Now, this is where you should be moving along with me. I'll do the shaking. You do the dancing. Are we ready?
Okay. I'm going to get my bobblehead out. Go ahead.
3. Oh, we're shaking. Oh, he's got a bobblehead. You know it's a good cocktail when a bobblehead's shaking, too. Oh, it is icy cold. It is beautiful. It is Alaska. We're going to pop it, and we're going to get ready to pour it right in.
You know, you taught me to pop it like that, and I actually threw my shoulder out. I actually had to go to the emergency room after I did that. But anyway, carry on.
Oh, Carrie, I feel so badly. We are now pouring this in. I can't wait till people try this at home. This is a great princess cocktail, great theme of Alaska. We'll take one more cut of this Serrano, put it right over the top, and just enjoy.
Wow.
If you could only taste this, John, this is fantastic. I bet this is going to be incredible.
Yeah, the mine isn't tasting so good right now. You know what? This was a bad idea. Who came up with this idea?
Great idea. I love this idea. We're going to just taste. We should do this all day. This is fantastic.
It's a little torture. Like, you know what my favorite drink is? You mentioned beer. I actually don't like beer. You know what I drink all the time, Rob?
What do you drink?
A fuzzy navel. I think it's a manly drink. I think it speaks to my manhood. But seriously, let's make a drink for the Caribbean. I know you got some great ideas. You spent a lot of time there. What do you got?
I do. Who doesn't enjoy a good fuzzy navel from time to time? Until you get out of college, usually. I mean, in college, the fuzzy navel is the go-to. Then we kind of graduate our palate, you know, and enjoy something a little more fun. One of the number one cocktails is a mule. And if we're all going to enjoy the Caribbean right now, why not enjoy a Caribbean-style mule? Instead of vodka, let's do a little rum, and let's do a little tropical fruit mixed and muddled in. Are you ready to go ahead and make it?
I love that. I can't wait.
Yeah. Well, we're going to take a little strawberry here.
So you and I have the same thing to start, which is an empty glass. So that's the only thing we have in common. So please carry on. Just enjoy your drink, and I'll just sit here and watch and suffer.
You watch, and I'll tell you just how good it is. And then you'll just sit there and watch me enjoy the cocktail. It'll be perfect. A little strawberry right in there. Then we're going to take a little pineapple as well and drop it in. And a little bit of fresh ginger. So we have the 3 things to just crush and muddle away, which we're about to do right now. And trust me, we'll get to the shaking part. So I can't wait to see what you do for your next shaking.
Oh, I might hurt myself. Hey, Rob, let me ask you, while you're muddling, let's say to folks who are watching and they want to make these drinks, but they don't actually drink alcohol.
Yes. So this is a great cocktail to have without alcohol.
Yeah.
I always feel like that zero proof is a great, mocktails are great because sometimes people just want a great experience, a great flavor, and they don't want the alcohol with it. So that's why we liked it with this cocktail. It's fantastic without the rum. It's a great drink because it has a little bit of that spiciness and a little sweetness and put a smile on your face.
I love it. That's great. Okay.
Awesome. So we have this here. We are now going to take a little lime juice and agave here and pour that right on in. And once we have those poured in, now again, if you don't want to use alcohol, don't use it here. If you do want to use it, we're going to take some rum and pour 2 ounces of rum.
A light rum.
A light rum. But if you want something a little spicy, a little interest, you can kind of have a little fun with a more of a spiced rum. Any of those rums in the rum family are going to be great with it.
Okay.
This cocktail's super well balanced. So if you want to highlight something like that, feel free. Enjoy.
Right.
So we now are going to take a little bit of bitters, little old-fashioned style bitters, and what that does is just adds a little depth to the cocktail. John, you would love this. It's just such a shame you can't enjoy it with it. I'm dying.
Seriously. Whose idea was this? Oh, it was my idea? Oh, okay, great.
A little ice, and now we're going to shake away. Is that bobblehead ready?
Okay, let's go.
Let's do this. Oh! I love it.
And you know what? I need to bring up my other friend. Because
Who's your other
as you
friend?
know, Rob, I do have my own, hold on, the image will capture in just a second. I do have my own puppet, because why wouldn't I?
Oh,
How's it looking? Hi, everybody.
Awesome.
Let me fix my hair. Hold on. Okay.
Please do.
So shake away. All right. I'm going to move the puppet back to his coffin where he rests like a Dracula. Put him over there. Awesome.
That's amazing. That is amazing. I want a puppet. Tell you what, I'll trade you one of these drinks for a puppet, but now you're a puppet.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to look at me all day. All right. So you got ice in the glass. And what is that?
Ice, and then we're going to do ginger beer. So again, if you didn't want to use rum, if you didn't want to use a spirit here, just put a little ginger beer in. Put it in first, though. And so if I was going to put it in first like this, it's going to go about halfway up the glass. And now we pour the cocktail over the ginger beer so the bubbles work their way through the cocktail so you get to enjoy that flavor. Remember, taste is 90% smell. So if the bubbles work through, it's called a Shaolin technique. The bubbles working through so it hits your nose and it brings through all the cocktail's flavors. So we go ahead and pour.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
It's a little princess trick.
I tell you what. Wow, what a cocktail. That is amazing. Oh my gosh, that looks so... If you could just put that up to the... I think this virtual thing will work. If you put it up to the camera and just pour it, it will eventually make its way to my empty...
Put it up to the camera.
I'm dreaming now. Look at that.
Let me just tell you, you wouldn't appreciate this. It would be wasted on you. So this is the Fuzzy Navel 2.000. So...
Wow, that looks amazing. You've got the best job.
Oh, I do have the best job. Boom.
2020 vision.
2020 vision cocktail. Now you're thinking.
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Let's have some fun and let's build a great balanced cocktail. And with it, let's do it with a little cucumber. Let's do a little cucumber dropped in. And with it, we're going to take a little basil as well. Cucumber and basil. You know what? I'm going to taste this. Make sure.
You just tasted it. Like, I don't know why you have to taste it again? Okay,
yeah, just
great.
Sure.
Great. I'm
so as we crush this cucumber right away.
Oh, you're crushing it.
I'm crushing it. Then we're going to take a little basil and we're going to go drop it in. But before we drop it in, we're going to give it a little drop it in to release the oil of the basil. Because 2020 cocktail has got to be elegant, easy to make, and delicious. I'm going to go back to agave, lime.
Hey, I got a new name idea. Instead of calling it the 2020 vision, why can't we call it 2020 can't end soon enough? Why don't we call it, I'm kidding. Please keep working your magic, Chef. You just keep working your magic.
I will. The 2020 can't end soon enough. I love that. That's great. Let's go ahead. And with it, let's do two fun things. We're going to use a great gin to it. This is an artisanal gin to our 2020 cocktail, and a dash of Grand Marnier to give it a little length and beauty.
Cool.
And
splash
you know
there.
what's next? Just a splash.
Yep.
Just a splash, and we are going to ice this up.
Okay.
And we are going to get ready to shake. Now, I know you have a lot of characters there, and they're all ready to shake.
Yep.
And we're ready to shake here. Are we ready? We just need some music. Ready?
I know. Sorry, we don't have any. Go ahead. I'm bringing Bobblehead back for this one.
Shake it away. Oh, yeah.
I feel like Night at the Roxbury. I'm dating myself.
Us two wouldn't be able to get in.
No.
All right. With the cocktail, we're going to take a great glass, a little kosher salt here. We're going to cut the lime. And as we cut this lime, we're just going to rim the glass just a little bit on the outside.
Okay.
And We now are ready to ice our 2020 cocktail.
Amazing.
And we are ready to go ahead and pour away. Here goes.
I'm so glad I'm not with you right now. I'm so glad I'm here.
You would hate this. You would hate this. It's a rough job.
Stupid idea. Seriously, was this my idea? It was my. Rob, we are wrapping up on time. You have created the 2020 Vision Cocktail for all of our good friends at CruiseOne CruisesInc Dream Vacations. We're now renaming it, though. The 2020 can't end soon enough. Rob Floyd, Master Mixologist, Liquid Chef, special friend of Princess. We appreciate your partnership and all that you do. Cheers to you, buddy.
I love my Princess family. Cheers.
A beautiful little song by the Beatles. Hope you enjoy. And, hopefully see you all again on a cruise sometime soon. Here comes the sun, da, da, da. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun, da, da, da. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Little darling, the smiles return into their faces. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been here. Here comes the sun, da, da, da. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Sun, 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 here it comes. Sun, 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 here it comes. Sun, 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 here it comes. La, da, da. Little darling, I feel that ice is slowly melting. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been clear. Here comes the sun, da, da, da. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Here comes the sun, da, da, da. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. Thank you very much, ladies and gents. Hope you've enjoyed. It's been a real pleasure singing once again for you, and I leave you in the capable hands of the rest of the team. But from me, take care.
storms this year with the pandemic and the industry being shut down. Any advice for them on how they can pick up and move forward for as the industry begins to rebuild?
It's going to get better. Obviously, I mean, 2020 was just horrendous. It's like, that's the hashtag for everything that goes wrong in this world. 2020, just, that's it. Just what happened, 2020. I don't care what it is. And I found that you just keep your head down, keep moving ahead, one step in front of the other. Don't let them wear you down, because you don't have to fall by the wayside. You know, it's going to get better, and you want to be there when it does.
We want to be there when it does, because we believe now more than ever. I mean, you see it, you've experienced it. We're all been in our homes or in, you know, the confines, and sure, certainly things are starting to open up, but there is a pent-up demand for travel.
The captain that they had hired couldn't fulfill his obligations.
Wow.
So we're saying, well, what are we going to do? He said, well, let's use the old guy.
Oh my gosh.
My boss said, he said, yeah, he told them, because they were scrambling trying to find somebody. And my boss said, either you use my guy or the deal's off. And billionaires are like that. They don't care.
Right.
Really don't, because
they also trust. They know that you captain their ship, their yacht. So
them not to, to say, okay, I don't need this $1 million for this charter. It doesn't really bother them. They just don't care. They're not impressed by that kind of money.
Yeah,
and that's strange to hear.
It is strange to hear, because I'm over here like Pavlov's dog. Give me the $1 million.
Strange to experience, but he's just very cut and dried. He said, either you use Lee or we're done. So they said, okay. And they finally acquiesced and said, okay, we'll use him, but we're not going to show him very much. So when they did the full, I think that year they only got 10 episodes. And they sent it to Bravo, and Bravo said, where's the captain? So, well, we made a decision in the field not to use him very much. And so Bravo sent it back and said, redo the whole thing and find all the footage and put him in.
So look at I mean, that's pretty impressive.
It was an accident.
By act, but still, well, you were prepared. You're obviously, you had your skills to be being a captain to begin with. You're in the right place at the right time. That's amazing, right?
Surely coincidental.
And now 8 seasons later, a star of the Bravo TV series Below Deck, and now we're a future getting on deck with Captain Lee Cruises. So we have to reconnect and talk about that more. Any parting tips for our travel advisors on how they can keep their business steady and on course before we wrap up?
Do whatever it takes. Think outside the box if you have to. Just keep moving forward, keep your head down, stay focused. It's going to get better, and you want to be there when it does.
I love that. Do whatever it takes.
All by the wayside. You just do whatever it takes.
And you heard it. And you heard it direct from Captain Lee, everyone, doing whatever it takes to, because in this environment, you have to do whatever it takes. You don't really know. And
like, you want to be the last one standing when everybody else is falling down.
Yep. And we definitely want to navigate and help you all navigate in the future. But Captain Lee, thank you so much for joining us.
General trend that we had called out was that home-based agencies are performing better than online travel agencies. So our network is actually very healthy, very strong, and doing relatively better than other competitors. And this is important because our partners are going to continue to invest where it makes sense. And it makes sense to continue investing in this network. Also, luxury clients are generally solid repeat customers. And we are seeing that repeat customers are coming back. But you mentioned land. Even on the land side of the business, some of these remote destinations where you can safely practice social distancing, the Maldives, French Polynesia, even villas, are really doing relatively well.
Well, we're seeing a lot of our agents now begin to travel to different destinations, resorts, even agents that never really had an interest, but now they're recognizing the opportunity because land product, whether that is a resort vacation, whether that's a domestic city stay,
state, or even if it's something in their backyard, or even obviously more, it's local international now, which is Mexico and Caribbean. But in the future, of course, there'll be other international. So any other thoughts as it relates to land?
Sure. So what we're seeing, and again, this isn't surprising, but people want to get away. They've been in quarantine mode for a while. They want to get away now, and even if that means close to home. So you brought up domestic. We are seeing domestic travel increase, and that's one of the reasons. I know I mentioned Villas of Distinction earlier, but even on that side, the Villas of Distinction company has ramped up their domestic inventory to help meet that demand that exists out there. We are seeing last minute travel increase. So this is a recent trend, but 40% of bookings that are being made on the land side of the business are also departing within 90 days. So there's a really high demand to travel now.
Close in travel, yeah.
Yeah. But we are seeing people extend their length of stay longer. So last year, if it was only a 5-day stay, we're now seeing that it's more 7-day stay. So this is a 40% increase year over year. And I think what's really that's attributed to is people are much more comfortable working remotely now. So they're willing to take a few extra days, and even if that means that they need to work while they're away from their home. But you did mention, Drew, that some of our agents are traveling. Mexico is coming back. Cancun is now, on an absolute dollar basis, is back to being our #1 destination.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What other destination do you think will come back or is starting to come back next to Mexico?
I think Caribbean is certainly of a lot of interest, and like I said, people want to get away, and they want to get away now. So I think domestic travel will continue to grow.
Yeah,
there is one yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to add to it was that, like, when you say Caribbean, outside of Mexico, it makes sense that Cancun is the #1 destination too, because there's a lot more airlift. But as other destinations begin to open up, the airlift to Jamaica or Dominican Republic, those types of things too. So
definitely, really, just stay safe, stay positive. This industry will come back. There will be a travel industry. There will be a cruise industry. The cruise lines will be looking to us to help them rebuild. When the pandemic first hit, actually, I was on a call with David and Vicky Freed, and Vicky said something that really resonated with me. And she said, "Tough times don't last, tough people do." And we are a tough company, and we're in a good position. We're in a good financial position, and we will continue to be here to support you.
Hello, I'm Sandy Soleil, and welcome to SGTN, the news show bringing you the good tech news of 2020. We've been very focused on the day-to-day support of the network, and we are laser focused on delivering enhancements meant to help us during these times. Online consumer payments were introduced, with payments made direct to cruise lines that update your bookings automatically in My Cruise Control. On your websites, we provided access to your very own branded and personalized luxury villa websites.
At the end of the day, I hope you know this to be true, the only thing you should be selling right now is your good name. This is your leadership moment. People are watching you. They have high expectations that you're going to go far beyond just the basic product knowledge, that they can call you and rely on you for truthful, factual information to help them decide when and where they can travel again. Absolutely, your attitude is everything. And it is not the time to ask for empathy. It is time to offer it.
right now, everybody knows we put together a healthy sale panel with truly some of the most remarkable men and women I've ever had the privilege of working with. And, you know, we've submitted to the CDC, and they have now come back to us with replacing the no sale order with the conditional sale order. But let me explain. That just means that now the real hard work has started, right? Because Keith, you know that we submitted 74 protocols. I can't believe it.
Unbelievable. Hey, that's a good call. Good call.
I called in the middle of this presentation. Oh well. So, but now what they've said is in the conditional no sell order, we have to take those 74 protocols, and frankly, they've added some. And now we have to take the next, 30 to 60 days to get ready to implement all those. And some of the things that we've got to do is we've got to do a sea trial for each and every ship as we come back. But some of the things that we want to just make sure y'all are aware are these layers of protection that they have asked of us that we actually submitted to them. And while we're not ready to talk about all of them, we just want to let you know some of these things that, some of which you already know, but like Muster 2.0, which frankly is going to be better than the original one. There will be enhanced applications on the ship so that nobody has to touch, credit cards or room keys or those types of things. And then, the buffet, right? The buffet that we know it, the way that it has been, Keith, where, I get my tray and I take the spoon and I put stuff on no more. So I will say what I want, and there will be a server that will be the only person touching the utensils to serve me. But Keith, if I wanted more than they give me, can I get that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You know that we're going to get a lot of information. There's a whole slew of stuff. And Dondra, you know what I love that you're saying, though? You're kind of broad brushing here. But the key is guests get on healthy and they get off healthy. And there's a whole slew of things. I mean, over 74 different things, in addition to all the great things that we did before this pandemic. So we're really excited because you can sell us with confidence.
Exactly.
That is our entry-level package and pricing. And as you can see, it always has gratuities, so tips, always has Wi-Fi surfing, and always has our drinks classic. And our classic drinks package is a very high-quality affluent drink package. When you go to premium, it even steps it up the top shelf. But I would tell you our classic is a really nice mid to upper shelf category. So we're very proud of that. And that's our new base fare there. And then you can see on the next two, we go to elevate and indulge. And you can see that each time we kind of enhance that pricing strategy. And it all culminates with what Dondra and I were just really talking a lot about. And if you don't remember anything else, we'd love for you to remember retreat and how to lead with that and sell that, because it is truly an all-inclusive experience with even more. Every
program to really kind of deliver that peace of mind for our sailors when they come on board. And speaking of our Voyage Well program, you've probably seen this over the past few months. This is obviously on our website, but our goal obviously is to test everybody. We are going to social distance, especially for that first year, and kind of running at limited capacity. The contactless experiences, this wasn't something as part of our Voyage Well program. This was always part of our experience we were creating. So you're going to have the band. It is your way to get into your cabin. It's the way to pay for experiences on board the ship. Of course, we're going to clean more. But the other great thing here is in the bottom left-hand corner is our Atmos Air solutions. We are going to be purifying the air on the ship. It disinfects 99.9% of all viruses. That's what some of the technology we're putting in place now when Scarlet Lady is sitting in Genoa, Italy. Of course, we never have buffets. It never was part of our plan. We still have no buffets. So there are no large dining halls and buffets on our ship, which is really great. This, if you haven't seen Scarlet Lady, this is what she looks like. She's simply beautiful, and she really does have that modern yacht-like feel to her. But some important stats to know about her if you're curious. So it holds up to 2,770 sailors. That's how we affectionately refer to our customers. 1,150 crew. She has 1,408 cabins and suites.
And she weighs about 110,000 tonnage, or as we like to kind of compare, about 87,000 London buses. And she's a mid-sized ship in the grand scheme of things. And you'll see some great benefits with that with some of the itineraries and ports that we are sailing to. And then last but not least, for those number geeks like myself that want to know how big the ship is as well, she is 155 Richard Branson's long. And so that just gives you kind of a scope of what Scarlet Lady looks like. All 4 of our ships are identical in size. Now, I talked about the value proposition of what's included on us. Over $600 per person is included in your voyage fare. All of the food on board, 20 plus restaurants and eateries are included in your voyage fare. We include all of your tips and gratuities. We think Wi-Fi is a basic human right. Everybody gets unlimited Wi-Fi. Our entertainment is included. Group workout classes are included. And of course, all of our basic bevies. That's your sodas, waters, coffee, and tea. Now, Scarlet Lady is going to be based out of Miami year-round, doing 5 and 4-night sailings. We have 3 different 5-night sailings, 1 going to Costa Maya, Mexico, 1 to Cozumel, and 1 to Puerto Plata in the Dominican Republic. And then our 4-night itinerary goes to Key West. Now, with all 4 of those itineraries, we are always stopping at the beach club at Bimini, which is in the island of Bimini in the Bahamas. And this is our private beach club exclusive to our guests on board Virgin Voyages. And this is really an amazing place that we've built for your sailors to come and really just put your feet in the sand and have this amazing beach-like experience. Think of the beach club. Really, the inspiration was those amazing beach clubs in St. Tropez and Mykonos. Really an amazing experience we're going to create here, and it's just, it's absolutely beautiful. And of course, Valiant Lady, as I mentioned, is our second lady ship that will take delivery next summer. She will spend her summers based out of our home port in Barcelona, Spain. These are just some of the different ports we'll be going to. We have 3 different 7-night itineraries. And with each of those itineraries, we actually have an overnight in Ibiza. This is our French days and Ibiza nights itinerary. This is my personal favorite because you've got that overnight also in Monte Carlo. Absolutely beautiful itineraries. These leave on Sunday, and they all just go Sunday to Sunday, and they just rotate. This is our Spanish Obsession itinerary. This actually has an overnight in Malaga and Ibiza. And then, of course, our Irresistible Med itinerary. It's also important to note when you look at these itineraries, and this goes for all of our itineraries, when you get back into Barcelona or back into Miami, we don't force you off the ship at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. You have a late checkout at 11 o'clock in the morning that you can actually get up. You don't have to feel rushed to get off the ship. Enjoy a nice breakfast. Enjoy that one last mimosa. And then, if time permits, get off by 11 o'clock. So that's really important to remember to tell your clients when they are sailing with us. Now, when Valiant Lady is done with her time in the Med in the summer, we will bring her over to Miami, and she'll spend her winter in Miami. It'll start with an amazing 15-night transatlantic Med to Miami sailing. And then when she is in Miami, Valiant Lady will do a 6-night Western Caribbean charm sailing, which includes a stop in Roatan. And then she will do an 8-night Eastern Caribbean Antilles that will include a stop in St. Croix. And those will just keep rotating back and forth. And of course, there's a few extra stops in those itineraries as well. But even for the 6 and 8 night sailing with Valiant Lady, she will also be stopping at our beautiful beach club in Bimini. And then come late April, actually, I think it's May 1st, 2022, Valiant Lady will send her back to Barcelona on a beautiful 14-night sailing that goes from Miami back to Barcelona. We'll actually stop in Lisbon, Portugal as well. Different eateries on board the ship, 6 full restaurants. This is the Wake. This is our steak and seafood restaurant. Razzle Dazzle is our vegetarian and vegan forward restaurant. It's very hard to find good vegetarian food. Obviously, all of our restaurants will have vegetarian dishes, but Razzle Dazzle is really designed. It's a very playful restaurant. It's designed for those that really are into that vegan and vegetarian food. But if you aren't into the vegetarian and vegan food scene, don't worry, we have the naughty menu, which will allow you to get that nice piece of fried chicken and add bacon to certain dishes. So this is a fun place to come eat, and the food is absolutely amazing. Test kitchen, this is our cooking laboratory. Think of a cooking school during the day, and then at night you're going to see a menu with maybe 5 or 6 ingredients, and you really don't know what the chef's going to bring you. You're going to have some of these amazing Instagrammable photos from this dining experience that you can share and make all of your friends back home super, super jealous. And then this is Jambe. This is the first Korean barbecue restaurant at sea. This truly was a labor of love of our operations team of creating this amazing dining experience. These are flameless grills that you see there in the middle of the tables with this beautiful lighting and ventilation system above. And you are cooking your own food in the traditional Korean barbecue style. And to kind of break the ice, we give everybody a complimentary shot of soju to kind of get the night started. Pink Agave, think of this as our Mexican restaurant. Think of that red hot Mexico City street food scene. We will have an amazing assortment, as you can see in the picture here, of tequila and mezcal. Really personally my favorite restaurant that I've tasted so far. So I really can't wait for this experience. Extra Virgin is our Italian restaurant. Think of those family sharing style, big plates. We'll have an eclectic rare Italian wine tasting program here as well. And then, of course, I always have to talk about Lick Me Till ice cream. This is our ice cream shop. All of this is included in your voyage fare, and everything I just showed you from all of those restaurants, all the food is included in your voyage fare. But this is one of our, probably the one little place where we get a lot of giggles when we talk about Lick Me Till ice cream. The Grounds Club is our coffee bar. Here we actually serve Intelligentsia coffee, which is absolutely amazing if you've never had Intelligentsia coffee. But this is where you can come and get that nice cappuccino, that nice espresso, anything else that you kind of want. A few of our bars, this is the Draft House. This is our modeled after kind of that traditional English pub, but with a lot of visual, you can see a lot of the ocean with these big windows there on the left. Sip is our champagne lounge. This is where you can get that mimosa during the morning, in the afternoon, that nice glass of champagne after dinner. Really a beautiful lounge, and again, a lot of great windows to see the ocean as much as possible. And then, of course, you're probably asking yourself, well, what about drink packages? Well, we don't do traditional drink packages. We do have what's called Bar Tab, and Bar Tab has been designed for your clients to spend $300, and you use that $300 to buy your drinks on board the ship if you want. It can be used for alcoholic beverages. It can be used for those cappuccinos and espressos, those fresh pressed juices. Bar Tab is $300. Virgin Voyages kicks in an extra $50. So your clients now have $350 to spend for drinks on board the ship. It's also important to note that our drinks are extremely reasonable. We have all top shelf liquor. You can get a Heineken starting at $5. Almost 50% of our wines are under $10 per glass. And as I mentioned before, this is inclusive of your gratuity. So they are all very smartly designed, great technology. This is our Sea Terrace cabin. This makes up probably a little over about 1,130 of our 1,400 cabins and suites. This is our balcony cabin, as you can see here. Beautifully designed. We've got roomy rain showers. We've got terrace hammocks on all of our balconies, the mood lighting, natural products from Red Flower. As you saw on the previous screen, these beautiful large screen, flat screen TVs, and this great glam area. What you didn't see there, we also have a wardrobe area where you'll have plenty of room for your luggage and storing of your clothes. There'll be a safe and all that great stuff. Now, for those that are really into the suite side of things here, this will give you just an idea of what our suites look like. Kind of the inspiration for our suites, our muse was really was Grace Jones and that rock and roll environment. And what you'll see here is all of our suites have those bars in them. And we have a total of 78 suites on board our ship. 63 of them are called Rockstar quarters. They range from 352 to 848 square feet. And then we've got 15 mega Rockstar quarters. And you can see the range here, 570 up to 2,147 square feet. Truly, absolutely stunning suites that we have. When you are in our Rockstar quarters, you'll get access to Richard's rooftop. This is a private outdoor deck just for our suite guests. We actually will provide you the first round of drinks in your bar, in your suite. You'll have access to early booking and priority access to our eateries and different events and experiences on board the ship. And then, of course, you'll have access to our Rockstar agents. They're there 24/7 to take care of anything that you may need while you sail with us. This is actually our massive suite. This is part of the 2,147 square feet. We have two massive suites on board the ship. But if you're in one of those mega Rockstar quarter suites, you get all those perks I just mentioned, but you also get premium Wi-Fi. We include all of the drinks in your bar, in your suite. Even the drinks are included when you are going around the ship and at our beach club at Bimini. You'll get daily spa access. We give you private transfers, and you will actually have a dedicated person taking care of all of your needs when you are sailing with us. Truly for the Rockstar client of yours. And let's make some guacamole. We're going to first start with our avocados. Now, I had the pleasure of meeting Chef Silvana, and she showed me how this recipe really comes about and how to really put this together in the right way. So obviously you're going to take your avocados. I've actually pre-cut this one already. And the idea here is to cube the avocados within the shell, but it's important not to mash it up once you put it in the bowl. So I'm going to start by just cubing this, probably about a medium-sized cube. Try not to cut your fingers. Ideally, you should do this on the board. I want to show you what this looks like here. You're going to put just a nice kind of checkered cut in here, give you an idea of what we're looking at here. Obviously, you want to take the pit out and just put some nice slices in here. Get it nice and cubed. Like I said, about a medium size. Now, for this recipe, I am going to double it up. We will make this recipe available, but I'm going to, for the sake of this, actually use 2 avocados and kind of double my recipe here. So we'll get these finished up and nicely cubed. That last pit out of there. Okay, now as you can see, we have these about a medium-sized cube of the avocado. Now, the key here is not to mash up the avocado. You want to just kind of take your spoon and just go around the outside of the shell and try to start to scoop all that avocado up, keeping it in a diced fashion, and just drop them in your pan or your bowl. I'm going to do that with all of those. Again, so you can see what I'm talking about here. Nice diced, nicely cubed. Just scoop all that out, get that into your bowl. And last but not least, the last one, try to get it actually in the bowl if you can. Now, the recipe calls for a tablespoon of red onion and tomatoes. Like I said, I'm going to double this up. So I am going to take 2 tablespoons of red onion. And of course, depending on your taste, add more, add less, completely up to you. We are going to take 2 tablespoons of chopped tomatoes. I like tomatoes in my guacamole, so I'm going to actually make these kind of like a heaping scoop. Now it calls for some jalapenos. It calls for like a 1/4 teaspoon. Honestly, depending on how you like to do your jalapenos, leaving the seeds in there for a different level of heat, I like to do probably about a 1/2 tablespoon of the jalapenos. And since I'm doubling this is actually going to be a full tablespoon. And most importantly, you want to put some lime juice in the bowl itself. So we're going to take 2 limes and we're just going to squeeze all that juice inside the bowl. In this case, like I said, I'm using 2 limes because I'm doubling the recipe up. Get that all squeezed in there. All right. So now we've got that all in there. So all the ingredients are in the bowl for the most part. But before you have an idea what it looks like inside my bowl at this stage, we've got all the ingredients in there. Now, we don't want to mash it all up and mash up the avocado. We really just want to stir and fold everything and mix it up really, really good. So we're just gonna give it a whirl. We're not trying to mash it up. Kind of see what I'm doing here. Just getting it nicely put together. Okay. Break it up if it needs to be, but it's really just kind of a quick mix. Now, you can add a little bit of salt to it. I like a little bit. I don't like too much. Sometimes I think it takes away. But I also add, though this is part of the recipe, I like a little pepper. So I put a little crushed pepper in there. You're then going to add about a 1/2 teaspoon of cilantro. I like the way cilantro tastes. We're doubling this, so I just take a nice heaping pinch of it, throw that in there, give it another mix. Get it all put together nicely. Kind of see what it looks like before we're going to put it into our bowl. Lastly, let's get that in there. And now the secret ingredient is topping this off with pomegranate seeds. Originally, when I heard this, I'm not a big fan of pomegranate seeds, but when you put them within this dish with the salt of the tortilla chips and the spice of the jalapenos, the sweetness of the seeds, they really just complement each other. So I like to just take, I don't know, a little handful, use them to just kind of decorate it up there. And now you can take a chip, kind of put that in there, and you now have the pink agave guacamole. It's absolutely amazing, and I can't wait for you to come on board and try it. In fact, I will say, if any of you can make the guacamole after we post the recipe, find me on social media, show me that you're making the guacamole, tag me. One lucky winner will come on board with me in one of our pre-inaugural events, and we will go to Pink Agave and have some amazing guacamole.
What does your next dream vacation on a cruise look like?
Okay, so I'm sort of an unusual case because I've done so many, and I've hit so many of the classics. So now for cruising, what's left for me, and I would tell you I have a kind of a crazy goal of getting to every country in the world before I die. Of course, I think this should be a goal for everyone, and not everyone can be a travel writer and gets to travel 100, 200 days a year, but I'm making good progress towards it. I'm missing huge chunks. There's all these little countries in the Pacific, and so I'm wanting one of the next cruises I'm going to do. It's hard to find the perfect itinerary to hit like Vanuatu or some of these countries that are all through the Pacific, and I need to do that. I'm missing there's some cruises, like Windstar has a cruise that goes to the Philippines that I've been wanting to do. I was about to do it, and then this all started happening. So for me, it's very strange things. Like most people say, I want to do the Med, right?
Right.
Yeah, but for me, I'm down to the very obscure things. I want to do the coast of Norway in the winter, which Viking started doing in the last year, I think, in a couple other lines. So,
is there a favorite on the shelf of your experiences, on the shelf of life, where you look at all the books of your adventures? Is there a favorite destination?
And it's another strange thing people will think, but I look. There's nothing to me like sailing. This is not a traditional cruise, but sailing in the Arctic. And there's and I've done kind of all the classic things up there. The Northwest Passage, which is incredible. Northeast Passage, which is going above Russia. It's about a 30-day trip on an expedition ship, and or you can go to say Svalbard, which a lot of traditional like Silver Sea will go there, or some of the smaller luxury lines. There's just something I would encourage all your advisors do it and their customers to do it. It's an expensive trip and it's a hard to get to trip, and they don't offer them too often, but there's something it's so open up there. There's just, you're looking out over miles of ice, no humans. You see a polar bear like every fourth day, and it's like different seagulls, and maybe you'll see. It's just birds. Like the big excitement of day might be seeing a bird colony, but it's realizing how huge the world is and how much even today that is still left to explore. So that's a strange choice, I know, but like everyone asks me, and I say, you got to get to the Arctic, and of course people say Antarctica, which is incredible. I mean, you can't miss that in your life, but I would tell people, give the Arctic a try. Start with Svalbard, which is probably the classic.
As a writer for Luxury Travel Advisor, are you seeing the same trend? And if so, what would your advice be to agents who want to start focusing on that piece of luxury?
We're absolutely seeing that. From everyone that we've spoken to all year, privatized has been the key word, whether that's villas, a private jet, yacht travel, even, we always talk about how luxury is always evolving and how it always means something different to every person. But I think in 2020, private, safe, clean, that's what luxury is. And
as travel begins to open back up, what is your next dream vacation?
I am dying to go to India. I have been cooking my way through Priya Krishna's Indian-ish throughout the pandemic, and I am just dying to knock off the ish and just go to India. I can't wait.
Cheryl, what's your dream vacation on the horizon?
I didn't realize there was on the horizon. I mean, I think my dream vacation is that round the world cruise. I read those articles.
Maybe that's on the horizon. That's great.
I'm going tomorrow. The world will be open tomorrow. So I guess that's really my dream bucket trip. I'm hearing a lot about Middle East. I'm fascinated by the Middle East. I did Dubai for the first time this past year. Dubai and Abu Dhabi. I thought that was a really interesting trip. And on that trip and on a couple other cruises, I remember I was on a Viking cruise somewhere, and they were talking about opening up the Middle East now with the peace accords between Dubai and Israel, of putting together cruises where you could do Israel and the Middle East, Israel, Dubai, whatever, a cruise down the Red Sea or through the Gulf. I just think it would be really interesting.
Yeah, like Matt said, I would kill, like, a lot of us get sick at Vegas because it's so many conferences in Vegas, but I would kill to go to Vegas, just even sitting in a conference room right now. But the last New York Times show, I got the idea in my head that I was going to go to Japan and Tokyo, and I think that's it's still in my head, and that seems to be the big dream vacation in my head right now. But I mean, I've been so many places, and again, I'm desperate to go anywhere right now. So any place really, I would be down to go.
Because I'm a filmmaker, the one that I wanted to mention was I heard about I like Jamaica, the Golden Eye. It's the resort where Ian Fleming wrote 14 of his James Bond novels, and you get to go on a guided a snorkel tour of his favorite reef. That one sounds like something I wanted to do.
That's cool. See, unique experiences, and they're all part of travel for sure. I love it.
Well, I haven't been anywhere since mid-February, so I'm ready to go anywhere right now. But as far as my dream vacation, to tell you the truth, it changes all the time. Sometimes it's back to Italy. Sometimes it's French Polynesia, where they're cruising right now. And then for some reason, I want to go to the Dead Sea.
All in the travel business, and our biggest wish is that we can all reunite together in the most beautiful places in the world, and of course, also on board one of our AMA Waterways ships. So, cheers and some more to this.
Prost.
Fun thing is that everyone loves potato wedges so much that no matter what you're ordering, whether it be fish, steak, the most delicious foods, they want it with the side of potato wedges. And the staff is so great that they know it. You don't even have to ask for it. They're like, we know you love potato wedges. They'll bring it out right there with you. The staff is so great, and they're so attuned to what we like. So I know I've gotten a lot of sides potato wedges. And
my gosh.
For me, they always bring me two little platters of ketchup already because they know.
That's why I call it infamous.
Absolutely.
What does set our wine cruises apart from our other cruises that we're doing? Can you name, just for those of you out there, you want to think of 3 things that we could add on top of what is already included in an amazing AMA Waterways cruise? So some of those things would include what, Liz?
Well, I was just going to say what you just said is perfect. It is on top of what we normally offer. So a wine cruise is such an amazing value and experience because we took the normal itinerary and added wine excursions, onboard wine tastings, all of these wonderful experiences, and all brought together with an amazing wine host. And these are usually from North America because they understand your palate, they speak your language, they're kind of the Velcro, the glue that keeps everything together. So you understand what you're experiencing, and they are actually your experts on board. It's so much fun.
And they become your friends and your partners,
Yes.
right? So the relationship that what you bond with them, it is priceless. And it will be a relationship, hopefully, for life. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So on rivers do we have this happen, Liz, where you've got these incredible wine cruises? Just 1 or 2?
Well, that is an excellent question. If you want to pause and think about this, if you're watching this, to try and name them yourself. But there are 9 European rivers that we have wine cruises on, and these are the ones. The beautiful Rhine, like Christine was talking about with Jim Clendenin, and one of my favorites now, and the Danube in the Wachau Valley, on the Main, the Mosel, which amazed the most iconic Rieslings in the world, the Seine, the Rhone, the Saône, the Garonne, all of the French areas. So you get those amazing French wines, and the Douro. It's just magical. Yeah, Portugal. Yeah.
So how about just some fun little trivia here? In ancient times, 80% of the wine produced in Bordeaux was white wine. Now it is the reverse. What happened to make that change?
I have to tell you guys, I just found this out this week. I was doing some research on something else and I saw this and I was like, what? I always thought it was red wine.
Mm-hmm. Everyone thinks Bordeaux about red wine, right? That's why it's
right.
Yeah,
exactly. So in ancient times, it was mostly white, but in the 70s, Bordeaux started blending their cabs, their merlots, their cab franc, all of these beautiful varietals that we have in the United States that are single varietal, like you'll order a Cabernet, you'll order a Merlot. They put them all together in an amazing blend, and now it's iconic to this wine region, and everyone knows Bordeaux because of their red wine, but the white wine is still amazing. I love this one. Christine's got to share this one.
Oh, yes. Go right ahead.
Oh, so you know, we Germans, and I'm still with my heart, of course, I'm German. We celebrate every event with a glass of sparkling in the beginning, no matter if it's a birthday, an anniversary, a wedding, or anything. Wherever we come together, it's the sparkling first. So now our sparkling wine is known as the sect. And I tell you also, when usually we drink sect for the first time at a young age, you, of course, everyone knows about confirmation. We call it Jugendweihe in German. And that's at age 14 when you are an 8th grader. So that's when you get your first glass of sect or sparkling wine. And depending on if you like it or not, is probably where you go in your future.
And I'm glad that I'm German heritage now that I know that, especially. Move on to another fun trivia question. In Austria, the word, you pronounce it, Liz.
Christine and I remember it's Heuriger.
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
And two meanings, both about wine. Yeah.
So the word Heuriger translates into new wine. And it is true that heuer in certain dialects in German, and this is much more like the Bavarian and the Austrian one going into Vienna, heuer means this year. So it's the wine, the fresh wine from the new year, from that year. And it is also the Viennese word for a wine tavern. And many of the locals, especially when they are students, but also later, go and enjoy the Heuriger. It's a fun, social place to meet and just to have a good time. And most of the time, underneath the fresh air. It's most of the time outside, within the vineyards, under the stars. What better place than to be at the Heuriger, except a wine cruise with Ammer Waterways?
Absolutely. And speaking of fresh air, are there other excursions and touring offered on a wine cruise other than a wine excursion? A lot of people ask me that question, Liz.
Well, and you would know, aren't you in this picture?
I don't think I'm in this one, but I've been in many biking pictures like that. So that's my excursion.
This is really time, right? That's the castle there, right? Schloss Johannesburg?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. I think it's so spectacular that you get to bike ride through vineyards. Oh my goodness. I did that on the Danube where you go through Weißenkirchen. It's just gorgeous. And because of the time of year, everything is gold and beautiful. It's harvest. And Christine, you told me about taking a bike ride in Saint-Emilion that ended in a wine tasting.
Honestly, this is, every itinerary we do has a magnificent bike ride. It's magical. It's just fascinating. This is the Rhine. You mentioned the Wachau bike ride. You mentioned the Bordeaux one where we go into Saint-Emilion, end up with the wine tasting, but you don't have to bike back, okay? We transfer you back to our ship. That's important because you get a lot of wine there.
That's right. No worries.
So that the answer is absolutely. We've got every excursion we normally have on our regular cruises is also available, but plus on the wine cruises. So We're going to see through a few of these facts too. Just give you some more fun facts. What do medieval hospitals and wine have in common in Europe?
I love this one. Again, it's something I learned on a wine cruise. A lot of these medieval hospitals, not all of them, but the smart ones, actually believed that wine was part of a strong wellness program. So this particular one is on our new Essence of Burgundy and Provence itinerary for next year, for 2021. And this is in the city of Bonn. It's the Hospice de Bonn. And the surrounding village donated their vineyards to the hospice hospital as a thank you for taking care of them during hard times. And in Würzburg, in the bottom one, Julia Spital, you get to go visit this one in the basement cellar of one of the hospitals in Würzburg, and it's beautiful. So there's a lot of wine, and I think, the U.S. could take note that it's part of wellness.
I wish they would give us wine in our hospitals here. That sounds like a good thing to do.
Well, but I also think in the medieval ages, Diane, wine was the better option than water, right? So, yes, that's right. Alcohol killed everything.
And another really fun fact too. What does the Gutenberg Bible and wine have in common? This is a very interesting one.
Again, I found this out when we were visiting the City of Mind, and I visited the museum, and this is on the left a wine press, and on the right is a printing press. Gutenberg actually got the design directly from a wine press for the printing press. So I thought that was amazing. And if you go to the museum, you get to actually see his original printing press.
So you see how everything plays together. So if you are on an Alma Waterways cruise and you have taken an excursion and you fall in love with one of those wines you're tasting on one of our amazing wine excursions, can you bring it on board and drink it? I mean, on normal cruise ships, that you can't bring alcoholic beverages on board.
Normally not, but you're in wine growing areas. We want you to taste all the different local wines from the region. That's the fun. So bring them on board. We open you the bottle, and there is no corkage fee on any of our ships. We want you to be happy. We have wonderful local wines on board, but also purchase and pick the wine outside from your local vintner that you want to enjoy while cruising through these magnificent areas, looking at the vineyards. If it's fall, seeing those vibrant yellow, orange, red colors of the vineyards. Nothing better than that.
Nothing better. And this is just one last fun fact before we have to wrap it up, but this one I really enjoy. So Liz, I'll let you take this one away.
This one makes me laugh because honestly, this was my first wine in college. So I know this wine. Germany's wine reputation sort of lost its luster in the 60s and 70s when large quantities of sweet blended wines were created for export to us. Can you name the wine? Blue Nun, Liefermilch. I actually loved this wine. It was so fun. You were 18 or 21, right? Yes. Oh, yeah. No, I was in Florida. I grew up in Florida, and it was 18. So there you have it. Yeah. Hey, well, it's 16 in Germany, right?
I thought it was 14.
14 is like only one glass during conference. Yes. That's an exception. Yes.
No. Well, now we have to wrap it about it.
So who is going to be the next Alma Waterways godmother? And this is your own Debbie Fiorino. So Debbie, congratulations. We cannot wait for you to question your Alma Sienna in Lahnstein on the Rhine on July 4. That's at least how it's planned for next year. I know we had to move it from this year. July 4, and this is also the U.S. holiday. So what a great day to celebrate all together. And I hope many will come and join.
Yes, we all.
Okay.
and now we're here to celebrate all of you at home at our award ceremony, but we wish we were together, but that's okay. But look,
we're virtually together, right?
We're virtually together.
We're making it happen.
That's right. At Vision 2020 and our conference and our award ceremony, we always start off our award ceremony with a special toast.
So I'd like to bring to the stage our co-owner, Mr. Brad Tolkien.
Brad, take it away.
Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone, depending upon the time zone. Remember what we said on Monday. This is going to be a very different national conference. So welcome again to our awards ceremony. And congratulations. And what am I congratulating everyone for? Because it's been a most difficult year. I'm congratulating you because the tenacity that we have witnessed is unbelievable. You're hanging in there. You're staying strong. You're remaining positive. Your unwavering support, not only to us here at Dream Vacations, CruiseOne, and CruisesInc headquarters, but your unwavering support to each other has really been amazing. And as I said on Monday, incredibly inspirational. We have all been winners, and we will be winners again. So congratulations. Welcome to our 2020 awards ceremony. You deserve an incredible night for everything that you've done this year and what we know and what I know will be a phenomenal future.
Thank you so much.
But in 2020, I am happy to share that our Travel Partner Superhero Award goes to all of our travel partners because they really have stepped up in this past 7 months and this year to help support travel agents, all of you, and throughout this time. So a round of applause for all of our travel partners. We couldn't do this and be on this great journey without all of you. So thank you so much for your efforts and for all of your support.
Thank you.
Yes. And now, Joelle, it's time to turn it over to Debbie.
Oh, our fearless leader is here.
All right, Debbie, take it away.
Thanks, Drew and Joelle. That was a ton of fun, as usual. Even in this virtual environment, you guys can still give on the best Academy Awards show there is. So thank you. This year is certainly not a typical year. And we really couldn't find our way to celebrating our typical sales awards, like our Supplier Awards, Rookie of the Year, even Top Seller of the Year, and others, when so many of you have had your businesses impacted. This award ceremony may be different, but that doesn't take away from the awards that we're giving out today, nor does it take away from the sales that you were able to accomplish during a pandemic. In light of the circumstances of 2020, just as we are not giving away any performance and sales-related awards, we couldn't pick just one person for Franchise of the Year and CruiesInc Agent of the Year. It just didn't feel right. Therefore, just as 2020 is not our typical year, Franchise of the Year and CruiesInc Agent of the Year will not be typical either. We thank each of you for everything you have done for your businesses, for your customers, and for our company. Every CruiseOne, Dream Vacations, and Dream Vacations are our franchisee of the year, and every CruiesInc agent is our agent of the year. No one did this alone, and we want to recognize that by showing that we are all in this together. Thank you.
So tequila in. All right.
Perfecto. Now, triple sec.
Okay.
Half ounce.
All right, so we're going to use triple sec next. So half ounce of triple sec. All right, so triple sec in. Oh, look, I'm getting fancy, Wilbur. Look at that. All right, cool.
Then we're gonna use the coconut juice, coconut water.
Okay, so here's
fresh coconut water.
So here's the twist.
Yeah.
So we're going to use coconut water. You guys can get this at pretty much any grocery store, so hopefully you have some. So we're adding about a shot glass of coconut water, right, for one drink. So coconut water in. Good.
And also like a splash of simple syrup.
Okay, splash of simple syrup. So So if I need to make simple syrup at home, what am I doing? So I'm doing.
Okay, you need just cane sugar
Yep.
mixed with hot water.
All right, so
Equal part of water and sugar, and you mix it up. And
great tip.
grate it, and-
Perfect. So equal parts granulated sugar and hot water.
And you
Mix it
create-
up, and you've got the sugar.
You can use simple syrup.
Sample syrup. All right.
Yeah,
So
put all
a
of
little
that.
splash with a quarter
Yeah,
of an
no
ounce.
problem. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Sample syrup in. Oh, that's not as. Yep. Done.
Done. The same of the lime juice.
Okay.
So I at home really like to use fresh lime. So if I don't want to use lime juice, so it's probably better to use fresh lime, right?
Fresh lime is perfect.
Yeah. So you're gonna squeeze what, a whole
Just one lime juice.
Yep,
One
like
lime.
a half a lime or a whole lime?
Whole lime.
A whole lime.
lime,
All right. So you're gonna squeeze the whole juice from a whole lime, which is pre-done for me. Thank you, man. Seriously. So we're gonna squeeze that into your drink. So lime juice in. And Wilbert's saying if you use probably a small to medium lime and squeeze that in, that's probably good. A little tip, I do like fresh lime, so I do it at home. I take my lime and I put it on a chop block and roll it out with your hand, and it actually softens the skin and it brings out the juice. So when you cut it, it's going to be really juicy and you can squeeze that all into your margarita. Yep, I see, or remember from my thing, spins up. Okay, good. All right, so we've got all the
next step, you
stuff
have all
in
the
here.
ingredients in there.
Yep, okay.
Now we need to put the ice.
Ice. Okay,
That's the
so
most important ice
that's
now.
simple. Everyone can do that at home. Of course, I'm gonna use this. How much ice do I need to do? With that?
Full of it. Well, 3/4 of the.
So
of the
more?
shaker. Yeah.
Yeah?
Very much, yeah. No.
More?
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah.
All right, so you guys saw that? Fair bit of ice.
Full ice. Now we need to cover it.
Okay, covering up the drink. Hopefully you guys all are doing this at home with me.
Shake it until lumps and break it.
Okay, so shake it.
No.
More? I'm smiling. All right, lots of big smile. How's that? Okay, good. Perfect.
So now we need to rinse the glass.
Sure.
With sugar. It's very important.
Okay.
With sugar.
So normally it's salt with margarita.
Salt and margarita.
So we love our family and friends and partners at World Travel Holdings, Dream Vacations, CruiseOne and CruiesInc. So they're sweet. So we're going to use something sweet and not salty here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Well,
So
the margarita normally we use
salt. Yeah. So this is a
when
little
it's
twist.
coconut, use a coconut, so when we.
Perfect. Okay.
You need to rinse it there.
So to do this, I'm going to use some lime juice.
Yeah, lime
so you guys, you don't have one of these fancy contraptions at home. Just take a lime and put the lime around the glass. So we've got that done. And now I'm going to use sugar, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Looking pretty good,
Good job.
I have to say.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So
Now,
glass is
ice
done.
in the glass too.
Ice in the glass. This is tricky. I don't want to get the. Yeah. Okay. So we'll do it here. More.
A little more.
Okay.
A little more.
Poquito más.
Poquito más. That's
Okay.
enough.
All right. Good.
Now,
I'm starting to get nervous here.
Leave it
This is
there.
really building.
yeah. Then put the ingredients in there.
Okay.
Put the margarita already.
All right. So
Yeah.
margarita in the glass.
All in the glass.
Okay. Beautiful. Here we go.
See?
How's that?
Pepper margarita. Put it all.
More? Or?
Yeah, more.
Okay. Sure.
Perfect drinks.
See?
Go home.
Perfect. Okay. Looking good.
That's happening when you use the perfect portion in each ingredient.
Yeah. Made the
Have a
perfect margarita.
Yeah.
Size with
So now we
okay.
end it almost.
Yeah.
With the garnish.
Okay. So we're gonna use some what? What do you think?
Lime, I think.
Yeah.
All the margarita normally have a lime.
Yep. So put a lime on there. Perfect.
And we want to finish with
What is this? Is mint?
it's a mint.
Okay.
We're gonna put also right there.
Like that? I don't know if I'm doing. Oh no. Fail. Okay. How's that? Not so good.
Not too bad.
Not too bad. Oh, I got a not too bad. All right, we gotta make this better. How's that? Better?
Better.
Okay.
You need help?
What's that?
Do you need help to put in there? Better?
Yeah, you can help me, sure. I see. Okay. All right. So, I mean, at home, if you want to make your drink fancy, go for it, guys. I'm certainly in the place to do that. So good. So how are we doing with this drink?
You need to try it.
I need to try it.
For sure.
Yes.
That's the
Okay.
rules here. You make your drink, you need to
Yes. So I need to taste it. So I'm gonna do the right thing and jump out of the bar, and we will taste this drink.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Good stuff. Fins up, everyone.
Fins up and where?
All right. It's time to enjoy this drink. Now, here's something I didn't tell you, and this is kind of an exciting little bit of news to share with you. The drink that we made, well, it's actually yours. What are you talking about, Brennan? It's probably what you're thinking. Actually, we have named this drink the WTH. And when you come to this resort, you will find the WTH margarita on the menu here. That's right. You guys have your own drink at Margaritaville Island Reserve. I'm going to give it a test. Hopefully you're doing this too. Fantastic. That coconut's great. All right, so cheers to you and cheers to your drink, the WTH at Margaritaville Island Reserve. Cheers. While you're sipping your cocktail and we're enjoying this virtual cocktail together and this virtual cocktail time, what I'm going to do is take you on a journey and show you what else is in store along this beautiful corridor along the Caribbean Sea with Charisma Resorts. I'm going to take you to some of their fantastic locations. Each of them will get an introduction, and I'll be there with you to show you what's the latest, greatest, and what's hot. Hi, everyone. So I've actually arrived. Fins up. So I've arrived at Margaritaville Island Reserve, one of the brand new properties that Charisma Resorts has opened. I'm actually with Diego, who is the ambassador of Island Reserve, and he's going to talk us through what is exactly that you can experience as a guest when you come here for their peace of mind in terms of health and safety and the operational changes that they have put in place to adjust with the COVID world we're living in. So Diego, do you want to tell everyone what's going to happen as guests first arrive to the hotel?
Yeah, of course. So, hola, how are you? Fins up for everybody? All right, so I will explain you how everything is working right now, right? Because we are taking a lot of care about the sanitation protocols to get the guests and, of course, the staff be safe, all right? So once you are arriving, like right now, the billboard right in here. Hola, Mike. How are you? Fins up.
Hands up. Mike. Okay.
We'll offer you hand sanitizer.
Yep.
Okay. Also, we'll take your temperature. That's for every guest, every single guest.
And notice, guys, they're taking a temperature at the back of your wrist, which is actually the correct, proper way to do it for the CDC and not here, because it's a more accurate read of your temperature. All right, so, and it's also in Celsius, so I'm 36.2, which converts to A-OK.
So, all right, we're gonna sanitize also your luggage, all right? That's one of our process, we sanitize all of them, and so we're gonna do it, all right? After all of this, all right?
Okay,
so we will walk in here to sanitize our feet in here, all right? This is wet, as you can see, a little in there.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you dry it up right in here.
Sure. Okay. Got it.
Other things that we have around the place is those, all right? The trash cans are for PPE. So personal equipment like face masks, gloves, even face shield, it has to be right on there for team members and also for guests, all right?
That's really important, guys, because this could be contaminated or could have picked up germs. So it's good that they're disposing of that differently.
Yeah. Okay. Also, we have this alternative option for taking the temperature. So this is a device that it's really smart actually, because if you are not wearing a mask, it will tell you that you are not using it. If you go right in there, you're using a 36.0. If you are using a mask, it will tell you what's your temperature. So that's amazing. All right. You know what we can try? If you are not using a mask, take a look. Wear a mask. It will let you. It won't let you. All right.
All right, so after you finish your traditional check-in and you've done the self-declaration of health, as you saw, then something really unique happens here at this property. Do you want to explain what's unique?
Of course, yeah. So at the beginning, you get your margarita popsicle, then you have your check-in process, and at the end, we have this Margaritaville twist, all right? That is a pair of flip-flops. This one, we gave to the guests to all of them, all right? So we have 3 different sizes, small, medium, large, and just like that, it's yours.
Super cool. I love that. And clearly, I need a pair of flip-flops. So that's fantastic. That's awesome. Love that touch. That's great. So we are going to enter one of the rooms here at Island Reserve. And just to point out, this is a common thread you'll see now in all Charisma properties and also other properties in Sun and Fun destinations where they'll put a seal on the door noting that the room has been sanitized and cleaned. Diego, anything to add? Diego, I'm with Diego, who is the ambassador of the property. Anything to add about what we can expect in the room in terms of health and safety, touch points, and cleanliness?
Yeah, of course. So we take care of you, all right? We clean all the rooms 24 hours before, all right? So, for example, if this room were occupied, it was 2 days ago. We got 24 hours sanitized protocol. We seal the door, and everything will be completely screen, all right? From the bed, from all the areas, on the bathrooms, all of it, it's completely sanitized. And that's why we put that seal in there, to let you know that everything is sure and clean for you.
Great, good to know. Thanks. I think you should go take a look.
Yeah, of course.
All right, cool.
We back in the speakers, back in black, getting blasted in the bleachers. It's probably true what my mama said. I do it just like my daddy did. We back in the saddle, back on stage, making the whole place rattle. Back with the 18 train on the track. Thought we were gone, but you're wrong. Now it's on. We back. Where's the chick wearing blue jeans, a little too tight? Got a grip on clues if it's what she likes. Getting picked up and a pickup.
All right, so we are in the rooms here at Island Reserve, and no matter what category you are staying in, you actually have this really cool concept with the refreshment center, with coffee, which is in this suite is Lavazza, which is really a great Italian coffee. And Diego's going to talk to us a little bit about how this works, because I went curiously in here and found the refreshment center doesn't have much, just water. So we're going to need some help with that, I believe. And Diego's going to talk to us a little bit about how this concept works at Margaritaville with, I guess, stocking your refreshment center. Do you want to tell everyone what this is and how this works?
It is a really nice concept that we have in here, and it's really original. All right, so let's start from the top. As you can see in here, you have the lime squeezer, the knife, you got tables, so you can right in there cut your limes. And then, of course, we have the shaker, the ice cube, and where's gonna be everything? Right on the margarita glass. All right, you can get different things of the ingredients from the room service, but this is the important thing. As you can see right now, and as you said perfectly, this is the minibar. This is regular minibar that we have in all the different categories right here on Margaritaville Island Reserve. But as you can see, it's just filled with bottles of water, all right? Where's the other things? Where's the soda? Where's the beer? Where's everything? So we have a place called Joe Merchant's Coffee and Provisions. This place works like a little market, all right, where you as a guest can go in there and you can use something we call Joe Merchant points, all right? With those points, you can go in Joe Merchant Coffee and Provisions, and you can customize your own experience for your own minibar.
That's awesome. I often get to hotels and find minibar really doesn't have what I like to drink or eat or, just what I would pick at home. So I love the concept of being able to pick what I want. I'm worried about points now, so what does that mean?
All right, don't worry about it. It is totally complimentary, just another system, all right? So how do you get your points and how many? Depending on the room category that you are and how many nights, we're gonna give you those Joe Merchant points once you do your check-in process, all right? So we have the check-in, we tell you how many points you have, and you can spend it as much and whenever you want to, all right? For example, you're staying 4 nights, you can use it daily, you can use it the first day, the last night, it's up to you.
Awesome. I love that concept. So I go in there and get a bottle of tequila, or I go in there and get some club soda or Diet Coke, all those things.
Exactly. So instead, for example, instead of buying like 8 or 10 cans of beer, you can buy a bottle of tequila. It's up to you. It's about how you manage your own minibar.
Sure. And then if I run out of points, I can get more if I need them, pay for them, or what do I do?
Yeah, you can go and we have different options. You can go with money, you can room charge, or you can go and recharge your points. You just go, for example, give me $20 of points, and we give it to you. It's really difficult to run out of points.
Okay.
But because we have everything here, we have the bars, the restaurants, room service, everything is included. Yeah. So this one is just your minibar, but you can do that.
Awesome. Well, we're talking about all the different things here. We'll show some of those, but some of the restaurants you've got, which we will show Rita's, which does everything over the top, from nachos to what else is there that I really need to try?
Yeah, it is amazing. Rita's Taco House is a magnificent place. The location, it's awesome. What do we have? Mexican food, really nice Mexican food.
Yep. From
tacos, burritos, hamburgers. Of course, we have this nacho sour. We have this particular family-style menu that actually is one of the nacho sour. For example, we have a big taco that is called the Shark Bite Taco. Right?
Oh, okay.
For 4 or 6 people, we have an XXL burrito. A burrito, I'm not kidding, like this size. So it's amazing. It's a beautiful place, and right in there also we have the Rita's Taco Bar. So any tequila and mezcal will be a perfect drink for that place also.
That's awesome. Well, we're gonna have to show what the Joe Provision Store looks like and what's in there. So we'll probably go take a look at that as well.
Yeah, we have to take a look. You will fall in love with the concept.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, so it's hot, and I'm enjoying a lot of the different activities here at Margaritaville Island Reserve. One of the things I like to do on vacation is to try all different things that maybe I wouldn't normally try at home. And also, believe it or not, get a little exercise as well, because lots of calories I personally intake on these. So I thought, why not try something different and something new? And I've never, ever done this before, but I'm going to blend my own margarita and get some exercise at the same time. How's that sound? Wow. All right, that is looking pretty cool, and I am ready to have some of this. I feel like I worked off that drink, literally. Thank you. Gracias. Thumbs up? Thumbs up. Okay, so let's make a little bit of a drink here. Fantastic. Thank you. Cheers to you. Hey everyone, I'm at Rita's Tacos, and what a cool spot this is. They've got a margarita bar, and you feel like you're really arrived at an awesome restaurant destination. You can get anything from oversized burritos, and I'm talking huge burritos, to nacho towers, which would make anyone envious. I'm inside and I'm outside, and there's also a really great patio that has an oceanfront view. You definitely have to check this out and have your guests come here as well. This is definitely a highlight of this property. All right, we are in one of the most exclusive areas in the Mexico's Caribbean. Actually, I am standing with Francisco here in one of the Palafitos elite over-the-water bungalow suites. Now, normally you have to send guests to far-off places to enjoy an over-water bungalow suite like this. Like, you normally have to go to a place like Tahiti. Actually, Debbie went to Tahiti and enjoyed one of those. And also the Maldives. So, this is typical for this style of accommodation. So we would call this super luxe, ultra premium, and we're actually going to hear a little bit more from Francisco. But what you should know is, to get here, you're actually at El Dorado Roma, and then this is a hotel kind of within a hotel. And the concept is elevated, luxury, and premium. So why don't we talk a little bit about what guests can expect, besides the fact that I'm standing with you on a glass floor looking at the Caribbean, which is pretty fantastic, and you'll also get a tour of all the fantastic amenities right after our talk.
So hello everyone, my name is Francisco, I work with Charisma. I'm very excited to be here with you, and we're actually in the Elite Palafito over-the-water bungalow. We have 30 over-the-water bungalows, and these are the first ever in Mexico. So we have 30 of them, and each one, especially the Elite, we have some premium amenities here, because you also have premium liquor inside the room. You also have an outdoor shower with Aguas del Amor. It's incredible for a little privacy when you want to come in a romantic mood.
For sure. I mean, that honeymoon central, this is definitely a place
This
to
is
be.
the place if you're celebrating your 10th, your 15th, your anniversary, your honeymoon. This is the place to go to. You have an incredible view of the ocean from your palapito, but you can actually go step outside. You can go down the stairs and you'll have direct access to the ocean. The best part is not only are you going to be able to have direct access to the ocean, you have snorkeling equipment inside the room.
Super cool.
So we can actually have anyone that wants to enjoy an adventure in the ocean, you can do that. And Over the Water Palafitos also has one restaurant inside the Palafitos that you can join. However, since this is a resort inside El Dorado Maroma, you guys have shared benefits with El Dorado Maroma. You can choose from the different restaurants, bars, pools, and all of the common areas. But not only that, we have a spectacular Palafitos, over the water bungalows, but it's also located in one of the best beaches in the world. which is Maroma Beach.
Yes.
Maroma Beach is sensational. It's gonna take anyone's breath away. This is the place to go to if you're enjoying a honeymoon or an anniversary. And if you want to join a pool area and a beach area, this is the place for you.
I couldn't agree with you more. Let's give everyone a show to see what they can get their guests into, and I would strongly, highly recommend this. As a matter of fact, can I stay here?
You're all welcome. Take good care, everyone. You're actually going to be able to do Mayan treatments, which is something very cool because this is not going to be something that you're going to find elsewhere. This is something very special of the resort. So if you want to come enjoy a honeymoon or an anniversary, this is the place to come to.
Yeah, and just to underscore what you're saying, this is absolutely the spot to send your guests looking to honeymoon, to reconnect, and also to celebrate milestones like anniversaries. Certainly the right property for that in terms of mood and speed. So hopefully you're enjoying this virtual experience of bringing you to El Dorado Maroma and of course La Palafita. virtual margarita happy hour, and I hope you really enjoyed the WTH margarita. I certainly have. We want you to see more, and of course, there's always more to see. So come join our virtual booth. All right, we are in one of the most exclusive areas in Mexico's Caribbean. Actually, I am standing with Francisco here in one of the Palafitos elite over-the-water bungalow suites. Now, normally you have to send guests to far-off places to enjoy an over-water bungalow suite like this. Like, you normally have to go to a place like Tahiti. Actually, Debbie went to Tahiti and enjoyed one of those. And also the Maldives. So, like, this is typical for this style of accommodation. So we would call this super luxe, ultra premium, and we're actually going to hear a little bit more from Francisco. But what you should know is, to get here, you're actually at El Dorado Maroma, and then this is a hotel kind of within a hotel. And the concept is elevated, luxury, and premium. So why don't we talk a little bit about what guests can expect, besides the fact that I'm standing with you on a glass floor looking at the Caribbean, which is pretty fantastic, and you'll also get a tour of all the fantastic amenities right after our talk.
So hello everyone, my name is Francisco, I work with Charisma. I'm very excited to be here with you, and we're actually in the elite Palafito over-the-water bungalow. We have 30 over-the-water bungalows, and these are the first ever in Mexico. So we have 30 of them, and each one, especially the elite, we have some premium amenities here, because you also have premium liquor inside the room. You also have an outdoor shower with aguas del amor. It's incredible for a little privacy when you want to come in a romantic mood.
For sure. I mean, that honeymoon central, this is definitely a place
This
to
is
be.
the place if you're celebrating your 10th, your 15th, your anniversary, your honeymoon. This is the place to go to. You have an incredible view of the ocean from your palapito, but you can actually go step outside. You can go down the stairs and you'll have direct access to the ocean. The best part is not only are you going to be able to have direct access to the ocean, you have snorkeling equipment inside the room.
Super cool.
So we can actually have anyone that wants to enjoy an adventure in the ocean, you can do that. And Over the Water Palafitos also has one restaurant inside the Palafitos that you can join. However, since this is a resort inside El Dorado Maroma, you guys have shared benefits with El Dorado Maroma. You can choose from the different restaurants, bars, pools, and all of the common areas. But not only that, we have a spectacular Palafitos, over the water bungalows, but it's also located in one of the best beaches in the world, which is Maroma Beach.
Yes.
Maroma Beach is sensational. It's going to take anyone's breath away. This is the place to go to if you're enjoying a honeymoon or an anniversary. And if you want to join a pool area and a beach area, this is the place for you.
I couldn't agree with you more. Let's give everyone a show to see what they can get their guests into, and I would strongly, highly recommend this. As a matter of fact, can I stay here?
You're all welcome. Take good care, everyone.
Right, so we crossed over the bridge and we're actually now on the El Dorado Aroma side, and we're actually sitting in one of the honeymoon villa beachfront suites. It's actually 2 stories high, and we'll show you what this looks like as well. One thing I want to point out, and Francis is going to talk a little bit about the El Dorado side of the property and what comes with it here. But really good to know for your overwater bungalow guests, they have access to their own restaurant, which we'll show you, plus all the restaurants on this side. We'll talk a little bit about that. And very unique to the overwater bungalows you'll find here in the Mexico Caribbean is that here at this property, they're all inclusive, right? So that's a really great perk on the per nightly basis to have all of that gourmet all-inclusive food and beverage included, which is a really great benefit of this property.
So basically we're at El Dorado Maroma. This is the honeymoon beachfront villa. So what you see on the background is just 1 floor of this amazing experience. It's perfect for honeymoons or anniversaries.
Yep.
And this resort is very laid back. You're gonna be able to come here, relax. You're gonna enjoy Maroma Beach. It's one of the most incredible beaches in the world.
To open it. First of all, we're starting, we're officially starting the wine tasting, and that's how it goes. It's really a wine drinking, right? But this is a cava from Spain. I think it's pronounced Dibon. I'm not 100%, but that's okay. You don't have to. That's a
are walking for wishes, whether you're running 5 minutes or 5 miles. Thank you so much for participating with us today to help grant the wishes to children with life-threatening medical conditions. We're so proud to be partnering with Make-A-Wish once again. And
Fearless leader, Brad Tolkien. Take it away, Brad.
Good morning, Drew, and thank you. So it is very clear on where and what type of vacations we start with. Our business will ramp up in terms of departures or when people travel. It will not go from 0 to 60 in seconds. Bookings will be phenomenal in advance of this. The first 6 months of 2021 will be a transition into a more normal travel environment. So think driving and shorter flights. So what does this mean? Domestic travel will be strong, but perhaps not to the traditional destinations like Las Vegas, where large crowds and indoor entertainment dominates. So think coastal resorts, ski vacations, and golf vacations. And in terms of an example of a boutique experiential travel, think bicycling trips. All-inclusive resorts where people do not have to leave the property at destinations in close proximity, again, shorter flights, from the U.S. Think Cancun and the Riviera Maya, Cabo, Bermuda, Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, Grand Cayman, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, and the Dominican Republic. Villa vacations to the destinations
just mentioned. Cruises, specifically those that leave from a U.S. port, because today's cruising is a floating, all-inclusive resort. People do not have to get off the ship to have a fabulous vacation. Most cruise ships today have more dining and entertainment options than a land-based resort. Private islands will dominate the initial itineraries, as these will be bubble or more controlled environments to mitigate COVID outbreaks. And also destinations that require testing and are working with the airlines for verification. As an example, starting this Monday, American Airlines is cooperating with Belize, St. Lucia, and the state of Hawaii by helping facilitate testing to meet the requirements of these destinations. This is my view of what we will see for the first half of the year. And as I said during the town hall, I am optimistic that in the third quarter, someone asked me about river cruising. I'm optimistic that in the third quarter of this year, July, August, and September, we will have both an Alaska and European travel season. The U.S. government announced the unemployment rate was 6.9%, or a whopping 13% decrease from just a month ago, and 60% lower than in April. Now, this is not as low as it was in January when the rate was 3.5%, but it is moving in the right direction. The stock market is higher than it was last year at conference. Who would have ever predicted this if we knew then what we know now? And while our consumer doesn't live off the stock market, perhaps their retirement income is in their 401k or IRA. And if this is going down, they might not spend dollars on travel, but on saving more money. I bring these statistics up because the number one factor for our success is the health of the consumer. There is going to be a proposed massive stimulus bill coming early in 2021. Let's all hope, regardless of our political sway, that our government can find common ground to get this done. For those of you who have attended our regionals throughout this year, I have shared with you how much better this division, CruiseOne, Dream Vacations, and CruisesInc, is doing compared to the other cruise business lines at WGH on a relative basis. And I have shouted out why this is occurring. It is so clear to me. The consumer is craving the advice and comfort of a professional travel advisor. And there is every reason to believe that as we emerge from this once-in-a-century tragedy, this consumer appetite will continue. This does not mean you can sit back and wait for the phone to ring or an email to come to you. But it does mean that if you are just as proactive as you have been in the past, in whatever style you employ to obtain customers, you will get clients. And if you step up your game, your business will grow exponentially. We need the army of professional travel advisors in every corner of North America, in fact, around the world, to promote the right product to your customer. There isn't a travel supplier today that won't be counting on us and rooting for us and helping us to succeed. They have been knocked hard too. They simply cannot prosper without us. For all of travel, the other critical component is not politics. It's not who occupies the White House. It's not who controls Congress, but it's safety. Just as we needed to feel comfort traveling after the horrific attack on our nation in September 2001, the traveling consumer needs to feel safe now. I want to talk about safety by returning to words that Debbie shared with you on Monday when she quoted Winston Churchill. The late Prime Minister of Great Britain spoke these words to his country at a moment in time he believed was a turning point for the British in World War II. And he said, which are the words Debbie put up on the slide, "Now this is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning." The end of the beginning. And what Churchill meant by these words is what we have with this new CDC, Center of Disease Control pronouncement, laying out the safety protocols for ships to return to the water from U.S. ports, and even the more encouraging vaccine news. Churchill went on to explain these words so there was no misinterpretation. He said, "We have a new experience. We have victory, a remarkable and definite victory." And this is what we have from the CDC and on the vaccine front. This is really good news. So what does the end of the beginning mean? It is an acknowledgement whereby the significant factors identified in the start phase have reached a critical point. Again, where the significant factors identified in the start phase have reached a critical point. So what has been our start phase? At the beginning of the summer, domestic U.S. destinations started to open for travelers. Shortly thereafter, we started airland vacations to Mexico and certain destinations in the Caribbean. In mid-July, cruise lines started sailing in Europe, and they have been successful, meaning safety. Not only MSC and Costa, which is part of Carnival Corporation, but last week, when Royal Caribbean announced earnings, they said, and I'm quoting now, "One of the key things to point to is we've operated about 70 sailings now between TUI, Hapag-Lloyd Cruises, and Silver Sea, utilizing the safety measures that we have developed. The number of cases are exceptionally low, and it shows that protocols do work." Royal Caribbean went on to say, and again I continue to quote, "We are very focused on doing whatever we possibly can for there not to be a situation where we come online and then we have to go offline. And sure, nothing's perfect, but the protocols have shown that they are working." And parenthetically, for those of you who are not familiar, Royal Caribbean owns 100% of Silver Sea and 50% of TUI and Hapag-Lloyd. I know many of you heard the news yesterday that the Sea Dream ship that sailed from Barbados this past weekend had one report mid-trip of COVID. As Royal Caribbean said in their earnings call, which I just quoted, the number of cases are exceptionally low. The infection rate in the United States is 3% of the population. So when a ship like the Sea Dream, which carries roughly 200 people between crew and passengers, reports one case, this has to be expected. Statistically, at a 3% infection rate, 6 people should have tested positive. But this is what Royal Caribbean meant, that the protocols are working, because the cruise industry is in fact doing an unbelievable job of being one of the safest environments in all walks of life for people to continue their lives. Italy passed a partial shutdown decree last week to combat the spread of COVID-19. This shutdown decree did not, I repeat, did not mention cruising. And as such, Costa, which is a large cruise line within Carnival Corporation, can continue its November departures as planned, and they are doing that. Indirectly, This confirms authorities believe that the health and safety protocols in place can support continued cruising despite the current spike of health challenges assured in Italy. In contrast, many other sectors of the Italian economy were asked to close or severely curtail their operations. As I said before, right before the opening of our 2020 conference, Pfizer announced that their COVID-19 vaccine is 90% effective. By comparison, a flu vaccine is roughly 70% effective. Dr. Fauci said yesterday, November 11th, Veterans Day, vaccines. He said this about it: because we will have more than just Pfizer rolling out a vaccine, vaccines will have a major positive impact. I am not implying 100% of people will get a vaccine, but between safety protocols, therapeutics, and a vaccine, the world will strangle this virus in 2021, leaving it little room to populate. But Churchill also meant that it would not be all smooth sailing, pun intended, from the date he made the speech. There would be choppy waters ahead. And we are seeing these clouds now with increased hospitalizations and COVID cases, as well as partial shutdowns in countries in Europe. COVID is not a U.S. issue, or not only a U.S. issue, it is a worldwide tragedy. Make no mistake that the next 100 days are going to be bumpy. But now we see rays of sunshine breaking through too. My brother Jeff and I, along with our senior leadership team, are excited about our future. We have put the company in a position not just to survive, but to thrive. And this is why we can now start to test marketing initiatives like the Advanced Deposit Program, where WTH is funding, for those of you who want to participate, advancing your customers' money to the cruise lines. As Karen Quinn Panza said Monday in our conference opening, and I have shouted these words for the past several months, including in my taped remarks on Monday, this will be the greatest buildup of demand for travel ever. I want to end my brief remarks this morning by repeating the words of Winston Churchill. Perhaps this is the end of the beginning. We have a victory, a remarkable and definite victory. Thank you all, and I hope to see so many of you next year on board the Celebrity Apex. Have a great day.
I wish we could all be together in person today, but my thoughts are with you as we continue navigating through this challenging year. While river cruising has been paused, our engagement with our travel partners has never been stronger, and our vision for the future remains bright. Since early March, we have hosted over 2,000 virtual events and developed many new tools to help you prepare for a very successful return to the rivers. One positive outcome of this time has been the growing appreciation for the valuable services and peace of mind travel advisors provide their clients. We know how hard you have been working, and we have tried to be as flexible as possible to assist you in rescheduling your clients' river cruise. These seeds of trust and confidence will grow and blossom in 2021 and all the years to come. AMA means love, and we continue to pour our love into building beautiful ships, such as the 3 new ships joining our fleet next year. This includes the AMA Sienna, which is very special to all of you because her godmother will be your Chief Operating Officer, Debbie Fiorino. Our vision for the future is perhaps clearer than most, as we have been sailing our Amma Christina on the Rhine for the German market since July 5. Our enhanced health and safety measures have been perfected, and our crew are ready to welcome you and your guests as soon as travel restrictions are lifted. I wish you a wonderful and enriching conference, and I hope to see you soon again.
And we can all make a difference together, and having that a little bit extra compassion will go a long way. And I saw this video. Now, I will forewarn you, you have to get your handkerchiefs or your Kleenex or whatever, because it is definitely a tearjerker, but it really struck a chord for me. And this is a video of a flight attendant of American Airlines who made her final statement before she was going on furlough. And I just felt so touched by her rawness and by her personal connection with her crew, with her guests on her plane. And make no mistake, all of you, each one of you makes the difference with your customers each and every day. The way you held their hands this year is not going to go unnoticed. They will come back. They're going to do business with you. They're going to support you, and they're going to help you build your business as you move forward. But again, thank you for doing everything that you do. I hope you enjoyed the great week that we had together in conference, and I can't wait to personally be with you together. And here, take a peek at this video. And I apologize in advance for the tears. Okay, bye for now.
Before we go our separate ways this evening, I'd like to leave you with a few words. As all of you know, the airline industry has been impacted greatly by this global pandemic. Our routes and flying have been significantly reduced, resulting in our company having an overage in staff. For myself and one other crew member on our flight today, this means we'll be furloughed October 1st. And unfortunately, this was my last working flight before that day comes. I will never forget seeing your faces today. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for the kindness shown on today's flight. I also want to personally thank each and every one of you for choosing to fly American today. While I have already begun my next chapter, there are many of my coworkers who have not. And because of that, I ask that you please keep them in your thoughts during this time. This job was an escape for me after being unhappy with my job after graduating college. It was a job that awarded me many opportunities. A job that I fell in love with. I've been to places I never thought I'd have the opportunity to go, and places I never knew existed. I've met people from all walks of life, and I've made friendships that will last the rest of my life. To my family at American Airlines, thank you for taking a chance on me 2.5 short years ago. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to see this big world. To my amazing crew, I wish each of you the best of luck. We were told in training to be like palm trees, and this is a perfect example. We may bend, but we never break. Finally, I have one last request for each of you today. With so much happening in the world, you never know how small actions can impact the next person. Please be kind to one another. Practice compassion with everyone. Live with acceptance of yourself and others. And until I see you guys in the friendly skies again, please take care of yourself and your health. I hope all of you have a wonderful night. And again, thank you for flying with us.
You create beautiful paintings of vacation memories. And while COVID-19 may have changed the landscape of our business, the core of what we do will never change. Before we start painting, I want to share a quote I heard that has stuck with me for the past few months. As humans, we naturally want certainty, but what we need is clarity. That couldn't be more true than in times like these. We want certainty about what's going to happen with this virus and what lies ahead. I know you and your clients want certainty about the new protocols Royal Caribbean is putting in place with our return to service. I'm sorry to say that we can't share many of those specifics, but I can offer you the clarity that when we are once more at sea, your clients are in for the safest, healthiest vacation possible that still offers the Royal Caribbean experience they love. There are a couple things I can share, though. Many of you have probably heard about our Healthy Sail Panel, a group of experts across medicine, healthcare, biosecurity, and hospitality fields whom we've enlisted to help us shape and fine-tune our and the industry's return to service protocols. They have worked tirelessly and passionately regarding all things related to the cruise experience, already having sent 74 recommendations to the CDC to make sure our guests are safe and our ships are prepared to prevent outbreaks. Another thing I can talk about, and perhaps one of the best silver linings from all of this, is our new upcoming muster drill process. The nickname for this has been Muster 2.0, and it will completely paint over the old safety drill, perhaps the only part of the cruise experience that really was just no fun. But when your clients come back on board, they'll discover that gone are the days of mass gatherings out on deck or in indoor venues to hear or watch the briefing. Now they'll have the convenience of reviewing the safety information on their phone or stateroom television at their own time before departure. The only other step is a quick visit to their safety assembly station to confirm with a crew member that they have completed their briefing. So now let's talk about the portrait of our industry. There's no beating around the bush. The past few months have been extremely hard. Travel advising is not business as usual. And just like cruising, it's not going to be exactly like it once was. But that doesn't mean it won't be just as good. Look at it this way. You have all been given the unique opportunity here to completely rethink your business. Put yourself in the mind of a painter and visualize your current business as a painting. What does it look like? Has it become faded and in need of a touch-up? Is there a hole in it that you haven't patched up? Did you start to create your vision but never finished it or got all the way there? Or did you wish you'd been painting an entirely different picture from the start? Now, imagine a blank canvas in front of you. What do you want that painting, your business, to look like? Every artist has to ask themselves that question, and so do you. But now is the time to start answering that question. As you start thinking about your blank canvas, you may be thinking, how can I paint a beautiful business picture when no one wants to travel? What's my value? The answer, you can provide more value than ever before. When travelers are uneasy or confused like they are right now, they need your expertise and your guidance. They're not all going to want to book a vacation right now, but as travel experts, you can reassure them that this situation will pass and they'll be making new vacation memories soon. These times are tough, but anyone who's been in travel as long as I have knows that this is a resilient industry. We'll be back up and running, and people will give into that urge to take a vacation. And if you use these tips we've just discussed to repaint that blank canvas, Royal Caribbean is here and will always be here to help you create a masterpiece. Thank you, and just remember, everybody on Team Royal is here to serve you and to support you in every way possible. Have a great conference.
offering the best value. Take our free at sea promotion, for instance. We know that cruisers will have the most memorable and enhanced travel experiences when they add their favorite choices as amenities, like free open bar, free specialty dining, and much more. Likewise, NCL understands the tremendous value you bring our collective guests. You provide personalized service, ask the right questions to tailor travel experiences, and you have expertise in ships, destinations, excursions, and offer a consultative and collaborative lens to create once-in-a-lifetime memories. Your advice is invaluable, and you as a travel advisor are indispensable. Make no mistake, today, tomorrow, and for as long as there are places in this world to see, your role as a trusted advisor is critical, and critical to us at NCL. Don't forget that, and don't be afraid to share and shout your value. It beats price any day. Next, we have innovation. This pandemic has brought to light many innovations. Some good, like virtual meetings and contactless delivery, and others, well, you decide, like virtual schooling. Innovation requires collaboration, ideation, and implementation to action and try new things. It's the desire to become a better version of oneself every day. If there's any silver lining to physical distancing, it's that many of us have used this time to not only reconnect with loved ones, but reconnect with ourselves, grow, learn, and rediscover why helping others experience the world fills our soul. I urge you to take that step. Learn a new marketing tool or technique. Read that book on the power of storytelling, or take that course on NCLU to be a Norwegian expert. This is the perfect time to improve your skills and challenge your own status quo. You can't always choose your situation, but you can always choose how you react to it. And I truly believe that. We have the ability to choose a positive attitude and help inspire those around us. It's a choice we're given each and every day. By opening up and sharing our personal stories, we can inspire our clients to remember how the experience of travel with friends and family makes them feel. The thrill of racing go-karts at sea, the laughter from great conversation while sharing a glass of perfectly paired wine with a steak from Cagney's, or the connection and closeness I felt with my family while sitting in silence watching a mama bear and her cub frolic in the water in Alaska. Choose to inspire your clients to create those once-in-a-lifetime memories. Just be you. People know when you're genuine and authentic. They know when you care about them or are just concerned about a sale. Be compassionate, be yourself, and be reliable. And remember, it's okay not to have all the answers. Transparency is key here. So just make sure you do the research and follow up promptly. Ultimately, you're creating your personal and original brand. A person that your clients will trust with their business and hard-earned money. Certainly not least is navigation. Navigation entails using resources to direct someone or something from point A to point B. Adjusting on the fly as needed. When there's a major disruption to our business plan, as we're experiencing now, we need to evaluate the situation and change course as needed. During this evaluation, recognize if you need to reallocate your resources, time, effort, money to help execute against your strategy. Is there a new channel of business you could capitalize on? Should you concentrate more on existing customers or attracting new ones? Are there new places and ways to engage clients and promote your business? And what defines success in the immediate future versus long term? As you navigate the new norm, be open to change and be nimble to recalibrate. As a travel advisor, vision is about value, innovation, inspiration, originality, and navigation. Collectively, executing on these will help ensure we reach our destination of success. So now, it's time we all report to the bridge and be the captains we need to be, providing the vision to help steer our collective businesses back to prosperity. Thank you for joining me today, and please enjoy this quick video to get you excited about returning to the ocean very soon. We can't wait to welcome you aboard.
Keep your heart wide open. I'm too busy feeling this free. Hey, 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 hey. Come on and celebrate. Hey, hey, hey. It feels so good, go ahead. Hey, 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 hey. Don't let a moment slip away. Big time, so let's go. Let's go ahead. Open your eyes and free your soul. You picked the perfect time, so let's go. Let's go. Taking a breeze with the magic kind of view. All that you need is right in front of you. So much to see, so much to do. I'm too busy feeling this free. Hey, 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 hey. Don't let a moment slip away. Hey, hey, hey. It feels so good, go ahead and open your eyes and free your soul. You picked the perfect time, so let's go, let's go. Let's go.
My name is Gary Sadler, Senior Vice President at Unique Vacations, the worldwide representatives for Sandals and Beaches Resorts. On behalf of all of us at Sandals and Beaches Resorts, I'd like to congratulate you on Vision 2020. The travel advisors from Dream Vacations, CruiseOne, CruisesInc. have provided tremendous support to our organization. And with the help of our business development managers, a dynamic team of individuals who are prepared to help and grow your business, we will always be there during this very challenging time. It is an opportunity for us to unite as an industry and for us to rise. Congratulations and well done, and have a successful conference.
Hi. How she is with her little camera set up just like that. Look at you go.
That's good. That's a nice little setup.
I wanted to say hi to Crystal Cruz, my friend.
Nice to see you. I'm Melissa Nightingale. I'm here on the West Coast and Director of Sales and Salesperson for a district. And do you know Monique Ross?
I don't think I've met you guys. I usually talk to Jason. And of course, here Carolyn, my wonderful partner locally, who did a great event with me. We did a gala and we gave away a cruise. You guys were awesome. So I really appreciated your help here. I just wanted to say a quick hi. I was Club Med Top Producer 2017 because I went myself to Valmoral, and it was awesome, beautiful skiing. So I love it, and I can't wait for Quebec to open too. So I'm very excited.
So we've got to get you on one of those. As I was saying to Sheila, we are predicting that we're going to be opening earlier, and what we want to do is hold bunch of pounds before the actual grand opening.
Awesome.
So
very excited.
Yes. Now, where are you located in?
I'm in Austin, Texas.
Okay. But Sheila's like in the Boston area like me, and we're like so excited because it's like a drive-through market, you know?
Yeah,
like,
not us. We'll fly.
It's going to be such a gorgeous resort, and like the only all-inclusive ski. And mountainous in the summertime, so we're very excited.
What happened to the one you were going to open in the U.S.?
Well, if I tell you this, I might have to kill you.
I'm videotaping. Should I turn it off?
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, come on, I'm a salesperson. Of course, I'm going to not keep a secret. We have signed for Utah.
Yes. So
yes.
When is that opening?
Well, we don't know yet. We just signed just before the whole COVID thing, but it's still, we had a webinar with our CEO yesterday, and he says it's still, they're still planning and opening it, and apparently it's in this really, really gorgeous area that it's like but that's all we know. We don't know anything else. So as soon as I know, of course, I'm going to spread the word.
I cannot wait for that one. That one's gonna be so popular. Thank you so much.
I know Quebec's going to be just as popular for the Northeast because it's a drive-to market, so.
I know, but you still need a passport. So with Utah, you won't need a passport.
That's true. But Utah's going to be good as well.
I know. I'm excited. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to hop off, but
okay.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for joining me.
Okay. Hi there. So I love that Disney is here with us today too. Can you tell me what's going on with Disney?
Oh my God, there's so many things going on. Walt Disney World, first of all, is open. We all July. Receiving and your clients, and we're really excited to have them come. There's certain limitations with the CDC and the Florida governor with the capacity, so we have to measure that, and we're doing a great job with that with our new Disney park pass system that recognizes how much the capacity is for the parks that the governor has given us and how much we can do per day. So it's a little bit different. The experience is different because everybody has to be wearing a mask at all times unless they're drinking stationary, but the feeling is wonderful. It's just great to be back in the magic in Walt Disney World and the experiences that we have, and even though it's a little bit different because of this situation right now, but it will get better, and we'll bring everything that we are not able to do right now, but we still have the magic, and that's why our clients are coming.
Of course. So that I'm actually finding myself talking a lot about Aulani lately.
Yes.
Can you give me an update on Aulani?
So Aulani just opened on November 1st. There is a guidelines from the GoHawaii.com that you have to follow their requirements. They could change daily or they could stay periodically, but they require for everybody to be to have some type of test done. So for that, but the resort is open. We're receiving our clients with limitations also as well. There's some areas that are open and some that are not. Everything is on the DisneyAulani.com. And if you click on Know Before You Go, you can get all the information of the things, the requirements, and also the attractions that are open at the resort.
Okay, great. And so the way that I describe it, I've been there, and I say it's how Disney Imagineers Hawaii.
Yes.
Is that your pitch on?
Oh my God! Imagine Hawaii. What a beautiful, beautiful cities and everything, the mountains and all of that. So imagine that experience, and Disney as well in our resorts that we offer an incredible service since it opened. It is absolutely stunning. The beaches and our location is only 45 minutes away from Honolulu, so you can drive in to Honolulu and look around and then go back to the resort. That probably people don't do that because there's so much amazing things that we can do in the resort and they just want to stay there. But you can have that option. But Aulani is a beautiful, beautiful, outstanding property. The service, the experience is like I've never experienced that before. So it's a must put on your to-do list.
And you have villas there, so people can be completely private.
We do have villas. We have we can accommodate a large party in those villas. We have 2-bedroom villas, 1-bedroom villa. We have small studios or regular rooms that are the studios that can accommodate 2 to 4 people. So there's a place for everybody. So we recommend it for every vacation. If you're thinking to stay in the States, that's one place amazing to go besides Walt Disney World.
And do you have an update on the cruise line?
We, for Disney Cruise Line, we have not released anything yet. As you know, CDC has put huge guidelines on us, and they have given us a 40-page on what to do guidelines. Before we sail out there, we have to present all of what we're doing with those requirements, and then we are working on that right now. We hope to have something in the near future that we can relate to everybody. But until then, it's just on hold for now. We have canceled suspended the sailings all the way until December 31st. Maybe we'll look at everything by then, so that way we can give a date on see what we're going to do and where we're going to go in the first sailings.
Okay, and is Disneyland in the same position as Disney World?
Actually, no. Disneyland, we are ready when the governor tells us to fully to be opened. We're just waiting for the governor of California. And once we have that, we will be fully operational again with the limitations that will be in place. But we're just waiting for him to say, okay, attractions and parks can open. So it's just a waiting game at this time.
And what about Adventures by Disney?
Adventures by Disney, oh my God. Adventures by Disney is our fifth brand. We have, those are tours all over the world. Right now, what we're doing is we just released recently private tours that is per person, or a family of 12. You will have your own guide. So a lot of people were requesting that they want to do more intimate, more private, and we're doing that. So it's out there starting in February. Different locations and different countries that we're going to visit. Everything is on adventuresbydisney.com, but especially they have to come through you because you are the expert.
Of course.
But it is great. It's fantastic. Highly recommend. Is the places that you don't get to see with other tours that we take you to and make you feel special with those incredible experiences and also the storytelling of where we've made our movies, like in France and Italy and all of those things, where the imagination comes from.
I was in Australia on my own trip with my daughter, not with you guys. And everywhere we went, we saw you guys. Your really, really fun tour guides would have this hall of people, you know, that they were just entertaining the whole time. We were very jealous that we weren't with you.
Yeah, and we take you to incredible places that probably no one gets to go or see because it's so private. Those are the things that makes us a little bit different.
Yep, love you guys. And same with river cruising, I take it that you're waiting for Europe.
Yeah, we're waiting. We have 4 different rivers in Europe, the Danube, the Rhine, the Rhone, and we have those with our incredible partnership with AMA Waterways. We charter their ships, but it is all the Disney experience, is all of our Disney clients together, plus adventure guides, again, that makes those trips incredible. You don't see Mickey and Minnie running around or any characters. It's the experience and the immersive into those places that we take you.
Okay, sounds great. And so the only thing I didn't touch on, I think, is Tokyo and Paris.
Oh my God, Tokyo and Paris. Well, imagine, we don't know what's happening there, so that's still on hold. So
Tokyo did open for a while, and didn't you use those protocols in Florida? But they closed again?
We used the protocols from Shanghai and also Tokyo as well. That is a different market. We don't promote that in the United States. That's a different market. But they've been operational and everything has been fine since we opened.
Oh, okay, good. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think I got all of Disney, didn't I?
Yeah, I think you got everything. We went around the world in 2 minutes, so that's wonderful.
Nice. Well, thanks. It's always great to see you.
Likewise. Thank you, my friend.
Hi, I'm Lainey Melnick with Dream Vacations in Austin, Texas. I talked to Max.
Great.
And so he just gave me a huge presentation about what you guys are doing because I had just gotten back from Barbados. So,
oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so
good.
I know all about what's happening with Sea Dream, but do you want to give me an update? I know you had one COVID case on this last sailing. What are the protocols now in place for when that happens?
I don't know if they're any different. We just pulled back in last night, so I don't have an update right now.
Okay.
But I mean, we were doing the testing on board, which is, you know, part of our safety protocols, and that's how we were able to catch it. So,
right.
Yeah, I just don't have any updates. I know probably as much as you do.
Okay, I know the last time I talked to Max about it, he said that if somebody got COVID, everyone would go to their cabins, quarantine, you'd go back to Barbados, and then I don't know what happens after that. If everyone leaves.
Yeah, so I mean that's exactly right. So everyone's being tested again, and then I think a little while ago we were still waiting on results, and then I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Okay, and I love the I haven't been on Sea Dream, but I've been on another yacht, Crystal Esprit, and I know it's very similar. And you guys seem to be going to some private beaches in the Grenadines from Barbados. And would you like to tell me just briefly about how Sea Dream is different going on that than a normal cruise?
Oh yeah, so I mean we're a luxury product, and if we're completely full, there's only 112 guests and 95 crew members. So the guest to service ratio is almost 1-to-1. So we're all about the service, the fun, and the food.
And I'm a diver. So when I talked to Max last, he said that you needed to do the trips that you guys are offering, and diving wasn't included yet. Do you have an update on diving?
Yeah, it's not. And so, well, for the Barbados season right now, because of all the restrictions and everything that all the islands have implemented, all of the excursions are done as an organized group. So, like scuba dive, you can't go off on your own or anything like that. But you can do things off of the marina on the yacht that folds out, and we've got all the water toys and stuff like that.
Okay.
But yeah, all the excursions are done in an organized fashion. So even like going to the beach, it's all done as a group.
Right. So you're basically in a bubble with just the same crew and the same passengers everywhere you go for that week.
Yes.
Okay. Sounds great. Hopefully we'll figure it all out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So where is it going from Palm Beach?
We're going to some really cool destinations in the Bahamas. So the Exumas, Harbor Island. So all of these small, intimate islands.
Oh, that's great. I'd love to get out to Exuma sometime. So that's a great way to do it.
Yeah, and then if you want to do the repositionings from San Juan to Palm Beach or the other way, the yachts go to Providenciales.
Oh, okay. I love that. Yeah. I'm actually going there in May.
Okay.
Okay, so great. All right, well, that's great information. Thanks so much. And I love Max. You can tell everybody that he's a great rep.
All right, well, I'll send him a note too and let him know that we connected.
Okay, well, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for coming by the booth. It's so nice, and I hope you've had a good conference.
It's great.
I really do think it went off so well. And I've done a lot of virtual conferences in the last couple of months, and to me, this was a great one.
Oh, good.
Really, good calls, good seeing one-on-ones. On the ship, it's different, but you get personal, you get to be there. But this is a great alternative, and seeing everybody has been so nice. And
I know. Well, this is what I've really missed is the one-on-ones and seeing everyone and getting hugs. And I mean, we're not doing that enough, I don't think. But it's good to have this time to say hi to everybody, especially Silver Sea, who we're not really seeing anywhere else. So good to see you.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, we've got a lot of announcements that we're going to have, and CruiseOne Dream Vacations is going to be a big part of it, this launch that's going to happen in a couple of weeks. So Josh is aware, everything is in the wheels are working towards that. So you'll get wind of that very soon.
Okay.
So it basically is the launch of 22 and 23, but there's a very exciting added something to that, and it will be big news. And
well, tell me.
I can't. I'll get it. You're videoing.
I'm videotaping.
So no, it is a surprise, but you'll get wind of it before the whole world does.
Well, I hope so.
And so you can prepare. to
Okay.
be ready for this launch, okay?
Boy,
So
I'm really
we're
curious.
gonna have a big campaign on it, banners, everything, the whole works. It's gonna be a big thing. Right now we have but I'll leave it alone.
What about Antarctica and Arctic? Are you guys still doing those?
We are not doing Antarctica for January, February, but we will be doing it at the end of 21.
Okay.
And the Arctic should start in 21 also.
Okay.
It's in the summer months, and that will show you on our silversea.com website what the start date is for all of our ships right now. It changes all the time, but it shows you right now that that's what it is. But you will notice that it will not start for Silver Sea. It's scheduled until April, May, and that kind of thing.
Okay.
So
that's one of the things I love with you guys is your expedition ships there. So
yeah.
Awesome.
So, yeah, we expect Expedition Galapagos to be in the water first, and hopefully, if everything works out as we had planned, but nothing works out this year as we had planned.
Yes.
So we're not planning anything and just taking it and day by day and trying to get it done. Okay. There will be some new things on protocols. There will be webinars for.
I just want to say, Andrea, you've done an amazing job with this virtual experience. Oh, good. I'm glad you've enjoyed it.
So, hello, celebrity friends.
Hey, Lainey, how are you?
I'm
in
great.
Texas.
It's hot. Good stuff, I guess.
Good.
I'm videotaping you guys. Hope that's okay.
Oh, thanks for telling us.
Of course, if you want me not to. So I know a lot of what's going on with celebrity, but is there anything that you want to update us on?
There's so much with the new luxury and the what's the other
always
one?
Included. We're a little punchy on that.
That's okay.
So have you had a chance to actually tune into the Always Included webinars?
No, I haven't been doing the webinars. I'm just, it's really hard right now to find the time to do all the webinars. There are hundreds of them every day.
Yeah.
So,
they are pre-recorded. They are being recorded, and they've already posted some on the Celebrity Commitment. If you go under the training, under the recorded webinars, you can access it at your convenience this weekend.
Okay.
No pressure.
I'm really tired right now.
Okay, Monday.
So it's really good stuff that's gonna help you tremendously in terms of being able to market our brand to more effectively. I guess segment the brand to your clientele and tell them who we are, what we do, and it's a more simplified message, and probably most importantly, going to be a lot easier to book the brand because you don't have the 50 promo codes that we used to have. In total, there's only 8 now. 8 in total, 4 of which are non-refundable, 4 of which are refundable, and then 2 apply only to the retreat, which is our suites offerings. So it's a much simplified message, and just to keep it really simple and easy for you, on any sailing starting on November 17th. Any sailing that you book, any category, your guests will get Wi-Fi, the classic beverage package, and they'll get gratuities. The gratuities included. So it's just a much simpler message because you don't have to worry about them actually picking the perks that they want, and it just puts us in the more of a luxury category in the sense that people don't feel people are dimed and all of that good stuff there.
Yeah, I already posted about the retreat. It's my favorite new thing with you guys. So thank you.
Perfect. Yes, we definitely appreciate the support and anything that you can do to kind of get the word out and help us to make sure that that the guests are that we as a brand are top of mind. We really appreciate it.
No problem. I love celebrity. So I love seeing you guys so much.
I will. Thanks for stopping. Great to see you, Lainey.
Bye. See you on Facebook.
leave Lainey here, so I'm gonna be back.
Look who it is.
Hey, Lainey, how are you? So great to see you.
Sailing on Avalon, friend. Summer to sail with Lainey on our Active and Discovery Danube cruise on Avalon waterways. And as a matter of fact, as timing would have it, as Lainey teleported into our booth just now, this virtual brochure rack is somewhere that you can explore everywhere around the world, not just Avalon waterways, but we do private safaris in Africa. We have national parks. And Lainey, I don't even know if you saw the press release, or Melissa as well. Hi.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi. We just operated. We're doing 3 Canyonland trips in November. So guys, people are out there traveling again. One of our coworkers from Michigan is on the Canyonland trip. And Lainey, I'll email you the press release. It just went out today.
Sounds good. That's awesome.
Little by little, we're getting back out there.
And I don't know if you remember, but I had just come from Africa when I saw you last year in Europe.
Yes.
So yeah, I love that you're doing Africa.
Yeah, you did a whirlwind trip that summer, last summer.
It was the greatest, but you were so much fun. Avalon Waterways was like such a highlight. So I loved it.
And always remember, if you need someone to carry your bags, I'm always available. Just let me know.
I will.
I know you weren't knowing we were going to ask this question, but what did you think of the Active and Discovery versus like a typical river cruise? Did it kind of share a few? I mean, you did some pretty, not crazy, but some fun excursions, right?
I did. I mean, I love being active and not just drinking. Although I loved going drinking too.
As long as you combine the activities, right?
Exactly. It was really, I like, I don't go on them to relax. You know, that's not my kind of travel. I want to be somewhere every second. So that was really good for me to be able to just hop off the ship and, is it a ship? It is a ship, right?
It's a ship.
The ship.
Yeah.
And just walk around, you know, the cities. I loved it. It's great to be inside the cities.
And that's the great thing about doing it on a ship versus being on a motor coach tour. I mean, not to cut against our motor coach touring, but being on a ship, like you said, you know, the ship is docked there. You can get on and off the ship and just take a walk. That's what I like to do, is just to walk around the cities and everything. So it was a great way to be able to do that and see so much.
Way to see Europe.
Yeah. The way Europe was meant to be seen.
Well, hello, everybody from CruiseOne, CruiesInc, and Dream Vacation. Today, you're in Gina from Norwegian Cruise Line and Sal's kitchen. Sal is my husband. He is actually from Italy. He's behind here. He'll say hi. Say hi, everybody. Hi. He just got back from his run. He was so gracious to jump in and help me today, because I'm going to be showing you a cooking demonstration on how to make authentic Italian risotto. So today we're going to be making a mushroom risotto. We're going to be using an array of mushrooms, and honestly, we recommend that you use porcini mushrooms, but for today's demonstration, we're going to be using portobello mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, and shiitake mushrooms. So we've already have cleaned our mushrooms thoroughly, and Sal will cut the larger mushrooms right now. The best time to cut your mushrooms are at the moment. You don't want to pre-cut them, because then the mushrooms will dry out. So we're going to start off and show you what we've done to kick this off. As you can see over here, I have some boiling chicken stock. And by the way, I'm going to be sending you this recipe, so you have this recipe. We personally like to use the Knorr's chicken stock. And again, that'll be on the recipe. And what I have over there is 6 cups of boiling water to 2 of the large Knorr chicken stock. So we dilute it a bit.
The best chicken stock is the one you prepare at home. If you can prepare it and you know how to prepare it, it's very simple. You take some chicken with bones, you boil it for about an hour, 45 minutes. You put some celery, some carrots, whatever, herbs you like it. That's the best way. But if you don't have the time to do that, then you can use Knorr. That's one of the best chicken stock that we're using. What I'm doing right now, I'm cleaning a shallot. For those people that don't know what's a shallot, it's an onion, and it's a little bit smaller than an onion. And
A shallot is more of a cross between garlic and an onion, so we like using for the flavor. So what Sal's doing right now is cleaning that shallot. In addition to that, we have a skillet in the middle here of our burner, and that's where we're going to prepare the risotto. So for your skillet, you want to do a little bit of a deeper skillet, so that way you have room to do all the reductions and everything. So right now, Sal's going to add some olive oil.
1.5 teaspoon of olive oil.
Tablespoons, he meant. He's still getting the measurements right, coming from Italy. And now he's going to slice up the shallot and add that in.
Thinly cut it.
Yes, thinly sliced.
And obviously you want to saute the shallots slowly, low gas. You don't want to burn it.
We're actually using a medium gas level, so it's okay to go medium, but you don't want to go too high because you don't, as Sal said, you don't want to burn the shallot. It won't leave a good taste for your risotto.
And what I'm going to do, I'm going to slice the shallots, and then I'm going to put a little bit of black pepper and a touch of butter.
Adding some black pepper and a little touch of butter. My husband does constantly wash his hands as he's cooking, which is key for healthy eating. Cracking the black pepper right now.
We're going to use just a touch of butter, which butter is very tasty, but it's not very good for you.
So he put about almost a tablespoon of butter in with almost 2 tablespoons of olive oil. And then he has the shallots that are just getting nice and golden. He'll leave those on for just a couple minutes. And then he will add the mushrooms next. So, when pairing risotto, we're doing a mushroom risotto. So you can substitute the mushrooms for corn, asparagus. Sal even has just made some saffron risotto before. You can even do a strawberry risotto, a chocolate risotto. I've not yet tried those. We typically do asparagus, corn.
Risotto, you can do radicchio risotto, you can do chocolate risotto, you can do all type of risotto. But here we have the mushrooms, as you can see. I'm going to slice at the moment because otherwise they're going to get dry. So you don't want to slice an hour before because they get dry. So you want to do that at the moment. And I'm going to start with the portobello mushrooms. You can see I'm going to slice this.
I'm going to slice the portobello mushroom in. So he sauteed those onions for maybe 2 or 3 minutes before adding the mushrooms.
Now again, if you find the porcini mushrooms, that's the best. Don't use nothing else, just porcini. And I can tell you, porcini mushrooms is you're gonna have the best risotto ever with the porcini mushrooms.
I couldn't find porcini today, so that's why we're using the portobello, the oyster. I like the oyster mushrooms too. They give it some great flavor as well. And we also have shiitake mushrooms for today. So, I know a lot of you are probably wondering what a great wine would be to pair with your risotto. Sal, do you want to give some input on some wines?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh my gosh. So Sal knows his wine. He's sommelier certified, so he can tell you a little bit about what will pair best with this particular risotto that we're making today?
Right now I'm slicing all the mushrooms. I just want to make sure all the mushrooms are in. And the mushrooms, it's going to take at least about 10-15 minutes to make sure they release all that water. And a lot of mushrooms. Right. There you go. You can put a high.
At this point, you want to turn your stove to high. You want those mushrooms, they release a lot of water, so you want that all to be released. I'm going to show you everything in the skillet. It already smells quite delicious. I'm going to grab some white wine out of our refrigerator because we will need some white wine for this recipe. And I'm also going to grab some mascarpone cheese and some white wine to cook and some Parmesan and Romano cheese grated.
All right. Now
Alright, we do wash dishes as we go along. Keep a nice clean kitchen. I've got some grated pecorino. I have some mascarpone cheese. And then we are also going to use for today's demonstration a Chardonnay, a white wine.
You can use whatever Chardonnay. You can use a Pinot Grigio for cooking, Chardonnay. I have some leftover Rambawa, which is a fantastic Chardonnay. You can use that. But whatever wine you have, whether it's a Pinot Grigio, a Sauvignon Blanc, or a Chardonnay, it's perfectly fine to use a white wine to cook. The better the wine, the better the risotto is going to taste, of course.
So I just gave the mushrooms a nice stir. I will show you.
Looks delicious.
It's already looking good. I'm excited for dinner tonight. Go right there.
Now, we're going to allow the mushrooms to release the water. In the meantime, we can talk about wine. Now, wine, most people, they love American wine. You can go with a beautiful Pinot Noir. Tonight, I'm drinking Costa Brown Pinot Noir from Russian River Valley. It's a fantastic Pinot Noir. It's a little bit expensive, but it's worth it. You can use that, or you can use maybe any Pinot Noir from Russian River Valley. Doesn't have to be expensive, but Russian River Valley produced excellent Pinot Noir. My suggestion for American Pinot Noir will be the Russian River Valley. Costa Brown, Dumont as well is fantastic. Paul Hobbs does fantastic Pinot Noir. Kistler is another one which is amazing. And there is many other more. I mean, I don't want to go through all of them, but there is many other good Sonoma Valley Pinot Noir, which they are fantastic, good value for money.
White wines out.
If you like Italian or European wine, then you want to go with a Barbera, Nebbiolo, Barolo, which many people, Barolo is too strong. They don't like it, but Barolo will go perfectly with the risotto.
That was still red, sorry.
Yes. Barolo, even Brunello, you can go with the Brunello. Barbera, Nebbiolo, Gattinara, that's another one. Barolo, Barbaresco, and Brunello di Montalcino. Those are the 5-6 wine from Italy that will go perfectly with the risotto. For those people, they like white wine. Because you have the mushrooms in the risotto, there is a lot of hardness and there is starch. You wanted something heavy. Either you go with a Chardonnay, or either you go with something very European where there is a lot of minerality and there is a lot of wine from Italy that you can choose from the island of Sardinia, from the island of Sicily. Minerality comes from the terroir. Terroir means the soil, the climate. So the more south you go, the more sun you have, the more limestone you're gonna have in the soil, the more minerality you're gonna have in that wine. So anything from the south or somewhere hot, then you're gonna have minerality. So any of those wines from the south of Italy or from any country where there is a lot of sun, that would be perfectly fine. This is mine?
No, yours is over here.
You always exchange my glass. That's because there was more in there.
Actually, I just poured this glass. So I'm going to show you what the mushrooms look like because I think they're almost ready. We also only have about 30 to 35 minutes today. So
Delicious.
okay, so you can
I think we are ready. So what I'm going to do, you can use arboreal. That's to say, it doesn't matter what kind, as long as it says super fino arboreal rice. Arboreal rice, that's the most important. Arboreal rice. Forget about the whatever.
You can use any brand as long as it's arboreal rice. That's what you want to use for risotto. So we already have ours measured out. That's approximately a cup and 3/4 that we're putting in. Cup and a half to a cup and 3/4 is what we're using for today's demonstration, which will feed 6 people.
It's very important. Once you put the rice with the mushrooms, you allow the rice to, for about a couple of minutes, to get crispy. Crispy means that the heat is gonna crystallize the outside of the rice, and the rice is not gonna be overcooked. Okay, that's very important. So a couple of minutes.
So he has it on a pretty high heat right now, and again, he's just crystallizing that rice so it stays nice and crispy. And he's stirring it in with the mushrooms and the shallots. And he usually gives that a good minute, 2 minutes, but he allows that on a high heat.
You can show how it's right. I'm gonna put a completely high heat because right now this is where it happens. Now in the next 5-10 seconds or even 20 seconds, I'm gonna put the wine. Once you put the wine in,
right here, Sal.
there's my wine right here. It's very important that you allow the wine to evaporate completely, and then you're gonna have the chicken stock. So that's what I'm doing. Usually you use for 4 to 6 people, half a glass of wine, white wine. Again, it could be Pinot Noir, Pinot Grigio, it could be a Chardonnay, it could be a Sauvignon Blanc, it could be any white wine, would be perfectly fine. Here we go. I would say that was a glass of 6 ounces.
About 6 ounces of white wine. You can hear it sizzling. Because again, we have a blast burner, so we have that all the way on high. And he's stirring everything together, and he is going to reduce that alcohol, reduce that wine at this point by keeping it on high. The wine does give it nice flavor. Okay, it's pretty much evaporated already. I know you can't see, but compared to what it was a few minutes ago when he put in the wine, it has evaporated.
So at this point, what I'm going to do, I'm going to cover up. If you look at me, I'm going to cover up the skillet and the rice completely with chicken stock. It has to be completely covered up on top. You show them how.
So he basically just covered the top. Now we started with about 6 cups of water. He probably used 2.5 to 3 cups. Each ladle was a half cup. So he's going to give that a good stir. It's not an exact measurement. Italians are a lot like us Greeks that we know by the eye what to look for.
Italian are much better than Greek.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Greece has much better beaches. All of you know that. All my travel professionals.
You need to know that Italy is producing the best food, the best clothes, the best cars.
We have the best beaches.
Excuse me, the best museum, the best architecture comes from Italy.
Just ask our chief sales operator, Katina. She's going to agree with me that the beaches are by far the best in Greece. And you all should know that because you're all travel professionals.
Yeah. Okay.
He loves to argue with me. Greece, Italy, they're both beautiful and they're both so very similar. Okay, so Sal is already starting to reduce that chicken stock. As you can see, it really started reducing rather quickly. He still has it on blast on the highest heat possible. Again, we only have about 30 minutes to do this demonstration. He's going to add a little bit more of the chicken stock. I thought he would. 2 more, which is a cup. 2 ladles is a cup. So now I'm going to say he probably has about 4 cups of chicken stock in there based on what's left in my pot there. Going to give that another good stir. So it's important that you don't overcook risotto. A lot of people tend to overcook it. And today we have 30 minutes to do this demonstration. You can see he cut the onions at the moment. He cut the mushrooms at the moment. So risotto really should take you anywhere from 30, no more than 40 minutes to make.
Risotto should be al dente, like pasta. Al dente means to the bite. So when you eat the risotto, you can tell it's not overcooked and it's to the bite.
He still has it on the blast heat. He usually doesn't, again, cook it quite that high, but in lieu of time.
For those people that have tried this Pinot Noir, the Costa Brown from Russian River Valley, it's absolutely fantastic.
It is, and he already drank 3/4 of the bottle. He left me with 1 measly glass, but that's typical in my household. I have to drink and eat very fast if I want to get my fair portions. I've learned that being married to an Italian.
As you can see, the mushrooms, the chicken stock, and the rice and wine, they're amalgamating together. You can see that creamy juice is coming. I can tell the risotto needs at least another 10 minutes by looking at it. So we're going to use a little bit more chicken stock.
Sorry, Drew, we might go over 30 minutes here. We're trying.
Hey, we are perfectly on target.
We'll see. That's right. His 10 minutes is more like 5 minutes.
I'm going to have 1 more scoop of the chicken stock.
And 1 more ladle of the chicken stock. He might do 2. I have a feeling he will. Yes. So at this point, we have used what I thought we would use, which is 5 cups to the 1.5 to 1 3/4 cup of arborio rice.
This should be it.
That should be it. So we were I put in a cup too much.
We'll see.
Looking good. Looking good.
Now, the secret to finishing a good risotto is make sure you have good butter. You need to have mascarpone cheese. You need to have also some good pecorino cheese. Pecorino is a cheese coming from sheep, or in Greek,
sheep.
What do you call it in Greek?
Sheep?
No, you have that particular cheese that you use.
Oh, we do. It's called, I only know the Greek name of, and I'm drawing a blank. I'm so sorry, but you can go to any Greek delicacy or delicatessen, or you could go to Greek one and anything, in a nice fine grated Romano or Pecorino is fantastic. So, don't go shy on the ingredients and, spend a little extra money to get that better cheese because it makes the world of difference. Do not use Kraft Parmesan cheese on the shelf that has so many additives and just, it's not good. So you really want to go to the refrigerated section if you're going to your grocery store and finding a good graded Parmesan or Romano cheese.
The other very important thing is make sure you use extra virgin olive oil. Extra virgin olive oil is one of the best things for you, for your cholesterol, for your skin, for your heart, for everything. So extra virgin olive oil.
And the one we're using is right from Italy. That's the other thing to be careful of, because sometimes the olives are a mixture of different countries. You'll find better results if the olive oil that you choose, the olives come from one country, whether it's Spain, whether it's Greece, or whether it's Italy. We're using an Italian, and it's 100% Italian olive.
My wife meant to say, if the product is coming from Spain and says product of Spain, everything should be made in Spain. So all the olives should be from Spain, because what they're doing, they're getting olives from Turkey, from Greece, from Italy, and then they mix together and they do olive oil. If they assemble that in Italy, they're going to say made in Italy, but it's not made in Italy. You need to make sure it comes from that particular country. Very important. And olive oil is so good for you. When I met my wife, her cholesterol was so high, and then that's very true.
It was borderline high. Yes. Has it come down? Absolutely. It's come down, and my good cholesterol has gone through the roof, and my bad cholesterol has come down, but it wasn't that high. He wants to tell you I was super high, but it really wasn't. A lot of dark chocolate, a lot of red wine, and extra virgin olive oil did the trick for me. So you can see that all coming together now. That chicken stock has reduced. Yeah, he's going to end up using the 6 cups that I allocated. Let's see. Okay, well, he used 5.5 cups. So I'll make sure and include that in the recipe that I sent you. And this will serve approximately 6 people, unless you're using this as your main course and nothing on the side. If you're using this as your main course, I would say this is a good for 4 people, 4 to 5 people max. But if you're using eating some chicken with that or some lamb with it, by the way, a panko crusted chicken goes great with this risotto, and that makes the best panko crusted chicken. But we only have 30 minutes today, so we can't show you that.
That's it.
All right. So he's used all but the entire pot. I would say, just to give you a general guideline, is you'll want to use anywhere from 5 to 6 cups of the chicken stock when you're adding it in to make sure that you get that right amount.
All right. Perfect.
Okay.
As you can see, it's almost on the dry side, but there is still a little bit of juice in there. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to have butter.
Gonna add more butter right now.
I would say
got about 3 tablespoons of butter there.
No, that's 1.5 spoons.
No, it's like 3 tablespoons of butter. It has 3 tablespoons left in the actual stick. There's 8 tablespoons in a stick of butter. He used 1 early on, and he just used about another 3.
Mascarpone cheese.
Here's his mascarpone cheese. I like adding a little extra mascarpone. He doesn't, so I'll make sure in the recipe that I give you, it has that little bit of extra mascarpone because it really makes the risotto absolutely delicious.
Big spoon. This is 2 tablespoons.
He has a very big spoon.
This is 2 tablespoons.
That's a little bit more than that. Go ahead, Steph. Again, I would have put in an entire other tablespoon, like his first one. And now he's going to take that.
Now we're going to add the pecorino cheese. I would say 1, 2, 3.
Or would be a cup?
3.5.
So almost a cup of the Parmesan that he just put in.
Make sure everything comes together. We're gonna make sure everything comes together. Very important. As you can see, the creaminess of the risotto is fantastic. The smell is amazing. And I can hardly wait to taste the risotto.
Almost done. This is dinner for me tonight.
Make sure everything is melted.
Mascarpone is still kind of floating in there, so we'll keep stirring that. And he still has this on a high heat, by the way. So he went from like a medium to high heat with the onions all the way to high with the mushrooms. And he left it on a higher heat through the chicken stock process. And then, of course, adding the butter, the cheese, and the mascarpone.
Now, this is spectacular.
So what we'll do is when we serve this, we will serve this with some more grated Parmesan and black pepper. And we'll have a nice glass of wine with it. So Sal's gonna put some on a plate so you can see what the consistency of it should look like. I'll show you right now.
Very important that you finish with a touch of
I already told them that.
pecorino on top.
See, he's repeating me.
And then
That's Italian. They like to repeat.
a touch of black pepper on top. Making a mess here, but this is delicious.
So that's how you make mushroom risotto. And like we said, you can change that up to whatever your liking is. Radicchio, you can do corn, you can do asparagus. So I will be sending out a recipe to everybody. I do want to thank everybody for joining us today. We do appreciate that. He wants to show the final product. He is putting the cheese on top. He's going to grab some black pepper. And voila, Sal is eating that as a meal tonight, so he has a nice healthy portion there.
Cheers.
We want to thank you for your business, for your support during this very challenging time. I hope that from our kitchen to yours that you can enjoy this recipe. And if you need anything, you just let us know. We're always here to help you in the kitchen or with your travel needs.
Definitely. And don't forget, risotto is Italian, not Greek.
That's my husband. Thank you. Bye.
Relationship-based industry. Your customers want to feel that bond with you. They want to be able to trust you. They want to feel like there's a connection and a relationship, that you really understand their wants and needs for their vacation. So don't be afraid to share about yourself. You can share your personal travel experiences. As you see here, Lainey recently went to Sandals in Barbados, and she shared photos and videos all along the way so her customers knew what to expect. You can proactively answer FAQs that you're getting, or you can ask customers to submit a question and you can help answer it. And you can introduce yourself, talk about yourself, you as a person, and give some fun facts. And you can do this about once a month to get some regular content out there so they get to know you a little bit better.
Beautiful ultra luxury vessels, the newest in the ultra luxury market. The Seabourn Odyssey, the Sojourn, and the Quest are sister ships with 229 suites. 90% of those suites are verandas. The Encore and the Ovation are a bit larger with 300 suites, 600 guests, and we're currently building the Seabourn Venture that is due to debut in December. Most recently, we announced the steel cutting of the second expedition vessel, which is due to debut in 2022, and we'll talk a little bit more about the expedition product. So why Seabourn? We do have some smaller, intimate vessels that remind guests of a private club experience. All of our suites are oceanfront suites with beautiful, about 300 square feet with beautiful double vanities, separate bathtub and shower, walk-in closets, and a fantastic dining area for in-room dining. We do also offer some incredible partnerships. For example, the Chef Thomas Keller Grill that's available on all 5 of our vessels, as well as partnerships with Sir Tim Rice, and with also, we are the official cruise line for UNESCO. We have a fantastic spa, which, as you can see, I'm in right now, with Dr. Andrew Weil that puts together our health and wellness program. It really is an incredible experience. We recently asked some of our past guests, we sent them a survey, and we asked, one of the questions was, if you choose to travel, which destination would be your preferred choice to take a voyage in the next 18 months? And not surprisingly, Mediterranean came in as the top answer, followed by Northern Europe, Caribbean, Alaska, and Canada, New England. Let's talk a bit about the Mediterranean. We offer fantastic Mediterranean itineraries in 2021. Most of our voyages tend to be a bit longer, 10, 12, and 14 days, but we do also have a few 7-day departures from Barcelona, Athens, and Istanbul. Not noted here is we're also visiting Egypt as well as the Holy Land in 2021 on the Ovation. The second itinerary was the Northern Europe itineraries. Those came in really just behind Mediterranean. These, because of the distance, tend to be a little bit longer, 14 and 15 days, but we do have a few 7-day departures from Stockholm that visit St. Petersburg. Alaska came up on the list because we do a fantastic Alaska. We offer 7-day voyages from Vancouver to Juneau and Juneau to Vancouver, which can be combined with a fantastic land program such as Rocky Mountaineer that we offer in our Seabourn Journeys. If it's all about Alaska, we do offer 10, 11, and 14-day itineraries to Alaska. Because of our size, we're able to visit some of the smaller fjords that the bigger ships don't have access to. As many of you know, champagne and caviar are available 24 hours complimentary for all of our guests. So if you're taking, or if your clients are taking one of these Alaska trips, make sure they take advantage of the champagne and caviar ice parties out by the pool deck. We recently introduced our 2022 World Cruise, which is 145 days westbound from Los Angeles to Athens or Piraeus. As you'll see, it's almost 28,000 nautical miles. You visit 5 continents, 28 countries, 20 overnights, 2 equator crossings, and 3 international dateline crossings. All of these, I'm sure, are on your client's bucket list. If the full 145 days is just too long, not a problem. We do also offer segments for our guests, anywhere from 22 days from Shanghai to Singapore to 89 days from Los Angeles to Shanghai. Our full world cruise guests do receive many amenities as you see here, which include round-trip business class air, shipboard credits, internet packages, as well as visa package that we arrange for our guests, 50% reductions, and early bonus savings discounts. Our segment guests also receive amenities such as an exclusive evening in Ephesus. We also offer shipboard credits and additional bonus savings if they pay in full by a certain time. Because the Seabourn Venture vessel expedition ship was delayed, we've had to change some of the itineraries. The Seabourn Venture, as you see here, is a purpose-built expedition ship with 132 suites, 264 guests. She will be able to navigate through light ice because her hull is a P6 class strengthened hull. All of our suites on the Venture are oceanfront verandas. We'll have 2 custom-built guest submarines, and yes, we will be serving champagne as we're going down 1,000 feet. We do have Zodiacs. We'll have mountain bikes, scuba diving, snorkeling, and kayaks available for our guests. The itineraries, as we mentioned, had to be altered because the ship is now debuting in December, and these will be the new itineraries that were just released a couple weeks ago, and they will be, we're calling them Norwegian Winters. These itineraries will be very unique for Seabourn, the first time that we do these itineraries, and we'll also have some opportunities to see the Northern Lights. These itineraries begin in December, and as you can see, as you get closer to the summertime and spring, and then we will revert back to the traditional itineraries. If you look down on the right, you'll see the voyages in May, and June, and July, which go up to Svalbard, and that will then continue what the venture was scheduled to do originally before we changed her itineraries. In 2021, the venture was scheduled to do the end of 2021, the Antarctica season, but she won't debut until December. So we had to bring the Quest, which is the ship that's been doing Antarctica for the past 7 years, back. So we will have one more season of the Seabourn Quest visiting Antarctica, and that will be from 2021 to 2022 season. So if you have Client with Confidence program, which was extended until November 20th, so any bookings that are booked between now and November 20th, if the guest chooses to cancel up to 30 days before the sailing, they will receive a 100% future cruise credit of any monies paid to Seabourn. They can cancel for any reason. We also have the best fare guarantee that any guest booked between now and November 20th, if you find a better fare on that same voyage, just give us a call and we'll be able to adjust the rate.
All of our villas in Orlando have the home theater. So you can see this particular home theater will seat 12 comfortably. And I'm up on the second floor, and this is a great room for entertaining. As you can see, again, forgive us guys, they're turning this house over.
Right.
But, you know, it's got the pool table, it's got poker table, it's got a large video wall with 4 TVs, and all of the villas in Orlando have hidden rooms and game rooms.
Yeah, that's a really beautiful. Oh, what is that? Oh,
so this is the game room.
Nice.
You like Space Invaders?
I do.
You got the hockey, air hockey. But Steve, what I love about all of the villas in Orlando is that they're truly attractions all on their own.
Yeah.
And, you know, and I'm going to turn us around for 1 second. Right? They're attractions. We're here with Disney and Universal and SeaWorld, and all of our villas have themed bedrooms. So when you contact us, our villa specialist will ask, do you have kids coming in the group? Do they have favorite characters in the group?
Mm-hmm.
And what we'll do is we will match up the house to the liking of the kids or even of the adults. So in this particular house, if you are a fan of Star Wars, this is the Star Wars bedroom.
Wow.
Right? This room will sleep. Again, you can see the other 2 in here. Here's one of the Boba Fett guys. And Steve, in here, you know, I talk about this all the time when we do our webinars, but that's actually a crawl space into a hidden room. And a lot of these villas here in Orlando, they're designed by former Disney Imagineers that have left Disney and have created their own company designing these rooms. You know, I'm walking into now the princess themed bedroom where you can see, you know, we've got Snow White, we've got Belle.
There's Belle.
And there's princess dresses. So if the girls want to play dress up, then you can see this beautiful castle. Actually, I'm going to pan over this way. You got this beautiful castle style bed. Again, we'll sleep 4 comfortably. You can come down on the slide. And then here's this under the sea room. You know, it's a great play area for the kids. You know, when you turn off the lights, the lasers come on. Awesome. And you really feel like you're under the sea. And then there's a, you know, bedrooms.
Okay.
Bear with me, Steve.
Absolutely. Hey, Willie, I know we're big on concierge and the services. You know, what's one of the great things we can do for our guests that come to Orlando that's really special?
See, you know, Orlando, not because I live here, but it really is a magical place. And as I've spent more and more time here, I've learned about really the unique things and how a guest can experience Orlando. So we've built an impeccable relationship with the VIP team at Disney. So many of our guests take advantage of the VIP tours, which give them access to a private cast member for a group of 10. they get to experience Disney in a completely different way by going into secret entrances.
Right.
Disney actually picks them up right here at the villa. We have done character breakfasts at the villa. You know, it's hard enough to try to get a family of 4 together for a character breakfast at Disney.
Right.
Here, we can set up and bring characters to the villa, bring chefs in and do a character breakfast, a character lunch, or even a character dinner. A couple of weeks ago when I was staying at a villa, we had the hot air balloons.
I remember that.
Flying overhead. You know, we've done Zookeeper for a day at Animal Kingdom. We've done sleepovers for guests over at SeaWorld. I mean, there's just so many really unique ways for a guest to experience Orlando.
That's
and,
awesome.
You know, and last year we brought our entire concierge team down to Orlando. They spent some time with the tourism boards. They spent time with Disney, and they really learned Orlando. And they've become so trained on all the different services. As we do with our villas, we vet everyone that we work with in all of our destinations. And what we're focused on is really creating the experience for the guest at a villa.
Right. Willie, we're coming down to the end. We have about a minute and a half or so to see some more products. So why don't you show us the bedroom and whatever else you can squeeze in the next minute and a half.
Let me take a look, Steve. I've got to take a look at what's ready. Because like I said, actually, you know what, Steve? You and I love this pool area.
Yeah, let's see what the pool looks like.
So,
I know what it looks like. So
yeah. So I've got to turn off the alarm. All of our villas here in Orlando for safety reasons have the pool alarm. So this is a 1,000 square foot outdoor deck, right? You've got the ping pong table. You've got a massive sports bar.
Great for a Super Bowl party.
TVs out there.
Yeah.
It's great for a Super Bowl party, great for an adult's getaway. Backs up to the Jack Nicklaus golf course. You know, Steve, and like you and I say, you know, with our villas, in Orlando, it's about $150 per bedroom per night. Right? When you compare that to the average Disney hotel that's running about $450 a night, staying in a villa is clearly the best option for any guest coming to Orlando. And above all, you're not having to share that private pool with 800, 900, 1,500 resort guests. You're in your own private space. And tranquility is an incredible villa.
And our domestic.
It's a pretty new villa. It has 9 bedrooms, one of our largest villas here in the Dominican Republic. This one features something special, which is a volleyball court. Hardly any villas have a feature like this with real sand.
Right.
You know, you have a barbecue area here. There's a ping pong table. Right now it's stored away because we just had a small rain shower some time ago. And it's a very open layout villa. You get so many spaces for the guests, even though it's a large family. Everyone can have their own space. You have a TV area, but if you look this way, you know, you are connected to the exterior with these very large windows that open up like an accordion. And we've had so many families here that when, you know, they've gone to many other islands and when they try this concept and this villa, because it has so many bedrooms for big families, but when they stay here, they're so comfortable because it's large and, you know, not so large at the same time because the spaces are large, but you don't have to walk a lot to get anywhere. Everything is pretty much close by.
One of the things that we've been hearing a lot lately is about heated pools. Is that pool heated?
Oh, yes, that's a great question, Steve. This pool is heated because, you know, this is a very high-end product and those very high-demanding guests, they do like heated villa, especially for New Year's, for example, when, you know, it's not that hot as in summer here. You want to have that pool heated, and it has heating available. And here's the hot tub. It has heating as well available.
So let me ask, what staff comes with this villa?
So this villa comes fully staffed. You have a chef, assistant chef, butler, and 2 housekeepers. So there's 5 people serving you. This is the dining room for 20 people. Look at this.
Wow.
All of these tops were imported from Italy.
Wow.
There's music. There's a Sonos sound system, so you can have music in each area in the dining room. You know, back there at the play area. and
So-
in the pool area.
So let me ask you two questions. First, let's start. How much is the rental? I know it fluctuates based on the season, but what would be the average weekly rental for this 9-bedroom?
So per night, we're looking at about 3,400 per week. You know, we have the weekly discounts. So you get one night free. It's a 15% discount. We're
Okay.
looking at about 18,000 per week. Starting
Incredible. And for 9 bedrooms, that's incredible.
9 bedrooms, yeah.
And I know where the big cost savings comes. What would the average family staying here, if they wanted to add food and beverage, obviously not wanted to because they have a chef there, but what would
Right.
breakfast, lunch, dinner cost the average family per person?
Well, that's a great thing here in the Dominican Republic. You can find we accommodate. Firstly, we accommodate all kinds of dietary requirements. So vegan, gluten-free, kosher, everyone, and we have experience with all of those kinds of requirements. And we have, with our experience hosting so many families, we have come up to the average of $40 to $50 per person per day for all the meals.
Oh my God, you could go to, a Four Seasons or one and only Camellia saying Cabo, and you'd spend that just for breakfast. So that's amazing.
That
And
is
wow,
correct,
look at that
yes.
gym.
Oh yeah,
That's a
you have a
fabulous
private gym, top notch, techno
Yeah.
gym machines like in the
Yeah.
luxury hotels.
Yeah.
Look at this, you have treadmill, motorized, non-motorized.
Is that the least used room in the villa?
Actually, it is the least used room, but sometimes you have customers coming that, maybe one or two in the group are, very much focused in fitness and they do like to to use it.
So I know you're going to head towards a bedroom, but as you're getting towards the bedrooms, quick question for you. How far is the beach?
So the beach is pretty close. With the golf carts, you get around with golf carts at the villa.
Okay.
And this villa has access to the exclusive Eden Rock Beach Club. And the Eden Rock Beach Club is a 5 to 7 minute golf cart ride from the villa. It's about 1 kilometer away.
Wow.
Not about, it's 1 kilometer away, so it's very close.
So is the golf cart an additional a cost, or is that included with the villa?
Oh, that would be an additional cost. They start at around $60 per night for passengers.
So that's $60 per night per day for 4
day,
passengers.
yeah.
Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Beautiful bedrooms, absolutely stunning. Can't believe this is 3 years old. It looks brand new.
Oh yes, yeah. It gets maintained constantly to make sure that the standard is up to up to par with the customers coming here. Even the master bedrooms have an espresso machine, and they have a mini bar as well. I'm not going to go too much inside because I'm scared to lose signal. So
yeah, listen, we appreciate that, and I'm sure our friends at Dream Vacation appreciate that. So 9 bedrooms, looking at what, about 20 people maybe, depending upon the size of the group, or 18?
20 people comfortably. 20 people comfortably.
So let's say somebody has a bigger group. I know we could do multiple villas. So they could do this villa with other villas to combine for more bedrooms, correct? If they had a larger group.
That is correct. Yes. For example, in Punta Cana Resort, and we've had many of your groups stay there. We have, for example, a Recife Estate, which is a 3 villas together. It's a complex of 3 villas together, owned by the same family, and you get a 5-bedroom plus 2 4-bedrooms, so you get 13 bedrooms.
And as you mentioned, which was great, we've done some 60th birthdays, some wedding anniversaries there, great celebration houses, and the staffs at all these houses work together to create one seamless experience for the guests that is renting.
That is correct. So that's the great thing about having those 2 villas, that, if someone wants to have their own space and be at their own villa sometime throughout the day, they can be at their own villa, or there's the main villa when everybody wants to be together, when they want to have all the meals together. That's where we set everything up.
And, in the little bit of time that we have left, I do want to touch on, you and your team are there on the ground as people want to, maybe seek you out for golf reservations or restaurant recommendations. Your concierge team is there to help them, as well as the staff, correct?
That is 100% correct. So the concierge is constantly in touch with them. We visit, our concierge visits the villa at least 2 times per day, or at the request of the guest, to make sure that all their needs are met, to make sure that, that the next day's meals are set up with the chef, that, all of the necessary ingredients are there for their meals. I mean, one of the most important things during a stay at this villa is actually the meals. I mean, people come here and they like to eat great. The chef at this villa is particularly good, has a lot of experience, and so meals is one of the most important things that clients love and enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't like to eat and drink? Well, let's see. So that is the Bear Den Lodge. I love that. That is my favorite villa beside Who's Villa. Who's Villa is great, but this Bear Den Lodge is my favorite because it looks like an American painting. That's a 4-bedroom, beautiful villa and I believe the rate there is about $1,200 a night starting, so that's an incredible product. Then in California, we've added Malibu and Beverly Hills recently. That is the Zen Estate on the lower left-hand corner. Then we've been really upping our South Carolina product. That's Casa Del Mar, which I know is one of your favorites on Fripp Island. And then in Florida, we don't want to leave Miami out. We've added Miami, and we also added the Panhandle, and that's Villa Manuela, which is a fabulous villa right on the water. So that's what's hot domestically, although I could tell you, Tennessee, the coast of North Carolina, Utah, Colorado, everything's hot. And we're adding more, but I know you're going to ask me that, so go.
Absolutely. But what about internationally? What if I'm looking to get out of town?
Okay, so Mexico is definitely one of the top ones. So we've got, I know Los Cabos, and as I say it, you bring it up, that's Casa Freiser, which is our best villa. Little known secret about Casa Freiser with their 6 bedrooms, right next door, and you won't see it on our site. We also have Michael Dell's private residence, which is a 4-bedroom. So if you add the Casa Freiser 6 with Michael Dell's 4, that's a 10-bedroom, which we can give you. That is in the Del Mar development, which is right above the one and only Palmilla. What I love about that too is it's full service, and your average food and beverage cost is going to run you about $75 a day per person for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Then in the lower left-hand corner is Canoe Cove in Jamaica, one of our most beautiful villas in all of Jamaica. Your average food and beverage will probably be similar, maybe a little bit higher, maybe about $100 per person a day. Upper right-hand corner, you have the Dominican Republic, and that is the Arrecife Royale, about a 2-year-old property, absolutely stunning property. There you're looking at about $50 per person per day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And then obviously the lower right-hand corner, we have Turks and Caicos, and one of my favorite properties, which is Hawksbill. Love Hawksbill. Great venue for a wedding right on Grace Bay. An 8-bedroom, plus they have a 2-bedroom beach house. So you can combine it for 10 total bedrooms, fully staffed, 4 absolutely stunning destinations and stunning villas. And all 4 of them are open for U.S. Arrivals.
That's great. And, we're always asked, what have we added recently? What's new?
All right. Well, let's see. Being honest with people, we've added so much, and we've added a lot of things that I never thought we would add, but due to the demand for domestic. So in the upper left-hand corner, you have Hot Springs, Virginia, where we have some incredible product. We've added the Smoky Mountains of Tennessee, as you can see here on the right-hand side. We've been adding recently Massachusetts. This is one of our little houses in Gloucester, Mass. And then South Carolina, we've been adding a lot of different product in South Carolina. This one happens to be in Hilton Head, but we also have added Harbor Island, Fripp Island, as you noticed earlier. I can tell you I just signed the contract, and you might even be asking me this, but I just signed the contract yesterday for Branson, Missouri, and St. Louis Wine Country. So that's coming soon. And do you want to know what else is coming soon?
Share with us, please.
Okay. Well, we're going to be bringing on Scandinavia, 4 countries in Scandinavia. And wow, look, as I say it, you bring them up. So the 2 villas on the left are examples of our new Scandinavian products. I'm really excited about Sweden and Norway and adding Finland. And this product on the right, this is one of our wine country houses in Missouri. It was a bank, and they actually bought the bank and kept the vaults in, and they converted the bank into a house. So it's called, and guess what the name is, Whitney? I guarantee you can even guess it.
The
Take a
bank
guess.
house.
You got it. It's
Hey.
called the Bank House. But we've got a lot more going on that I'm working on. I just had discussions yesterday for Naples and Marco Island in Florida. I know you've been looking for us up in Michigan on the lakes in Michigan. I've been looking on the coastal Carolinas, so areas like Topsail Beach. I'm looking at there. We continue to look in the Outer Banks, where we've got some stuff that we're eyeing on. Arizona. And ski country. We're looking at New Hampshire and Vermont. So a lot is coming, and we really, we're there. We're gonna make sure that everything we add is vetted and inspected, and we, as always, will stand behind it. So
54% are dreaming about vacationing again. 22% are ready to plan, and 23% are already booked. So we're in a great place. So the next question really talked about when they wanted to travel. 15% still want to travel in 2020, which is great news. 8% at the holidays, and the largest amount of respondents said that 70% that they wanted to travel in 2021, 18% 2022 or later, and that's 1% is still there. Don't expect a vacation again. So what kind of transportation are they saying that they're going to use to travel? 47%, the largest amount, said they would be traveling by airplane, flying. And flying is coming back. As a matter of fact, I'm flying this week, so I'm anxious to see how everything goes at the airport. I've heard great things. 21% by auto, 11% aren't really sure yet, 5% by river cruise, and 17% by ocean cruise. So good news. We asked them a question. We took a look at parks, beaches, and less crowded venues, because we know that's what some of the places that consumers are interested in traveling and have traveled during the summer and fall. National parks, without a doubt, comes up as number one. Other is a mixture of all sorts of domestic destinations. Florida, of course, is very high, as is anywhere crowded, and of course, Hawaii. And there's a good amount of people that are still undecided about what they want to do. So you know what you can be promoting. Now, this is an interesting, favorite international destinations. So we know that we've had challenges in the U.S. Going to Europe, but that still remains the number one requested destination that they're interested in, followed by the Caribbean, Mexico. Also, for right now, hopefully a lot of you are selling Mexico, because we've had quite a bit of an interest in a lot of the Mexican destinations. Okay, now we're going to get into a little bit of the fear focus on quarantine and COVID-19, because unless we overcome the fears, we're not going to get the travelers to travel. So let's talk about these concerns. Number one in the survey, and you can see that by a long shot, was the risk from traveling in a plane and getting infected. People worried about that, followed by not being able to get back home, being quarantined on a ship or a hotel, and contracting the virus while traveling. So there's clearly some consumer uncertainty about travel, but with rapid testing on its way, just heard today it was approved in Canada, we feel really very confident that this will change. And once consumers start to feel more confident, they'll be making more decisions on travel. And Norma, who's following me, is going to talk to you about a new program that we have that's going to help you with this as well. When thinking about a future beach resort vacation, the greatest concerns are airport and flight related, almost identical to what we just talked about. Taking a tour, boarding your flight, aboard the plane. Again, we need to do our best to overcome these fears. So requirements will influence the decision of when to travel again. At the airport, on the plane, and at the resort, it was almost unanimous. Masks required for everyone, social distancing, enhanced cleaning and disinfection, boarding spread out from rear of the plane, temperature checks, access to sanitizing gel, and plexiglass at check-in for the airport. Safety initiatives. Some countries, as you know, require tourists to test negative on COVID nasal swabs taken before they arrive. How much more or less likely would you be to travel to such a destination? So 27% said that more likely, 14% said somewhat less likely, 34% it didn't matter to them at all, 11% much more, and the small amount of 14% is somewhat more likely. So it's mixed. What travelers want to see now? Make notes of this. They want you to be able to tell them about refund cancellations, peace of mind policies, promotional offers, discounts, free upgrades, insider traveler info, actual travel experiences, and tips for safe and healthy travel, followed by the destination info, attractions, and itineraries. So COVID-19 boosts intent to use a travel advisor. This is a great story. 82% of the respondents are going to use a travel agent, an agency. 32% more likely, 49% same as before, and 18% less likely. So my last slide, just to give you, overview, this particular survey had a lot of questions, but I picked out what I thought were the most relevant. Be booking through an agency as they can provide the latest safety information. 65% of the respondents said they would be booking through an agency. I feel safer booking through an agency in case I need to change tickets, 23%. And then we go down to I feel more confident with an agent and I would prefer to speak to a human as travel is more complex now.
So let's get started. First, to address the elephant in the room. We're going to follow strict mandates on whatever the CDC and the WHO recommend. So, for example, if they recommend social distancing, please know we have over 21 engines, over 65 train cars. We'll be filling the train cars at 38 to 40% capacity, maintaining social distance on board. Same for our motor coaches. We'll be checking the temperatures of everyone. We may even have a COVID test that we will be able to provide to everyone before they join. So all this is still in the planning phases. And for one, Canada is a place deemed safe in this crazy world we live in, knock on wood. People in the US are also very impressed on how Canada is handling this whole COVID crisis with a lot fewer cases and fewer deaths. The US versus Canadian currency is at an incredible discount, 20 to 25%. You get a lot of bang for your buck when you head up north. Location is a big talking point. Canada is a country a lot closer than other countries and continents the world we live in, so it's easier and more economical to get to where your vacation begins. Finally, if you have clients that want to hold off from doing a river cruise, an ocean cruise, an all-inclusive, and looking for something more unique and different, we fit that niche extremely well. We've been operating for 30 years. We're privately owned. We're close to the US, which is really huge, soon to be in the US. Yes, you heard me say it right. We plan to be announcing, we may be announcing around when this is happening. I really was trying to get a pre-recorded done when I was able to get the green light to talk about our brand new product. But I hope you're all going to be very excited. Rocky Mountaineer is coming to the US in 2021. And so what I plan to do, and I've been promised by the full WTH family that they're going to offer me a webinar to be able to update you on our brand new product as soon as I'm given the green light. So when you see a webinar addressing the US product, please do your best to sign on or at least get the recording to watch it at a time that works best for you, because it's going to be a huge, huge opportunity, especially for those who don't want to travel outside the country, or maybe the borders don't open up, you never know. This is going to be our trains taking you places that even Amtrak doesn't take you to. So, and we're so different from Amtrak. I'll talk to that a little bit later, but really big things coming in the very near future. And the demand we're seeing for the Canadian Rockies is just huge right now. So this is that we offer on board Rocky Mountaineer, Silverleaf and Goldleaf. Silverleaf is a single-story car, panoramic views with an arched window at the top. You have an outdoor vestibule area here, holds up to 6 to 8 people, so you can go outside anytime you like, take pictures and video, take a breath of fresh air, get the fresh forest smells. On board, you have 3 hosts or hostesses who are going to handle the history, the cultural facts, storytelling, and jokes, keeping you entertained, aware, and up to date of what's coming up ahead. You have all-inclusive alcohol, And it's really top shelf liquor, so you can truly drink to your heart's content. Remember, as you go up in elevation, that one glass of wine could be more like three, could end up being the most expensive nap of your life. Now, those of you who see me do my presentation, you've heard that joke before. I know it's old. Those who are new, I hope you're laughing. It's a joke. So just take it like that. But I do recommend getting a good night's sleep so you wake up well refreshed, ready to go, and you're not going to miss a single thing on this amazing journey because you're not going to want to. It's so breathtakingly beautiful. When it comes to food, we have Michelin-trained chefs cooking made-to-order food, literally a few feet away from where you're sitting. On Silverleaf, these are plated and brought to your seat. You're looking at 1 to 2 appetizer options, 2 to 3 entree options, and a dessert option that changes daily for breakfast, lunch, sometimes dinner, pending your itinerary. Moving over to Gold Leaf, this is a 2-story car. Before I go any further, the price point difference between Silverleaf and Gold Leaf is around $500 to $750 per person, pending the time of year and how many nights you're going to be on the train. Not nights, but days. Because once again, you never sleep on board. Some of our routes are 3 days, other routes are 2 days. So $500 to $750 per person is pretty minimal when you're spending sometimes boarding the train between 8 and 9 in the morning and arriving between 5 and 6:30 p.m. You're going to really want to, I think, upgrade on the train. And if you have someone who's maximizing their budget, I'll share with you some great ways to do that. But one best way is the hotels. Once again, customizing them between 3-star properties and 5-diamond resorts. I have another great talking point later when I talk about the itinerary. So you'll hear me say that in just a little bit. Back to Gold Leaf, 2-story car, 360-degree dome windows on the top level. Here you have an outdoor veranda space, holds up to 16 to 20 people. So you go outside and once again, anytime you want, and it's 3 times the size larger than what we have on Silverleaf. Downstairs with those big picture windows underneath the word Rocky, that is your dining area. So instead of eating at your seat like you would on Silverleaf, you have a full dining area. Underneath the word Mountaineer where there are no windows, that is your kitchen, which I'll circle back to in just a second. But first, upstairs, we have 4 hosts as opposed to 3. All-inclusive alcohol as well. The seats are also a little bit more, I would say, upgraded compared to Silverleaf. Silverleaf, you do have great space, especially for standing and leg room. It's half leather, half fabric. On Gold Leaf, it's all leather. There's, I would say, actually, the seats are built in Switzerland. They have built-in heating. They also have a full electric for going back, and the legs come up. On Silverleaf, you have a front thing that comes down for your legs. They both have a nice little what do you call it? One of those trays that come down on both Silverleaf and Gold Leaf. But the Gold Leaf seats definitely have a lot more bells and whistles and are all leather and quite comfortable. So differences there within the seats. 4 hosts, I think I said, as opposed to 3. All-inclusive alcohol, top shelf liquor, just like what you have on Silverleaf. And when it comes to a feast for the senses, once again, Michelin-trained chefs cooking made-to-order food, but here their kitchen is 3 times the size larger than on Silverleaf. Therefore, offering a lot more variety of food options, 2 to 3 appetizer options, 5 to 6 entree options, and multiple dessert options that change daily for breakfast, lunch, sometimes dinner, pending your itinerary. My favorite part of the Gold Leaf car is the outdoor viewing platform. You have speakers out here that hear the commentary of what's being offered inside. It's just a great place to be during the whole entire route. I love it being out here, and you can definitely get really the feel of the beautiful Rockies and the wildlife and wilderness up close. This is also a great time to share with you some major differences between us and other trains out there you may be more familiar with, such as Amtrak or Via Rail. Via Rail is like a commuter train. It's very similar to Amtrak, based up in Canada, taking you from point A to point B as fast as possible. Please know Rocky Mountaineer is nothing like these trains. For one, with Amtrak and Via Rail, you sleep on board the majority of these routes of theirs, usually in a bunk bed, sometimes sharing a toilet. With Rocky Mountaineer, you never sleep on board. Now, when it comes to seats, on many of the Amtrak Via Rail, some of the seats, especially in the observation cars, are first come, first serve. With Rocky Mountaineer, we have space for everyone. Seats are assigned, but we don't just throw you on the train wherever we want. We look at the psychographics, demographics, and geography of every single guest that comes on board. So if a family's traveling, we put one family next to another family so the kids can interact, have similar interests. The parents can be like, why do we bring kids? We really can get into the needies, the details of the background to impact the socialization aspect on board. We've been doing it for 30 years, and it's worked out incredibly. So know that that's another big difference between us and them. The speed is a very big difference. Amtrak and Via Rail's average speed is 60 to 75 miles an hour. Rocky Mountaineer's average speed is 30 to 35 miles an hour. And we slowed down to less than 5 miles an hour for all the bridges, the waterfalls, the wildlife, the wilderness. So once again, you're not missing anything. Another big difference are the train tracks that we're on. Please know that no other passenger train is allowed on the same train tracks the Rocky Mountaineer is using. We're the only passenger train allowed to go over some of the biggest bridges, close to some of the most amazing waterfalls, and through the famous spiral tunnels. If you're not familiar with the spiral tunnels, this adds, once again, to how unique and different we are. Back in the 1900s, they were completing the train tracks from east to west, and they had the Rocky Mountains to navigate through. So what our trains, the only passenger train, will be able to do is go through the base of a Rocky Mountain and spiral, going up in elevation to around 500-600 feet, when our train will come out of that mountain and go around the circumference of that mountain, offering spectacular views. Then we go back through another tunnel and spiral a different direction, going up to around 1,000 feet. We get out of that tunnel, but now the views that were on one side of the train at the 500-foot level are now going to be views on the other side of the train at the 1,000-foot level. We continue to go up in elevation until around 3,200 feet, where most places in the world, you're near the bottom looking up. But on Rocky Mountaineer, you're near the top looking down. And it's something that's going to be very memorable and amazing to experience. The spiral tunnels are, and so in certain times out of the year, it can turn into a train safari. I'm sure you may be wondering, well, when are those times? Step 3, choosing your season. We operate from mid-April to mid-October, and there are pluses to every time of the season, pending when you travel with us. In April, May, beginning of June, it's the end of hibernation. So statistically, you get a lot more wildlife at this time. There's more snow present on the mountains, ice on the lakes. The temperatures in mid-May is around mid-70s during the day and mid-60s at night. In the summer, June, July, and August, it's the best weather. Upper 80s, even lower 90s in the day, and low 80s, maybe upper 70s, but most likely it's going to be beautiful and hot. You're looking at sometimes going a month or two without seeing a single drop of rain in many parts. Everything's lush green, everything's in bloom. Weather is pristine. And when it comes to the fall, September, October, it's all about the fall foliage with the leaves changing color. These colors light up the sides of the mountains. It can just be so breathtakingly beautiful to take advantage of and take pictures of. My personal opinion of best time to travel is either May or September. It's not just because of the wildlife and not just because of the fall foliage. Something I was talking to before about the demand. Our busiest time of the season is July and August. So if you want to limit the amount of crowds, traffic, congestion that you're going to experience, go in May and be rewarded with wildlife. Or go in September and be rewarded with fall colors. Just something to consider, especially those who perhaps want to limit the amount of congestion and the amount of people they're going to be around. But just as our hotels are customizable, so are our tours. So you can easily take any of these tours that are completely bundled in a package, add a new tour from 2021, or change tours around. You can remove a tour and see the entire price of a package drop, decrease, because even though they're bundled, there's a value attributed to them. So once again, work with your client's budget. Do what makes sense. Find out what interests them. If they're scared of heights, take the helicopter tour out. Do what they want to do and how they want to do it with the budget that works best for them. When it comes to our motor coaches, we don't use yellow buses or Greyhound buses. We have a fleet of motor coaches operated by Brewster. These were all completely refurbished at the beginning of the 2019 season. Since we sadly had to suspend our 2020 season, these are all in pristine quality. Wood grain paneling throughout, leather seats throughout the entire coach, TV so you can see what the driver's seeing up ahead. You have a drink station on board to stay well hydrated. Of course, a restroom, because when you drink a lot, you know what you have to do. And a tour guide telling you what's coming up ahead, what's outside your window, and answering any questions you have along the way. Another way of getting from point A to point B once you get to the Canadian Rockies, or if you're doing tours in Vancouver or other places, you could do a self-drive exploration, or AKA rent a car. We will encourage you to download an app on your phone, so it's like having a tour guide in your car telling you where to go and what to see so you're not missing anything. But this allows you to do things at your own accord. As opposed on a motor coach, they may tell you got 30 minutes here and 40 minutes here. On a car, you can pretty much go along as much faster, as much slow as you like. So it's really something that's definitely getting a lot of interest, especially those who don't want to be, once again, surrounded by people they don't know. And once again, we will maintain social distancing if that is something the WHO and CDC recommend. Safety is the utmost importance. Passage to the west at leisure, 2 days on the train, 4 nights in the Canadian Rockies, including some great tours as you continue heading east over to Calgary. My favorite one-way package is the Journey Through the Clouds Explorer, because it includes Jasper, which I think is a place not to miss when you're up in this part of the world. You also see the entire Columbia Icefield Parkway, but here's what I would change. That one next to Lake Louise and that one next to Banff. That represents the number of nights. Make that a 2 in Lake Louise and a 2 in Banff because of what I said before. Slow time down. Enjoy where you are. That's very important. If budget is an issue, this is a great talking point that I referenced before that I would share with you. You can do 3 nights in Banff or 2 nights in Banff, skip Lake Louise in its entirety, but set up a tour to take you from Banff over to Lake Louise. Maybe spend 2 to 4 hours or 6 hours. You can have a lunch there, dinner there, walk around the trail, see the beautiful lake, but then head back later and go to Banff and spend the night there. That can help maximize someone's budget. So different things to think about when you're planning and putting something together, especially maximizing someone's budget, because Lake Louise, great place to go. I highly recommend it. But the hotel there that everyone wants is the Fairmont Chateau Lake Louise. It is seeing very high demand. The price point has risen from 2020 to 2021 over 25%. So pricing is very high, and there's a lot of sold out situations. So ways to be able to work with someone's budget if you aren't able to afford it or aren't able to get the dates you want, you can be able to do these kind of things. I have another tour to show you exactly how that also works. The Grand Rail Circle is my favorite circle journey. 5 days on the Rocky Mountaineer train, 7 nights in the Canadian Rockies. This is a true checkmark to experiencing the best the Canadian Rockies have to offer. And my last one to share with you is the first passage to the West Highlights on Vancouver Island. Flying to Vancouver, spend a night, then take a boat the next day over to Victoria. Spend 2 nights over there staying at maybe the Fairmont Empress Hotel, beautiful property. Go visit Butchart Gardens. Head back to Vancouver for a couple nights and continuing ahead east over to Banff. Here is my example where you can see you're doing 2 nights, but you have a day trip to Lake Louise. Very easy to set up on all of our packages. Customize, work with their budget, do what makes sense, and you will be able to make 2021 the best season ever. 49% of people who were on Rocky Mountaineer had a pre or post cruise tour attachment. We are a fantastic opportunity for those who love river cruising, for those who love cruising, especially if they're doing Alaska cruise and they've already done Denali. So this is like icing on the cake. And if you were to go my direction, it'd be a post-cruise tour. But know that we could either do pre or post, flying into Calgary, heading west to jump on your cruise. And I'm already hearing from many cruise lines that the Alaska bookings are actually starting to pick up quite a bit. People want to stay closer to home. But this would be something definitely to promote and attach to your Alaska cruise booking for any of your clients.
So you guessed it, our very own Drew Daly is celebrating his 25th work anniversary on November 20th. We're so lucky to have you, Drew. Thank you for everything you do for all of us. Every single day, we're so lucky to have you have these last 25 years with us.
Wow. So, well, you certainly, the cat has got my tongue, which is not uncommon. It doesn't often happen, but first of all, thank you for just the recognition. I've been blessed with many things in my life, but my career is the one thing that I hold in high regard and esteem. This family that we have within our organization is unmatched in the travel industry. But listen, I love, and like I say to the training classes, I was blessed to find my passion right out of college and selling travel and finding people dream vacations so they can break away. So, and the fact that I get to do what I do every day for this amazing network and within an amazing organization is the reward that keeps on giving. So thank you so much with the Grand Slam on this virtual event. So Charity and Andrea, thank you so much. We love you, we appreciate you, and we applaud you for sure. And I know you can't hear it, but if we were on a ship, you would hear the sound of 1,000 people on their feet, screaming and applauding you both. So thank you, thank you.
Thank you, bye.
2020, bye Pan Am Pam.
All right, folks, here we go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Have a great night.
Happy New Year!
Happy New
Happy New
Year!
We love you. Thank you. You guys are awesome.
Happy New Year, everybody.
See you next year.
Remember, it's 2021 now.
Everybody, everybody, and Kim.
Thanks everybody for everything.
I'm looking.
Love you.
Be good to each other. Love you guys.
Bye. See you soon, Jeremy and Amanda.
Can't wait to see everybody.
Good to see everyone. Happy New Year.
Happy New
Happy
Year.
New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
You cry, Debbie.
I always cry.
You did a great job, Andrea and Charity.
Love you, Joanne. Love you, Andrea. Everybody,
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Follow me.
Hey, Brandon.
Hi, everybody.
I'm still saying goodbye, Drew.
Pretty pooper.
I'm looking for you. Where'd you go?
I love you.
Oh, you love that.
Love the kids. Closing down the club, guys.
Yeah, we're getting kicked out.
What's next?
BTHHQ rocks.
Everybody. Best conference ever.
I'm gonna make next year even better.
Oh my gosh, Kristen's kid. That's cool.
Hi, Jessica and Shane.
Hi, Kaylin.
Busy. Hi, Shane.
Hi, Debbie.
Hi, Denise. Hi, Michael. Oh my God, there's so many people here. You guys, amazing.
Amazing.
Amazing. Andrea,
I'm here.
this made up for it all. This was the best. The best.
Wow, you're awesome. Christina and I